professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, Powerful Min Xiao. At the same time, the audience was also discussing it. Hey, what kind of animal is this? I've never seen it before. The daimyo of the fire country gently waved his paper fan, and his eyes lit up when he saw the sudden appearance of Minas. The daimyo of the fire country had seen many rare and exotic animals, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful and unique creature as Minas. From the perspective of the daimyo of the fire country, the beautiful scales of Minas shimmered in the sunlight, as if inlaid with countless tiny gems, emitting a charming brilliance. I haven't seen it either. It's really elegant and beautiful. The daimyo of the rain country nodded in approval. Minas has an upright and elegant figure, and it exudes an indescribable charm just by floating quietly on the water. I don't know where I can buy it. I feel like it would be very pleasing to the eye if I buy one and put it in the pool. The daimyo of the fire country liked Minas more and more as he looked at it. Me too. The daimyo of the rain country said that he also liked Minas. The other wealthy businessmen and nobles who were not short of money had the same idea. If they kept such a beautiful animal, it would not only be pleasing to the eye, but also very face-saving. Although the ninjas in the audience were also surprised by the beauty of Min Xiao, they were more curious about another thing, how Min Xiao appeared, and they did not see Nohara Rin perform the summoning technique again. Min Xiao made a deterrent cry and stared at Kakashi, protecting Nohara Rin behind him. Kakashi looked at the tall Min Xiao with interest. The change from Uzumaki to Min Xiao was much greater than that from Charmander to Charmeleon. He was curious about the strength of Min Xiao now. Kakashi took a few steps back and prepared to test the ability of Min Xiao. Uzumaki had no fighting power before, and now Kakashi knew nothing about Min Xiao. Tornado. Min Xiao gathered strength and waved its strong tail. In an instant, a whirlwind suddenly appeared, and because of the accumulated water, a large amount of water was sucked into the whirlwind to form a water tornado. The nature of the wind chakra changes. Kakashi, who did not know the information, did not choose to resist, and retreated while speculating on the ability of Min Xiao. He just guessed that Min Xiao might be able to master the change of water attribute chakra, because before Min Xiao evolved, it was a fish, and fish and water are related, which is very reasonable. But now Kakashi is a little uncertain, because now Min Xiao is more like a snake, and if it is a snake, it seems normal that it is not water. Ziomai, you have really become stronger, Nohara Rin exclaimed when Min Xiao's tail swung out a tornado of more than 6 meters. Obviously, it had no fighting power before evolution, but after evolution, it seemed to be stronger than her. Ninja beasts are really amazing. Min Xiao lowered its head and put its head against Nohara Rin's forehead, and its ruby-like eyes showed joy. It can finally fight for Nohara Rin like other ninja beasts. Try conventional attacks first. Kakashi took out 5 shuriken from the ninja tool bag, stimulated chakra and injected lightning attribute chakra into them. Swish. 5 shurikens with lightning flashed out quickly. Min Xiao was so big that Kakashi didn't need to spend time aiming. After noticing Kakashi's attack, Min Xiao raised his head quickly and concentrated his chakra. Water gun. A thick column of water gushed out of Min Xiao's mouth, and the powerful impact force knocked away all 5 shurikens that attacked. Min Xiao let out a clear cry, looked at Nohara Rin, dived into the water, and swam towards Kakashi at a high speed. Do you want me to stay where I am? Nohara Rin understood the meaning of Min Xiao's cry. Nohara Rin was in a very delicate mood. Not long ago, she asked Min Xiao to retreat to a safe area, and now Min Xiao asked her not to take risks. Should I say that she is worthy of raising him? Sure enough, he has a water-related ability. Kakashi silently recorded the information while paying attention to the movement under the water. Whoosh! When he noticed that Min Xiao was approaching, Kakashi suddenly dodged and retreated. Splash! The next moment, Min Xiao's slender body rushed out of the water at the position where Kakashi just stood. causing a lot of splashes. Water wave. After the collision missed, Min Xiao immediately fired the water attribute chakra ball that had been condensed in advance. Kakashi, who was in the transparent world state, saw through Min Xiao's attack and used lightning attribute chakra to strengthen his body and ran at high speed. Boom! Exclamation mark. The water attribute chakra ball slammed into the water surface, and the powerful wave force instantly made the water surface that turned into a small lake agitated. Huge waves splashed up, and the water waves that could cover Kakashi's height hit Kakashi. What a big increase in strength! Kakashi was secretly shocked after stabilizing his body. The previous ugly fish could be easily dealt with by ordinary people, but now Min Xiao, ordinary Konoha Jonin, does not have the strength of Min Xiao. To prevent the car from overturning, Kakashi silently formed a seal and used earth escape to control the ground to crack, so that the water field created by Kisame disappeared faster. If it was just Nohara Rin, it would be fine, but if Min Xiao kept the field advantage, it would be wrong. As the attacks kept failing, Min Xiao became impatient, and finally it decided to use its strongest move to attack Kakashi. Min Xiao swam towards Kakashi at a high speed, gathering a huge amount of chakra at its tail. Kakashi was extremely fast due to the blessing of thunder breathing, but this was after all on the water, Min Xiao's home turf, and the distance between Kakashi and Min Xiao gradually closed. Water style. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Nohara Rin quickly formed a seal and used the little chakra she had left to use water style ninjutsu to assist Min Xiao. At this time, she had noticed that the water level was rapidly dropping. The sudden change was obviously not because the drainage system of the venue was good enough, but because Kakashi had just used the ninjutsu. Roar! The ferocious water dragon spun around Nohara Rin and finally rushed towards Kakashi. At this time, Min Xiao, who was close to Kakashi, quickly converted the huge amount of chakra at the end of its tail into water attribute chakra, and swung the tail with powerful power towards Kakashi. Water tail, splash! Exclamation mark. The strong power of Min Xiao drove the few water flows on the field, and the water waves and tail attacked Kakashi together. Coupled with the water dragon bullet released by Nohara Rin, it seemed that Kakashi had entered a dangerous situation with nowhere to hide. You fought well, that's how it should be. Obito in the lounge cheered for Min Xiao. It didn't matter where Min Xiao came from, what mattered was that Min Xiao was about to help Nohara Rin defeat Kakashi. At this moment, Obito only regretted not bringing the camera to the field, otherwise he would definitely record this moment. Kakashi, your life is like a candle in the wind. Obito laughed and mocked Kakashi in his heart. Usually, he had a lot of theories, but he was still defeated by Nohara Rin. Bang! Exclamation mark. It seemed that the joint attack of Nohara Rin and Min Xiao was really impossible to dodge. After Kakashi tried his best to dodge, he was still hit and fell to the ground, splashing a lot of mud and water, making it difficult to see Kakashi's figure. At this time, the water depth was less than 0.5 meters, and the water was still flowing rapidly. Did you win? Nohara Rin was a little unbelievable. She really didn't think that she could beat Kakashi without Kakashi letting her win. After all, the gap between her and Kakashi was visible to the naked eye, and she didn't have the ability to restrain Kakashi. Who could have thought that the ugly fish would communicate with the slug and evolve into Min Xiao? And then Min Xiao's strength was so strong, everything was like a dream. Zizizi! Exclamation mark. With a hand covered with yellow mud sticking out of the water, an electric noise sounded, and the dazzling purple light covered the mud on the palm. Kakashi climbed up in an embarrassed state. Without Nohara Rin's order, Min Xiao immediately spit out a water column towards Kakashi, who climbed up, and Kakashi also unceremoniously released lightning to fight against the incoming water column. Nohara Rin had no chakra to use ninjutsu and taijutsu, so she could only quietly retreat and distance herself from Kakashi to prevent Kakashi from finding an opportunity to take advantage of her. But when Nohara Rin was watching the battle between Min Xiao and Kakashi, she didn't notice a hand quietly stretched out from the ground at her feet. Earth escape, hard beheading technique. Nohara Rin's face suddenly changed when she noticed the abnormality of her calf, but at this moment she had no time to perform the water instant body technique. and she didn't have chakra to use her strange power to directly crack the ground. A huge pulling force came from underground, pulling most of Nohara Rin's body into the ground. After doing all this, Kakashi squatted beside Nohara Rin and aimed his kunai at her. The referee thought for a moment and directly announced the result of the battle. Hatake Kakashi wins. Although Min Xiao was still energetic and could continue to fight, this was Nohara Rin's game. If it was a real fight, Nohara Rin would have died. Damn white-haired bastard, you really don't follow martial ethics. Obito saw this and called Kakashi despicable. He didn't fight against a good Min Xiao, but deceived, sneak attacked, and bullied Nohara Rin who had no chakra. As expected of you, Kakashi, you weren't hurt at all just now, were you? Nohara Rin smiled helplessly. When she thought she was sure to lose, she suddenly won. When she thought she won, she lost again. Nohara Rin's mood was like a roller coaster, constantly rushing back and forth between the valley and the peak in a few seconds. The moment she was pulled in, she kept thinking, if she was in her prime, plus the addition of Min Xiao, would she win in the end? However, Nohara Rin's mentality was generally good, because her original plan was to hold on to Kakashi for 3 minutes, and it would be considered a success if she could cause Kakashi a little damage. Fighting Kakashi to this point was actually overfulfilling the task. Kakashi nodded. Although it looked tragic just now, Kakashi was only hit by Nohara Rin's water dragon bullet, plus the aftermath of Min Xiao's water tail. Kakashi used the armament haki to protect the key parts of his body, resulting in him only looking embarrassed at that time, but in fact he was only slightly injured. In order to end the battle more steadily, Kakashi used the mud and water to cover up and performed the shadow clone technique the moment he fell down. The shadow clone used earth escape to sneak into the ground to attack Nohara Rin who had no chakra, while the main body used lightning escape to attract attention and then dragged Min Xiao. Without much explanation, Kakashi cancelled the shadow clone technique and used earth escape to release Nohara Rin. Min Xiao saw that Nohara Rin was also covered in mud, so he condensed chakra to form a ball of blue-green water next to Nohara Rin. The water ball exploded around Nohara Rin, and the blue-green liquid enveloped Nohara Rin, washing away the mud on Nohara Rin's body, and at the same time, all the scratches on Nohara Rin caused by being dragged into the ground were healed. Even Kakashi next to Nohara Rin felt the feeling of his body being repaired. What a comfortable chakra! The slug looked at Min Xiao curiously. Is this a change in the nature of water attribute chakra or a change in the nature of yang attribute chakra? Kakashi couldn't determine what ninjutsu Min Xiao used for a while. Judging from the effect of the ninjutsu that Min Xiao just used was like yang escape, and the injury recovered quickly, and the body felt much more relaxed. But the healing effect was just from Min Xiao's blue-green water drops, and it is not ruled out that it was Min Xiao's own special water escape. After all, Shisui's Zoro Orc also has special illusions, and it is not impossible that Min Xiao has a special water escape. Min Xiao lowered his head and dared not look at Nohara Rin, and his cry was a little low. This was its first battle with Nohara Rin, but such an important battle was lost because of its carelessness. It's okay, you have tried your best. It's my problem. Nohara Rin gently stroked Min Xiao's milky white body and comforted her. Because Min Xiao evolved in battle, Nohara Rin was not clear about Min Xiao's specific abilities, and could not cooperate well with Min Xiao. In addition, she was at a disadvantage in the previous battle, which caused her to consume a lot of physical strength and chakra. If there is a need to share the blame, Nohara Rin will definitely take the initiative to take the blame. Min Xiao shook its head, and its red hair like fins swayed along with it. If it weren't for Nohara Rin, it wouldn't have the courage to fight like this, and it wouldn't have been able to evolve. Ahem. The winners please go back to the lounge to rest, and the losers can choose to go to the audience seats, the referee reminded. Kakashi understood what the referee meant, and said goodbye to Nohara Rin and went back to the lounge. Nohara Rin stood on tiptoe and touched Min Xiao's head, cancelled the summoning beast, and left the stadium to go to the audience seats. Because of his rather embarrassed body, Kakashi didn't go back to the lounge immediately, but went to the supporting facilities for players next to the lounge to wash up and wash off the mud and sand on his body. Min Xiao's strength span is too big, and Obito now has a high probability of not being able to defeat Min Xiao and Zealand together. Kakashi wiped his dripping white hair with a towel, and his mind was still recalling the battle just now. If Nohara Rin hadn't been beaten to the point of almost losing her fighting ability before Min Xiao evolved, Kakashi would definitely not have won so easily. Kakashi barely made a move against Min Xiao, and won by targeting Nohara Rin. It seems that I still underestimated the ninja beast that teacher Miyu gave us. Kakashi felt that Rock Dog might become his fighting force faster than he thought. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Min Xiao has no combat experience, and it has such strength just by using random ninjutsu. If he practices for a month, he may be able to suppress Obito alone by relying on water to overcome fire. Kakashi is looking forward to the evolution of Rock Dog more and more. After washing up, Kakashi walked back to the lounge. Kakashi, is that cream water snake Zealand's new summoning beast? Obito couldn't help asking as Kakashi walked into the lounge. Kakashi looked strange. Min Xiao is so beautiful. You call it cream water snake? It's Zeomai. Kakashi answered simply. How is it possible? This is also. Obito was shocked, and he couldn't equate the previous Min Xiao with Nohara Rin's ugly fish. Charmander evolving into Charmeleon is the same species becoming more mature, but Melodic and Min Xiao don't seem to be the same species. No matter what you think, it's reality. Kakashi replied calmly. Just like Kakashi could accept a dog hatching from an egg, existence is reasonable, and it's normal that the things of ninja beasts are different from those of ordinary animals. Well, that's pretty amazing. It became so much stronger all of a sudden. Obito scratched his head and said, although he didn't face it in person, he could tell from the movements of Min Xiao's ninjutsu that Min Xiao's strength was not ordinary. Why is Charmeleon so much worse than the other evolutions? Obito thought of his own ninja beasts. His Charmeleon was the first Pokemon to evolve, but it couldn't even beat the unevolved Rock Dog. At this moment, Obito wished that his Charmeleon would learn the nature change of lightning attribute chakra overnight to get rid of the fire attribute of a subordinate. Uchiha Shisui wins. Just as Kakashi was chatting with Obito and Might Guy, Shisui defeated his opponent and won. When Shisui returned, he asked Kakashi a similar question to Obito, but the words he used were more civilized. So that's how it is. Evolution can actually bring about such a big change and improvement. Shisui showed a thoughtful expression. Comparing Charmeleon and Melodic, he felt that not every ninja beast could have such a huge change after evolution. It was the weakness of the Uchiha period that led to the brilliance of Melodic after evolution. Then Shisui and the other four discussed the experience of cultivating ninja beasts in the lounge while watching the battle. There were only 3 games left in the second round, and they were all familiar faces. The last game was simply Obito himself. In the third-to-last game, Asuma won the game with his sharp-wind escape. In the second-to-last game, Midorumi flexibly used the 2 bloodline limits and showed a strong water escape, and successfully entered the quarterfinals. In the last game, facing the genius ninja of Kusukure village, Obito opened up at full power at the beginning and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode to use fire escape to kill the opponent instantly. Although this fire escape is inferior to others, it is still useful to bully weak ones. At this point, the second round of the youth martial arts tournament ended, and the top 8 of the martial arts tournament were formed. The first day of the battle ended here, and the players and the audience began to leave. Senior Hanzo, how do you feel? Miyu looked at Hanzo and asked with a smile. The talent of the ninja world is like a river of crucian carp, Hanzo commented. Before watching the game, Hanzo had never thought that there would be a ninja who had the opportunity to compete with Nagato for the championship. You know, Nagato is a genius with the eyes of a fairy. Now the motivation for Hanzo to watch the game is to watch Nagato lose, and then take the opportunity to observe Sosuke's expression. Among the top 8, only Nagato is left. If Nagato does not enter the top 4, The ninja clan will give away all the rewards. It's a pity that there is no one from the Rain Ninja village, Kakazu added. Hanzo's face quickly darkened. There is no need to emphasize this kind of thing. Since we are partners, Hanzo, I will show you a clear way. Now the ninja clan is taking over the training of ninjas. If you Rain ninjas don't know how to teach, you can pay someone to help teach. Kakazu said his purpose. Nothing else, just the gold coins of the exploding Rain village, and at the same time, a simpler method that will not cause unrest in the Rain country can be used to deal with the Rain village in the future. Originally, our ninja clan didn't have the time, but the Iwagakure sent a high-priced commission, so our ninja clan started this business. So that's how it is. No wonder there are so many Iwagakure working in the Six Paths City. Hanzo had some understanding. It must be said that Kakazu's words are indeed convincing. With both the Iwagakure colleagues from the 5 major ninja villages and the signboard of Master Sosuke as a guarantee, for the time being, there is no need to trouble everyone in the ninja clan. Hanzo refused. Although it sounds good, it is easy for the ninja clan to insert spies among the Rain ninjas. Kakazu didn't pester him, and he stopped talking after Hanzo refused. He had expected this a long time ago. After all, Hanzo didn't look stupid and it was impossible for him to agree easily. He was just laying the groundwork. This kind of thing can't be done in a day or two. Due to the elegant and beautiful appearance of Min Xiao, after Noharlin went to the audience, many people chased her and asked where to buy Min Xiao. Among them were not only wealthy nobles, but also many ninjas, because Min Xiao proved in battle that it was not just a vase. It had both appearance and strong strength. But Min Xiao's egg was given by Miyu, and Noharlin had never asked Miyu where she got the egg, so naturally she couldn't answer other people's questions. Seeing that today's martial arts competition was over, Noharlin, who was really annoyed, ran to Miyu. I got her ninjutsu by chance. If you are interested, you can go find it, but I don't recommend it because I have already found it. Miyu casually mentioned a remote area to evade the question. The famous Liang Miyu personally explained, and instantly no one dared to continue to pester Noharlin. Little girl, your name is Noharlin, right? I am very interested in that ninjutsu. I am willing to pay 50 million taels to buy it. What do you think? The Fire Country daimyo chose to activate the money ability. The daimyo of the Land of Rain originally wanted to buy from Noharlin, but he shut up when he saw the daimyo of the Land of Fire open his mouth. Daimyo, I'm sorry, Zeomai is very important to me, and money can't measure it. Noharlin rejected the proposal of the daimyo of the Land of Fire without hesitation. Noharlin has never had a desire for money, and of course she would never trade her precious partner for such a thing. And Noharlin doesn't think she is qualified to trade Min Xiao, and Min Xiao is on an equal footing with her. Then 90 million taels? The daimyo of the Land of Fire thought that the money was not enough, so he almost doubled the price. However, Noharlin still refused immediately without any hesitation. In this case, there is no way. I hope Miyu can help me keep an eye out for the same ninjutsu. My price will not change. The daimyo of the Land of Fire said to Miyu. Noharlin couldn't give it to him, and he couldn't snatch the girl's pet. He could only ask the discoverer Miyu to pay more attention, and then issue an S-level task to capture ninjutsu in Konoha. Miyu nodded and agreed. Sure enough, the big country is richer, Miyu thought to himself. If Kakazu heard what the Fire Country daimyo said, Miyu estimated that Kakazu would be able to transform himself into a melodic to collect the prize money. This is a full 90 million taels, worth 2.5 Esuma. Teacher Miyu, Obito and others who left the players' lounge greeted Miyu. Miyu responded with a smile one by one, and then looked in a certain direction. Scorpion walked expressionlessly for a while and then changed direction naturally. The moment he turned around, Scorpion frowned. Liang Miyu is here, and it looks like she is the teacher of Hutake Kakashi. Scorpion instantly felt that the difficulty of killing Kakashi had increased by another level. Even Scorpion, who was wandering around, had more or less heard some of Liang Miyu's deeds. Just by looking at each other for 0.1 second, Scorpion knew that Miyu was definitely not a person who had a false reputation. He had tried his best to hide himself just now, and had been observing with the corner of his eyes, But even so, he was still discovered by Miyu in an instant. We need to conduct more research on this place. Scorpion knew that it was not the time to assassinate yet, so he prepared to get familiar with the Six Paths City first. Even though his opponents included famous strongmen like Liang Muiyu, and geniuses like Might Guy and Shisui, Scorpion still felt that he could kill Kakashi. He had no doubt that he had the ability. The third Kazekage, who was known as the strongest Kazekage, died under his assassination. No matter how strong Liang Muiyu was, could he be stronger than the third Kazekage? Is there anything over there? Obito followed Muiyu's gaze, but found nothing, and asked in confusion. Nothing, Muiyu replied with a faint smile. Although he was a shadow clone, he just couldn't identify the data on Scorpion. Scorpion was dreaming if he wanted to hide in front of him. He didn't need to identify it, because Muiyu's data had already been read by Muiyu when he signed up. Muiyu had two major purposes for holding the youth martial arts tournament. One was to solve the economic problems of the ninja clan, and the other was to train disciples. In order to prevent the appearance of two outrageous monsters, Muiyu identified every contestant. Scorpion thought he was hiding well, but in fact, Muiyu just felt that Scorpion didn't need his body to deal with it directly. Rin, your last battle was really wonderful. You almost won in that situation. Obito turned to look at Nohara Rin, and excitedly discussed the second round of battle with Nohara Rin. It's not as exaggerated as you said, Obito. It's mainly because of Mai. Nohara Rin is very self-aware. But Mai is your summoned beast. Isn't its strength the same as yours? Obito said as a matter of course. Obito is really envious of Nohara Rin now. As an evolved ninja beast, he feels that Milotic can beat Charmeleon to the ground with one tail. Whether in terms of size or hard power, Charmeleon is far inferior to Milotic. Kakashi showed a regretful expression. He thought Obito would continue to call Milotic a cream snake, and then something interesting would probably happen. Rin, can you tell me the details of Mai's evolution? Shisui wanted to learn excellent training experience from Nohara Rin. Okay. Nohara Rin readily agreed. P.S. I was feeling groggy today and was not in the right state to write. This chapter is 7K, which is slightly less than the normal 8K 2-in-1, but it should be no problem to call it a big chapter. In addition, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 527 Obito's Strength Crisis. After finishing dinner and resting for a while, Nohara Rin prepared to find an open space to train and test the new abilities of Min Xiao. Only by understanding each other's abilities can they exert stronger combat power when fighting together. Some disciples were very interested in Min Xiao, who performed well in the battle, and wanted to go with them to see. They discussed for a while, and finally all the disciples went together. Those who were interested could watch, and those who were not interested could practice next to them. It was better to stay together than to practice alone. In order to prevent accidents, Miyu sent a shadow clone to follow secretly. Lidao City is still the size of a small town, and most of the surrounding areas are wasteland. Nohara Rin quickly found a quiet and deserted place. Summoning technique. Nohara Rin quickly formed a seal and slammed the ground. Bang! White smoke flashed, and a slender milky white figure appeared. Min Xiao lowered his head and rubbed Nohara Rin's body intimately. Nohara Rin also cooperated very well and touched Min Xiao's head with his hand. It's so big, Obito exclaimed. After getting used to Pokemon like Charmeleon and Grunt that are smaller than them, seeing the Min Xiao that is over 6 meters long, they feel like a giant. Summoning technique. The other disciples also summoned their Pokemon. Charmeleon had just finished her meal and was resting in the comfortable nest that Obito's grandmother built for her. Suddenly she was summoned and her fist stiffened subconsciously when she saw Obito. Look at Mai, and then look at you. Why can't you grow up? Obito said with a look of disappointment. If they didn't evolve, it would be fine. They are both evolved ninja beasts, but the gap is so big. Obito is really speechless. Charmeleon wanted to curse. Can it decide the height? Charmeleon looked in the direction that Obito pointed. It wanted to see how tall Mai was now. Oh my god, where did this beautiful girl come from? Zoroark's voice rang in everyone's mind. Charmeleon agreed very much and gave Zoroark a thumbs up. He is indeed the translator and has good vision. Charmeleon ignored Obito and ran to the side of Min Xiao. greeting Min Xiao enthusiastically. Charmer, of course. Knowing a beautiful woman is more important than a non-human contractor. Beauty, have we met before? Zoroya translated. Immediately, Zoroya showed a look of disdain. Who knows? Family members. Why is Charmeleon so mean to Obito today? Obito, what does it have to do with him? And when did he become an adjective? Pa. Shisui's finger hit Zoroya's forehead accurately. Where did you learn this weird thing from? Zoroya smiled and said nothing. Min Xiao nodded. They had indeed seen it before, but it was still ugliest at that time. Ziomai, let's train. Use all the abilities you have mastered so far. No Harlin was ready to start working. Ah! Min Xiao made a clear cry, signaling others to step back to avoid being injured by mistake. Charmeleon wanted to chat with Min Xiao, but seeing that the other party completely ignored it, it could only retreat helplessly, and its slightly drooping tail silently told its feelings. Seeing that Min Xiao's ability test was about to begin, Kakashi moved his eyes away from Rock Dog and focused on Min Xiao. The other disciples also looked at Min Xiao. Tornado. Min Xiao tensed his body and burst out chakra and waved his tail. In an instant, a strong wind blew on the field. A 5-6 meter whirlwind formed quickly and knocked down several large trees in front of Min Xiao. Water wave. Then Min Xiao opened his mouth and condensed a large amount of chakra in his mouth to change the nature of water attribute chakra, spitting out a basketball-sized water ball and smashing it into the ground. Bang! Exclamation mark. The explosion sounded, and a hole appeared on the ground. Mud and water droplets splashed, and gray mist rose. This water jutsu is not ordinary, Kakashi thought to himself. Although the water ball looks small, it seems to have used some special skills, and it is actually very powerful. Whoosh! Min Xiao flew to a big tree and wrapped its long body around it. Crack! The tree instantly broke into several pieces. Water tail. Min Xiao landed steadily, began to gather chakra on its tail, and then slammed the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge roar sounded, and the place where it was slapped instantly turned into a pit, and several large cracks spread out in all directions. If I hadn't dodged this move at that time, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good even if I used the armament hockey secret technique. Kakashi thought to himself, armament hockey has excellent defensive capabilities, not to put the user into an invincible state where they can't be hurt. Charming. Min Xiao turned around and tilted his head slightly towards Charmeleon, blinking his left eye, and his body emitted a pink glow. Fire Dragon. Charmeleon's eyes showed a pink heart pattern, and slowly approached Min Xiao. No, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Obito stared at Charmeleon, who seemed to have lost his soul, in amazement. Maybe it's an illusion? Kakashi was a little uncertain, unable to bear it any longer. Obito chased after Charmeleon and grabbed its head and shook it wildly. It was too embarrassing. Ouch! Charmeleon roared angrily after waking up, and looked at Obito with dissatisfaction. It was fine if it didn't behave like a human being, but he actually disturbed it from looking at a beautiful woman. Huh! Obito entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, and his whole body chakra burst out, igniting a fierce flame and silently watching Charmeleon. He saw that Charmeleon was a little confused about the big and small kings. Charmeleon's cry became softer, and it calmed down all of a sudden. It was still a little dragon that had not grown up, and it was no match for Obito, the evil Uchiha brat. When it becomes a complete dragon, Obito must let Obito know what the dignity of a dragon is. Life drop. Min Xiao continued to show its ability, releasing a blue-green water ball in the direction of Nohara-Rin. The water ball exploded in the air, and drops of blue-green water fell on Nohara-Rin and others. The water drops containing healing power made Charmeleon feel refreshed physically and mentally, and even looked at Obito less unpleasantly. Charmeleon couldn't help but look at Min Xiao again. She was simply a goddess. Ah! Min Xiao looked at Nohara-Rin and made a clear cry. It said there are 2 more moves that will be more intuitive to use in battle. Zoroya translated. Kakashi showed an interested expression. Min Xiao said so these 2 moves must be very suitable for fighting. At present, Min Xiao has demonstrated all the moves that have been used in a youth martial arts tournament. Kakashi is very curious about the effects of these 2 moves suitable for fighting and why Min Xiao didn't use them in the competition. Is that so? Then, Nohara Rin was ready to go on the field to fight with Min Xiao. Zealand, you can't go. Let others go. Zoroa continued to translate. Obito wanted to volunteer to help Nohara Rin's ninja beast training, but someone was faster than him. Or to be more precise, there was a beast that was faster. Charmeleon volunteered to step forward. It wanted to improve its relationship with Min Xiao. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book_bar is the first to publish this novel. Obito couldn't help but cover his face. He couldn't understand how Charmeleon we got the confidence to fight with Min Xiao. Isn't this asking for trouble? However, Obito couldn't persuade Charmeleon to stop. The battle begins. Nohara Rin, who was acting as the referee, called out. Fearing that it would destroy Min Xiao's perfect body, Charmeleon didn't use fire, which he was best at, but used chakra to strengthen his claws and slashed at Min Xiao. But Min Xiao didn't have so many scruples. He regarded this as a normal battle, condensed chakra on his tail and swung out the tail carrying water. Bang! Charmeleon flew backwards and hit the ground hard. His eyes turned into circles and he looked unconscious. It's too weak. Can someone stronger come? Zoroark translated reluctantly. Obito's mouth twitched. He thought it was good that Charmeleon fainted. If he was still awake, he might be even sadder. Just when Obito was speechless for his own ninja beast, Might Guy walked forward and laughed with his big white teeth. In that case, let me do it. I want to feel the strength of the opponent who put Kakashi in a difficult battle. Obito had to close his mouth. The battle begins. As soon as Nohara Rin finished speaking, Might Guy immediately opened 4 gates of the 8 gates and attacked Melodic. Konoha Tornado. Might Guy chose his best whirlwind kick as his starting move. Although Konoha Tornado is a simple move, Might Guy's strength is strong enough, and the chakra of the 8 gates is also sufficient, so Konoha Tornado is simple, but its power is not weak. Water Flow Ring. Melodic did not dodge but condensed chakra around his body to create a layer of water curtain. The water curtain adhered to Melodic's skin, making Melodic's body glow with a blue sheen. Bang! Melodic's slender body flew backwards and hit the ground, with some scratches on its milky white skin. Might Guy's kick didn't cause much damage to Mimix. Mimix quickly got up and opened his mouth to spray water at Might Guy. Whoosh! Might Guy's chakra burst out and dodged the incoming water column, then kicked Mimix with a whirlwind kick again. This time, Mimix gathered chakra at the tail and swung its tail to meet it. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Mimix and Might Guy each retreated a little distance. At this time, the water curtain on Mimix's body burst into light, and all the scratches on Mimix's body disappeared and returned to their original state. Medical ninjutsu automatically used in battle? Kakashi was a little surprised. He understood why Mimix didn't use this move during the game, because Kakashi didn't attack Mimix at all, and naturally he didn't need treatment if he wasn't injured. Don't worry about me getting hurt, feel free to use your full strength. Zoroark continued to convey Mimix's words. Might Guy immediately concentrated his breathing and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode. Since Mimix said so, he wouldn't be polite. Towards the peacock, Might Guy used his breathing technique to the extreme. A large amount of chakra in his body burned rapidly with the opening of the rock-breathing chakra mode. At this moment, Might Guy's strength reached the peak of the 4-door state. He rushed towards Min Xiao and swung his fists quickly. Each punch was so fast that it was dazzling. Due to the extremely fast punch speed, the friction between the fist and the air produced flames. These flames were formed at different speeds and hit Min Xiao one after another. Many balls of flames appeared at the same time, like a fiery red peacock suddenly spreading its tail, which was both dazzling and beautiful. But for Min Xiao, who was attacked by many flames, these flames were not so beautiful. It spit out a thick water column to intercept, but there were too many fireballs, and Min Xiao couldn't even block half of them. Boom boom! Fist-sized fireballs hit Min Xiao, submerging Min Xiao in the flames. Seeing this, Nohara Rin couldn't help but feel a little worried. She gathered her chakra and prepared to use medical ninjutsu to heal Min Xiao. At the same time, she hoped that this time would make Min Xiao more restrained in the future. Telling Might Guy to use his full strength without worry was too blunt. Even Obito wouldn't say that. When the flames faded, The injured figure of Mincha was revealed, with a few burnt and blood-red spots on its milky white skin. Just when Nohara Rin wanted to stop the fight and heal Mincha, Mincha's body glowed green, the burnt skin fell off, the wound healed, and not even a trace of scar was left, as if nothing had happened. I see. Kakashi understood why Mincha said that these two moves could be better demonstrated in battle. One move can automatically repair the body, but the healing effect is average. The other move is very effective and can make a serious injury as good as new, but it consumes a lot of chakra. Kakashi can only say that fortunately he was cautious enough. If he did not choose to attack Nohara Rin during the game, but chose to fight with Mincha, his chakra might have been consumed first. Mincha is like a super ninja version of Nohara Rin. He can really heal and fight. Obito wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He suddenly realized something very serious. Not only Charmeleon couldn't beat Melodic, but it seemed that he himself might not be able to beat Melodic. Melodic not only restrained his fire escape, but also could recover crazily. Obito couldn't think of how he could win. Ask Muyu teacher if the breathing method specialization can quickly open the corresponding breathing method chakra mode. Obito fell into thought. He didn't want to play with this person's servant attribute anymore, and wanted to change his job. The next day, the Ninja World Youth Martial Arts Tournament continued the unfinished game. At this time, there were only 8 players left in the lounge. Kakashi and others sat together and chatted in a low voice. Asuma occasionally interrupted because he was familiar with Kakashi and the others. The remaining Nagato, Sand Crab, and Midorami all closed their eyes and waited quietly for the game to officially begin. Nagato number 1 versus Sand Crab number 8. The referee's voice came into the lounge. Nagato opened his eyes and walked towards the door with a calm face. No matter who the opponent was, he would win the game. After Scorpion opened his eyes, he walked towards the battlefield indifferently. Not for the reward, but to stay in the lounge to observe Kakashi. He had to try his best to win the battle. P.S. I was in a very bad state today. I was originally planning to take a leave, but after thinking about it, I tried my best to write a chapter of 4K. I can't ask for votes one day and take a leave the next day. This is a bit abstract. Go to bed early to get enough energy. I hope my brothers can go to bed early too. I also hope that I will be in a better state of typing tomorrow and can type more words. Chapter 528. Breaking all laws with one force. The battle is about to begin. The players in the lounge are focusing on Nagato and Sasori, who are standing opposite each other on the battlefield. Sasori once easily defeated his opponent by controlling 4 puppets at the same time in the first round of the elimination match. Just by watching the match, you can feel how difficult he is. And Nagato is even more unfathomable. From the preliminaries to the first 2 rounds of the elimination match, he has been crushing the opponent. Whether it is the unknown ninja of the small ninja village or the Konoha elite like a Burame Shiwai, he has easily defeated them. Therefore, the battle between Nagato and Sasori has attracted special attention. What kind of ninjutsu is that jutsu that finally led to a Burame Shiwai's defeat? Kakashi still doesn't understand what means Nagato used at that time. Kakashi hopes that the sand crab has hidden itself and hasn't taken it out, so that it may force Nagato to perform that ninjutsu again. Of course, the ideal result for him and Might Guy is that Nagato defeats the sand crab and enters the semi-finals, because they are actually quite restrained puppeteers with fragile bodies. Whether it is Kakashi or Might Guy, they both have strong explosive power. As long as the puppet master shows a flaw, the two can directly take away the puppet master's body. Nagato, come on, Yahiko shouted loudly in the audience. He lost the first round of the elimination match, and Konan lost the second round of the elimination match. Now Nagato is the only one left in the ninja clan. Although due to the distance factor and the noisy sound at the scene, Nagato did not hear Yahiko's voice, but his outstanding eyesight allowed him to see Yahiko standing up and waving, and he successfully received Yahiko's encouragement. Nagato turned his attention back to Scorpion. This was his first time fighting a puppet master. However, Nagato was not worried that he would fail. In the last game, it was his first time fighting a ninja using the insect secret technique, and the result was still that he easily won. With Muyu's teachings, the Samsara Eye, and the encouragement of his companions, he would not lose. The battle begins. Seeing that both of them were ready, the referee shouted. Scorpion immediately threw out 2 scrolls, one of which summoned the Higurashi, and the other scroll had 9 puppets with different appearances. Facing Nagato, who could release various powerful ninjutsu at will, Scorpion took out the 10 puppets he had prepared at night, which was the maximum number of puppets he could control at present. Putting aside the human puppets of the third Kazekage, Scorpion was already in a serious state of full strength at this time. These 10 puppets were specially selected by Scorpion from the hundreds of puppets he made based on the existing information about Nagato to deal with Nagato. At this time, Scorpion's biggest goal had changed from reward to assassination of Kakashi, so he could not risk being exposed to use the human puppets of the third Kazekage. Once the news of the assassination of the third Kazekage spread, Sand Village would definitely send ninjas to hunt him down, and the ninja clan might also drive him away, which greatly increased the difficulty of his assassination. After summoning the puppets, the chakra lines released by Scorpion's 10 fingers connected the 10 puppets respectively, so there are more than 4. Nagato was a little surprised to see 10 puppets on the stage together, but his hand did not stop making seals. Fire style, head turning, a large amount of fire attribute chakra gathered at Nagato's throat, turning into a small hot fireball and smashing towards the ground in front of Scorpion. The fireball exploded the moment it landed, turning into a blazing sea of fire. The orange-red flame spread rapidly, as if to engulf everything. Scorpion slightly hooked his fingers, and the abdomens of the 2 puppets opened, revealing the blue scrolls in their bodies. Then a large amount of water gushed out, extinguishing the attacking flames. He came prepared, and it was impossible for Nagato to defeat him with ordinary ninjutsu. Scorpion's operation shocked Maki and the audience. No, all the Sand Village. 10 machine operation. Maki looked at Scorpion in disbelief. He didn't expect that a puppeteer with no background could actually master the skills of a top puppeteer. For a puppeteer, the more puppets he can control to fight, the stronger his puppeteer skills are. However, the number of puppets will not affect the precision of control too much. If you control multiple puppets and they stumble and cannot fight, then this obviously cannot prove the skills, because the essence of controlling more puppets is to enhance combat effectiveness. If the precision drops too seriously, then multiple puppets may be worse than one puppet. And Scorpion in battle obviously has no problem with precision, and his puppeteer skills are obvious. At this age, he has mastered the 10 machine operation. Maki overturned his previous suspicion. Before, because Scorpion's puppetry had the shadow of the Sand Village, Maki suspected that Scorpion was the disciple of a Sand Village rebel ninja. But with the skills that Scorpion has shown now, ordinary Sand Village rebel ninjas are obviously not worthy of it. Is it the missing genius puppeteer Scorpion? Maki recalled a puppeteer genius in the village who was about the same age as him. Maki didn't know Scorpion well. It's not that he is lonely and has no friends, but that Scorpion is very lonely. Maki's knowledge of Scorpion was limited to the legends in the village, because not only him, but also his friends and friends of friends did not know Scorpion. He can actually control 10 puppets. He is really good at hiding his strength. Kakashi was also surprised. He did not expect Scorpion to hide so much strength. He originally thought that Scorpion would take out 2 more puppets at most, but he did not expect Scorpion to release 10 puppets at the beginning, and it seemed that he was specifically targeting Nagato. In this case, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Kakashi once again felt what it means that there are always people who are better than you. The youth martial arts tournament did not gather all the geniuses in the ninja world, but there were characters like Nagato and Scorpion. The water in the ninja world is too deep. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. After a little thought, Nagato chose to use the lightning release with stronger penetrating power, preparing to use the high efficiency of lightning release to deal with some puppets first. But just after Nagato spit out the lightning spear, a puppet with a special tail thorn moved, blocking the path of pseudo-darkness, and then inserted the special tail thorn into the ground. Zzz! Exclamation mark. The dazzling lightning enveloped the puppets, but failed to cause much damage to them. Scorpion's mouth corners slightly raised. A puppeteer with intelligence and one without intelligence are two different things. Then Scorpion's 5 fingers on his left hand moved together. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. The 5 puppets' legs and feet were activated, and various swords and knives extended from their hands and feet. Under Scorpion's control, they slashed towards Nagato at high speed. Wind style, suppression. Nagato continued to seal and use ninjutsu while evading with chakra. Although 2 conventional ninjutsu were restrained, he had mastered many ninjutsu, and he didn't believe that Scorpion could restrain all of his ninjutsu. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The moment the wind ball was spit out, the field was gusting violently. Then came a huge storm with terrifying destructive power. Even the ground was torn apart by this storm. For a while, mud and rocks flew and dust and mist rose everywhere. Nagato guessed correctly. At present, Scorpion really had no good way to restrain the suppression move. However, it was just that it could not be restrained as perfectly as the other 2 ninjutsu, so it was not a problem to deal with it. Scorpion's 10 fingers moved together, and powerful chakra burst out. The defensive puppets blocked in front of the main body, and at the same time controlled the other puppets to dodge and form a circle around Nagato. This puppeteer is not ordinary. He has such puppetry at such a young age. He will definitely become a puppet master in the future. Hanzo was happy when he saw Nagato fall into a disadvantage. Originally, Hanzo had a greater hope of defeating Nagato. Might guy, he didn't expect Scorpion to hide so deeply, and he didn't even reveal half of his strength all the way. Hanzo observed Miyu with his peripheral vision, but found that Miyu still had that calm expression, as if it was not the Ninja Clan ninja who was at a disadvantage on the field, but Scorpion. Sosuke, just pretend, wait until Nagato really loses and see if you can still be so calm. Hanzo thought indignantly. He has always been so concerned about the victory or defeat of the Ninja Clan, but Sosuke's attitude made him look like a villain. It's really extraordinary. It's rare even in the top 8 where so many geniuses gather. Kakazu nodded in agreement. Then he said, I think Hanzo will feel sorry that the Rain Ninja can't fight with such an outstanding genius. After all, there is no Rain Ninja in the top 8. Oh, no, there is no Rain Ninja in the knockout round. Hanzo didn't answer Kakazu's words. His eyes were fixed on the field, as if he was attracted by the game and couldn't hear Kakazu's words. But his stern face proved that Hanzo was not in a good mood. Although Kakazu's attack on him was a single move, it touched his heart. The next generation of Rain Ninja is not even as good as the Grass Ninja. Swish! Exclamation mark. Various poison needles, poison stingers and hidden weapons shot towards Nagato, but were blocked by the arc-shaped earth wall summoned by Nagato. Bang! Boom! Scorpion still controlled the puppets to chase him closely, and each puppet fired at full power, like an elite ninja team. This puppet technique looks very powerful. Obito touched his chin and said, he suddenly realized that the puppet master was very powerful. If the puppet was strong enough, then the puppet master's opponent would be equivalent to 1 against 10, and they were 10 people with different abilities. Instead of dragging it out and exposing more information, it is better to fight quickly. Nagato suddenly stopped and decided to change the battle plan. Although he wanted to save Shinra Tensei for the semi-finals or even the finals, Scorpion's puppets were too annoying. Scorpion only left 3 puppets to guard him, and the remaining 7 puppets all surrounded and attacked Nagato from all directions. Nagato took a deep breath and stopped dodging, quickly condensing a large amount of chakra to prepare to perform ninjutsu. Oh, have you given up struggling? Scorpion felt something was wrong. Nagato is still in a good state now, and it stands to reason that he shouldn't give up so quickly. But Nagato's posture of giving up defense has really appeared again. Scorpion thought for a while and controlled the puppet to continue attacking. No matter what, he had to seize the opportunity. Anyway, he was controlling the puppet and had a high tolerance for error. Whoosh! Exclamation mark whoosh! Under Scorpion's control, the 7 puppets launched an attack at the same time. Some puppets released poison needles at Nagato. Some puppets wielded knives to cut forward, and some puppets sprayed flames, and the attack covered all the places where Nagato could dodge. At this moment, even if Nagato wanted to use the instant body technique to dodge, It would be almost impossible to dodge, unless it was a space-time ninjutsu that could leave instantly. Shinra Tensei. The large amount of chakra that Nagato condensed instantly exploded, and the air around him began to vibrate slightly, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. The next moment, Nagato's samsara shook violently, and a huge repulsive force rushed towards the surroundings with Nagato as the center, instantly sweeping the entire battlefield. Whoosh! Faced with the powerful repulsive force, the poison needle was rebounded and shot in the opposite direction, hitting the ground wall. Boom! The sprayed flames were pushed onto the puppets themselves, and a roar sounded. Crack! The sword that chopped at Nagato broke instantly under the repulsive force, as if it was broken by an invisible big hand. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark! All 7 puppets flew backwards at high speed and embedded deeply into the wall of the battle venue. This sudden reversal of the situation made Scorpion slightly stunned. He did not expect that Nagato would solve the siege in this way. He did not understand what ninjutsu Nagato had just used. 10,000 things. Nagato did not miss this great opportunity. He raised his right hand and aimed at Scorpion. The powerful gravitational force burst out and instantly sucked Scorpion's body into Nagato's hand. Scorpion, who found that his body was out of control, suddenly changed his face. He wanted to control the remaining 3 puppets to intercept his body, but he was a step too slow. When Scorpion's puppet approached him, Nagato's kunai was already aimed at Scorpion. Nagato wins. The referee announced the result of the battle. Seeing that the battle was over, Nagato let Scorpion go and said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, it seems that your puppet was broken. After all, it was just a competition. If conditions permit, Nagato will minimize the opponent's losses." Scorpion shook his head and said nothing. At this moment, Scorpion was still surprised by Nagato's strange power. "Even if we use the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage, I'm afraid we may not be able to defeat him." After thinking carefully, Scorpion found something very outrageous. In a head-on battle, he basically couldn't beat Nagato unless he had time to make full preparations. There is actually such a genius in this competition. Scorpion put away his pride. When he first participated in the competition, Scorpion looked down on all the players equally. After all, he had killed the cage, so how could those ninjas of similar age be stronger than him? But now Scorpion has to admit that even if he fights with all his strength, there are still people who can't win in a head-on battle. Before leaving the arena, Scorpion looked back at Nagato, as if he wanted to remember this figure named Nagato. "Although this puppet master has some skills, it seems that our ninjas of the ninja clan are better," Kakazu said with a smile, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the silent Hanzo. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Hanzo remained silent and didn't say anything. Nagato only briefly burst out his strength during the battle to siege the ninja clan, so Hanzo didn't know much about Nagato's current strength. After the battle, Hanzo realized that Nagato had grown to this point. It depends on whether Might Guy has hidden anything, Hanzo thought to himself. Now the only one who can stop Nagato's progress is Might Guy, and even Might Guy's previous performance is still a little worse. At this time, the lounge ushered in another wave of strange silence. Obito opened his mouth wide, and his mind was playing the scene of Nagato using Shinra Tensei to kill 7 puppets in one breath. If Muyu was around, Obito would definitely say that Muyu teacher wanted to learn this. Compared to spitting fireballs, Nagato's Shinra Tensei is handsome and powerful. The puppet is pushed away, and the body is like a piece of iron attracted by a magnet. Kakashi thought deeply about Nagato's ability, and he had a vague idea in his mind. Kakashi, his ninjutsu may be to control gravity and repulsion, Shisui said softly. I think so too. Kakashi nodded, his face a little solemn. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Nagato's strength was extremely abnormal. Repulsion and attraction, what a powerful ability. But Nagato didn't even need to make a seal, and released it without any signs. Could it be that this is the ability of the sage's eye? Kakashi thought of Nagato's samsara eye. If it was the eyes of the Six Paths sage, Kakashi felt that it made sense. After all, this was the Six Paths sage who left countless legends. Yeah, Me too. Obito followed unwillingly. Kakashi looked at Obito suspiciously, suspecting that Obito was just repeating. What a terrifying guy, but it has nothing to do with me, Asuma said with a smile. His mentality was not bad. With his strength, he successfully reached the quarterfinals because he had a good draw, so Asuma didn't have any daydreams of a fierce battle with Nagato in the final. His opponent in the battle of the top 8 was Shisui, and Asuma was very unsure because he had fought Shisui very few times, but he had never won. There are more than 200 ninjas participating in the competition, and there are ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. It's not bad to be in the top 8 in such a competition. Asuma felt that this was an honor that he could talk about. He was ready to go to Miyu in the audience after his defeat. Miyu would definitely comfort and praise him, instead of being unreasonably harsh like someone else. Even if it's a close friend, I won't hand over such a strong enemy to you. Might Guy looked at Kakashi with full fighting spirit. It was their turn to fight soon. The winner would not only advance to the next round, but the opponent in the next round would still be Nagato. I don't really want to grab this kind of thing, Kakashi said honestly. He was not a battle maniac. Kakashi was only slightly interested in the battles between disciples, and he would not want to fight just because he saw who was stronger. But I will still try my best to win. Although he was not a battle maniac, Kakashi did not like to let go in the battle, especially for other Miyu disciples. After all, they were still shouldering the heavy responsibility of changing history, and strength was very important to them. Ha ha ha, Might Guy laughed. He was waiting for Kakashi to say this. Kakashi, I will also fight with all my strength. Let's have a battle full of youth and passion. At this time, Nagato just walked back to the lounge. Mr. Miyu's disciples are really good to each other. Nagato nodded slightly in his heart, and at the same time, there was a trace of regret in his heart. Although he was also a disciple of Miyu, he could not recognize Kakashi and others, because once Miyu's identity was exposed, it would not only affect the situation in the Rain Country, but also the situation in the entire ninja world. Nagato knew that Miyu only came to the Rain Country to help the Rain Country restore peace because he wanted peace in the ninja world, but other people and other forces might not think so. The daimyo of the Rain Country and Hanzo might think that Miyu wanted to subvert the Rain Country. Non-Konoha ninjas would think that Konoha had extraordinary ambitions and wanted to strengthen Konoha's power, so they sent Miyu to establish the ninja sect in an attempt to replace the Rain village. The Konoha ninjas might think that Miyu's actions were a betrayal of the village, that he did not fulfill his duties as a Konoha ninja to go to the Rain Country to establish the ninja sect, and that he also helped train the Iwagakure ninjas. For the sake of the overall situation, Nagato could only suppress his curiosity about other disciples and act as if he was keeping strangers away. Number 11. Might Guy vs. Number 15. Who take Kakashi? The referee's voice once again came into the lounge. Might Guy and Kakashi looked at each other and walked side by side to the battlefield. Okay, come on, I believe you can win. Obito decisively encouraged Might Guy, hoping that Might Guy could transform into a physical battle god and beat Kakashi up like in the usual civil war. How can I defeat Uchiha Obito later? Midorumi was no longer interested in watching the game, and was fully thinking about the battle that would soon come. The lot she drew was not bad. Her opponent in the quarterfinals was Obito, who was restrained by her water escape technique. If she advanced to the semi-finals, her opponent in the semi-finals would probably be Shisui, who was also restrained by her. But there was a problem in front of Midorumi. That was that she had a record of 1 loss and 1 win against Obito in the Chunin exam. Midorumi defeated Obito in the Forest of Death, and lost to Obito in the 3rd ring match. Even with the chakra attribute restrained, Midorumi was not very sure to defeat Obito, so Midorumi gave up watching other players' games and tried to analyze Obito's weaknesses to increase her chances of winning the quarterfinals. Might Guy, do you have any strength that you haven't shown yet? Hanzo on the high platform focused his attention on the battlefield. At this moment, he no longer commented on the players to prevent Kakazu from being sarcastic. Might Guy looked around and didn't see the green figure. He shook his head with a little regret. What a pity. It would be great if my father came. If his father saw him perform well in such a big competition, he would definitely be very happy. Hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi felt a little lonely. Might Guy just didn't have time to come, but his father? That was impossible. You can go back and take the reward back and tell him again, Kakashi said after he calmed down. Although his parents have passed away, he now has many precious things, including a teacher who cares for him and a friend who can entrust his life and death. Haha, you are worthy of being a close friend. What you said makes sense. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. The two did not speak again for the next minute, and each adjusted their status to prepare for the battle. The battle begins. 8 gates. Open the gate. Open. Duman. Open. The moment the referee shouted to start, Might Guy roared and immediately opened the 8 gates to the 5th gate. As the first 5 gates were opened, the chakra in Might Guy's body continued to surge out, and the chakra became violent and difficult to control. A strong chakra wave suddenly stirred in the air, making the atmosphere solemn. Facing his nemesis, even in the probing stage, Might Guy did not dare to be careless. Kakashi's explosive power was obvious to all disciples. Thunder breathing, concentrate. Kakashi did not hesitate and directly concentrated his breathing to enter the state of transparent world. Might Guy has won the first place in the disciple civil war for many consecutive years. Rock breathing plus 8 gates of ninjutsu let all disciples know what is simply strong. Might Guy does not have too many fancy moves. He usually starts with various whirlwind kicks. After probing and feeling that there is no problem, he directly uses physical skills such as Daytime Tiger and Golden Skyline. But it is this routine that has not changed for thousands of years. But Kakashi and others are helpless until now, because this is simple strength. Simple, but very strong. If there is no effect of transparent world, Kakashi dare not stay within 10 meters of Might Guy, because it is very easy to be brought into Might Guy's physical rhythm and then be taken away in one wave. Konoha hand blade middle dot combo. This time, Might Guy did not choose to rush forward directly, but gathered a large amount of chakra in his palm and slashed several transparent energy towards Kakashi. Kakashi saw Might Guy's muscle movements through the transparent world and successfully predicted the direction of Might Guy's attack, so he did not waste chakra to use the body flash technique, but just turned his body sideways and tilted his head. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. The energy that missed hit the ground and left a hole. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Then Kakashi ran and threw several shurikens at Might Guy. Might Guy swung his fist to block the shuriken attack and retreated to the back. What the hell is this K? Why is he giving Kakashi face so much, and using the body flash technique to kick him in the face? Obito was puzzled. Usually, they were chased and beaten by Might Guy, but why did it happen today? Might Guy was beaten back by Kakashi's ordinary shuriken. Beware of Kakashi's sword. Shisui thought for a moment and said, although Might Guy didn't go during the Kosuke mission, Kakashi had practiced the Wuxian sword in the southern forest, so Might Guy also knew that Kakashi had mastered a powerful lightning sword technique. Might Guy usually looks careless, but he is not the only one who rushes forward mindlessly in battle. That, indeed, Obito nodded as he recalled the sword that Kakashi had chopped in Kosuke village. Although Might Guy's Golden Skyline is equally strong, the Golden Skyline is after all done with his fingers, while Kakashi's Wuxian sword is done with a weapon, and a sharp chakra sword. When the two sides fight, Might Guy, who is a flesh and blood body, will definitely suffer more. There is also a limit to the defense enhancement of rock breathing. I'm still not used to this. After dodging for a while, Might Guy laughed and concentrated his breathing to the extreme to enter the rock breathing chakra mode. His originally strong body became stronger again with the change of breathing. At this time, Might Guy's momentum has reached its peak. The airflow created by the powerful momentum makes the dust around Might Guy flutter. Even ordinary people in the audience can feel an inexplicable pressure. Kakashi took a deep breath and entered a state of extreme alert, ready to enter the lightning breathing chakra mode to strengthen his body at any time. P.S. This chapter is a 2-in-1 7K chapter. Chapter 529. Kakashi's Ultimate Sword. Might Guy concentrated all his strength on his arms. Veins popped out on his arms, and he seemed to have turned into a tiger ready to attack. Whoosh! Might Guy clenched his fists and punched a point in front of him at a super high speed that was difficult for ordinary people to observe. His extremely fast fists set off a strong wind. The date tiger not only has a wide range, but also has strong power. Might Guy felt that even Kakashi could not easily block this move. After blocking the date tiger, Kakashi might not have chakra to release the Wuxian sword. Sure enough, the amount of chakra is a flaw. Kakashi saw this and instantly understood Might Guy's thoughts and sighed slightly. Might Guy's tactics are simple but effective. Chakra makes Kakashi only have to make choices in most battles, and he can't have everything. However, it is said that people's potential is forced out, since no matter what choice you make, you will fail. Let's give it a try. Kakashi silently entered the thunder-breathing chakra mode. A simple earth flow wall cannot stop Might Guy's day tiger, no matter whether he uses offensive moves to counter or defensive ninjutsu to block. Kakashi will lose the ability to release the Wuxian sword after dealing with the day tiger, so Kakashi prepared to use all his chakra to swing the most peak sword in history, betting that this sword can kill the day tiger and catch Might Guy off guard at the same time. If he wins the bet, Kakashi wins, and if he loses the bet, Kakashi loses. If this is a real battle, Kakashi may hesitate, because losing combat effectiveness on the battlefield is a terrible thing. But this is just a game, and the opponent is a friend, so Kakashi thinks this wave is worth the bet. After all, if he doesn't bet, he will lose and accept the punishment equivalent to losing the civil war. If he bets, he may still advance. Zazizi, the noise of thunder and lightning sounded, and the dazzling purple lightning bloomed on Kakashi's arm, and finally flowed into the white fang short blade that Kakashi had just taken down along his palm. Daytime tiger, under Might Guy's rapid attack, the air in front of him was constantly compressed. At the moment when the air was compressed to the extreme, Might Guy roared, changed his fists into palms, and clapped his hands fiercely. Roar! Exclamation mark. The air that was compressed to the extreme at this moment erupted like a volcano, and a powerful air wave burst out instantly. The roar of the airflow was as breathtaking as the roar of a tiger. Then the air that was beaten out condensed into the shape of a tiger, roaring like a real tiger and rushing towards Kakashi. At this moment, there was no need for excellent perception. Kakashi could know the terrifying power of the advanced physical technique of Daytime Tiger by the strong wind that hit his face painfully. Kakashi exhaled slowly, and the palm of his right hand tightly grasped the handle of the white fang short blade, pouring all his strength into it. At this moment, the entire white fang short blade was covered with purple electric light. Even if you stand near Kakashi, you can't see its specific appearance clearly. The audience watching from afar even thinks that Kakashi is holding a ball of lightning. Under the blessing of the lightning-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi's entire body's chakra was quickly transformed into lightning chakra, most of which acted on his right arm and white fang, and the other small part was used to strengthen the entire body. The Sword of No Thought. When the airwave tiger was about to approach, Kakashi swung his sword. The moment White Fang's short blade was unsheathed, a bright and dazzling purple electric light appeared on the field. Even though the range of the purple light was not as good as the sea of fire created by Nagato's fire escape, and not as good as the waves created by Kisame's water escape, at this moment all the players and the audience were attracted by this purple light. Boom! Exclamation mark. The purple lightning sword was swung out suddenly, and the sound of thunder exploded. An arrow and long lightning light instantly cut through the air and hit the white tiger transformed by the air wave at a high speed. At the moment of collision, a dazzling light burst out from the intersection of the two. This light quickly spread, covering the entire battlefield, making it impossible to look directly. Boom! Exclamation mark. Then, a deafening explosion sounded, mixed with tiger roars and thunder that spread throughout the venue. The shockwave generated by the explosion spread in all directions, and the ground shook violently under the impact of this force, as if it was about to crack. Even the audience felt a violent airflow, forcing many of them to squint their eyes. This frightened many eliminated contestants. Could it be that the top 8 ninjas were all monsters? I thought that the battle between Scorpion and Nagato was already the peak that could not be surpassed in the youth martial arts tournament, but I didn't expect that Kakashi and Might Guy in the next game would be equally tough. The dust and fog dissipated. Hiss! Exclamation mark. As if to tear everything apart, The lightning with the momentum of cutting everything apart split the giant air tiger in front of it, slashing the giant tiger into nothingness, and then slashed straight towards Might Guy at a high speed. The air along the way seemed to be torn apart by this lightning, making a harsh roar. Even this move can be broken. Take Kakashi, isn't your sword used to protect your companions? Why does it look like you want to destroy them? Zabuza couldn't help but complain. The power of Wuxiang's sword was too terrifying. At that time, Haruto had cleared all of Hoshigaki Kisame's sharks and seriously injured him, but it was still destroyed by this terrifying lightning. As expected of a close friend, your youth is burning. Facing the lightning, Might Guy was not surprised but happy, and laughed. Although the battle with Hoshigaki Kisame was also very exciting, Kisame was beaten most of the time, which was not the battle Might Guy expected the most. Might Guy expected a fight to go back and forth, not for him to crush the enemy. Therefore, Kakashi's lightning sword to kill Haruto was exactly what Might Guy expected. How could he be afraid of what he expected? Golden Skyline. As the lightning was approaching rapidly, Might Guy had no time to perform the most perfect Golden Skyline. He just injected as much power as possible into his fingers, then put his index and middle fingers together and swung his fingers out like a sword. A golden line appeared like the morning light breaking through the darkness, blocking the dazzling purple lightning. Boom! Another extremely violent explosion. The ground was broken, gravel and sand were splashed, and for a moment, the wind blew and the dust surged, and the field was surrounded by gray fog again. No matter which one is a top genius, it's a pity that they are all Konoha ninjas. Huang Tu shook his head regretfully. The young geniuses of this generation of Iwagakure are obviously far inferior to Konoha. Whether it is Might Guy or Kakashi, they can easily kill any Iwagakure ninja under 18 years old. Even if the age is adjusted to 20, the result is the same. Konoha is really full of geniuses now. Thinking of the 5 Konoha ninjas in the quarterfinals, Huang Tu felt that Inoki's actions against Konoha were really correct. If nothing is done, after 20 years of decline, Iwagakure will definitely be inferior to Konoha. Okay, come on. Obito stared at the battlefield, cheering for Might Guy in his heart. At this moment, his heart was full of personal emotions, without a trace of righteousness. Kakashi's loss was very meaningful to him, because the punishment for Kakashi's loss in the Civil War was not to refute anything Obito said for a week. Although Kakashi can threaten Obito without speaking, Obito can also use Kakashi's inability to refute him to threaten Kakashi, forming a mutual deterrent result. At this age, I have such strength. If I don't have the Samsara I am not their opponent. Nagato sighed in his heart. Nagato felt that Muyu's other disciples were better than him, because he just relied on his born good eyes, while Might Guy and others mastered such powerful moves through their own efforts at a younger age than him. What is the result? Hanzo focused his eyes and looked at the center of the fog. At this time, the dust and fog were about to dissipate. Although Kakashi's Wuxiang's sword performed well, Hanzo still hoped that Might Guy would win and then fight Nagato, so that the chance of winning would be greater. Because Hanzo could see that Kakashi's Wuxiang sword was used reluctantly, and he might not be able to use it a second time in a battle, which would make it difficult to defeat Nagato. The dust and fog completely dissipated, revealing 2 standing figures. My dear friend, this sword is really powerful. Might Guy laughed, but his right hand shook uncontrollably. Kakashi looked over and saw that Might Guy's middle finger and index finger were already covered with scars, and he could even easily see the white bones wrapped in flesh and blood. Although he used the Golden Skyline, it was not easy for Might Guy to take this move. Fortunately, Muyu teacher is here. You can ask Muyu teacher to treat you. It shouldn't delay the afternoon game, Kakashi said. Compared with the ninja clan's healers, Kakashi definitely trusts Muyu more. The next morning was the quarterfinals, and the semi-finals would not start until 3:30 in the afternoon. With Muyu's medical ability, plus the effect of the breathing method itself to enhance recovery ability, a few hours would be enough for Might Guy to fully recover. Announce his victory. I lost. Kakashi looked at the referee calmly and said, he really put all his strength into that strike. and now he can stand only because of his perseverance. Hearing Kakashi's words, the referee acquiesced that Kakashi had given up, and said, "Might Guy wins." A huge discussion broke out in the audience. Although this battle was considered fast in the entire elimination round, it was undoubtedly exciting. The two of them had almost no preparation, and they started with all kinds of big moves, and the special effects were shocking. It was really an unforgettable battle. I probably won't forget it for a year. Might Guy sighed and walked towards the players' lounge. Seeing Kakashi motionless, Might Guy asked in confusion, "Kakashi, why don't you leave? The next battle will start soon, because I'm waiting for you to come and find Teacher Miyu in the audience," Kakashi said calmly while standing. Might Guy showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and exchanged a few words with the Ninja Clan staff who came over, indicating that he did not need the Ninja Clan's treatment and would not return to the players' lounge for the time being, and then walked towards the audience. "I mean, come and give me a hand," Kakashi said directly to Might Guy, who had not understood anything at all. Might Guy then helped Kakashi all the way to the audience. Number 19 Uchiha Shisui vs. Number 24 Sarutobi Asuma. The referee quickly called out the names of the next group of players. Shisui and Asuma did not waste time and quickly walked to the battlefield. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar's first novel. It's unbelievable that Asuma actually made it to the quarterfinals. Bingzu Litong in the audience couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the last two battles. Although Asuma's strength is not weak, compared with the four players in the first two games, he is undoubtedly the one who dragged down the average strength of the quarterfinals. It's a bit hurtful to say this about Asuma. Later we have to seriously congratulate him for successfully reaching the quarterfinals. Zai Kurenai said, "The battle hasn't even started yet, but it's already determined that Asuma will lose." Bingzu Litong complained, "Zai Kurenai's words are also lethal. After all, the opponent is Shisui. To be honest, it's hard for Asuma to win." Kurenai explained honestly, when Kurenai met Shisui, Shisui had just entered the first grade. At that time, Shisui participated in special training as an outstanding first-year student, while Kurenai participated in special training as a graduated ninja. But even as a first-year Shisui, Kurenai left a deep enough impression on Kurenai. At that time, Shisui was really invincible. Whether it was a graduated ninja like Asuma Kurenai or an outstanding senior student like Obito Might Guy, they could not shake Shisui's first throne. Although there was a lot of time in between that he didn't have much contact with Shisui, Shisui created the title of Flicker Shisui and was promoted to a Jonin. He undoubtedly grew more terrifying. Indeed, Baizu Litong nodded. Although Asuma is his good friend and teammate, he can't beat Shisui. They have to talk about facts and reason. The battle begins. Wind breathing, full concentration. Asuma instantly concentrated his wind breathing to strengthen the change of wind chakra properties, condensing a large amount of chakra in his throat to change the properties. Vacuum ball. Asuma took a big breath of air, and then several vacuum light waves shot toward Shisui. He knew that Shisui had the Sharingan and had a strong insight ability, so he used the vacuum ball that could attack continuously. Although it was not necessarily a hit, it was more difficult to dodge than ordinary wind escape. Bang bang! Asuma's spitted out light waves left one pit after another on the ground, but failed to damage the corner of Shisui's clothes. Fire escape middle. Great fireball jutsu. While dodging, Shisui quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball towards Asuma. Even though he was once defeated by his men, Shisui was still not careless, and was ready to test Asuma's full strength before going all out. Fire escape middle. Flame bullet. Asuma spewed out a large amount of flames, trying to counteract Shisui's attack with fire against fire. According to the theory of nature change, there is nothing wrong with Asuma's idea, because the same nature change can cancel out the attack 1-to-1. However, because it is 1-to-1, the premise of using the same nature ninjutsu to resist is that the level cannot be worse than the opponent. Asuma obviously underestimated Shisui's fire escape. The great fireball swallowed Asuma's flame bomb and continued to hit Asuma. Swish! Shisui didn't think that he could hit the enemy with just one great fireball, so he added a few more flaming shurikens to block Asuma's position. As expected of Shisui, you are really cautious. Seeing that Shisui was not fooled, Asuma had to aim his fingers, which had been condensing wind attribute chakra since releasing fire escape, at some shurikens, and released wind blades to deflect the flame shurikens. Asuma's original plan was to lure Shisui closer by failing to resist fire escape, and then use the wind blade that can be used without hand seals to sneak attack. After all, he is now majoring in wind escape. How could he be so stupid as to think that his fire escape can be compared with Shisui's fire escape? However, Shisui obviously thought of this and did not act rashly. Fire style, Great Fireball. Shisui concentrated his chakra and spit out 3 smaller great fireballs in succession. Asuma had no desire to fight Shisui in fire style, and used the change in the nature of his wind-attributed chakra to speed up his escape from the attack range of the great fireballs. Boom! Exclamation mark! The 3 great fireballs exploded together, and the fierce flames burst out, causing Asuma to temporarily lose sight of Shisui. When the explosion flames and dust subsided, Asuma saw to Shisui. Did you use the shadow clone technique? Asuma thought. With a more advanced physical clone, of course no one would use the ordinary clone technique, unless there was a special combat plan. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. One of the Shisui quickly formed a seal and spit out a large sea of fire, which spread rapidly and then quickly split into 4 flames and rushed towards Asuma. Sure enough, Shisui never used his full strength before. Seeing Shisui use such an exaggerated fire style, Asuma was not too surprised. Compared to Obito, who could kill his opponent instantly with a powerful move, Shisui was much more low-key, using ordinary fire escape physical technique illusion to deal with his opponent. Although he felt that it was difficult to win, Asuma did not give up. While dodging with all his strength, he secretly gathered chakra to prepare to cast the wind blade. Why is Shisui's expression a little strange? Asuma felt that Shisui, who used fire escape, seemed to be holding back a laugh. However, Asuma did not think too much, because there was a shadow clone interfering with his dodging. Seeing that a flame was about to hit him, Asuma could not care about anything else and could only release the wind blade at the shadow clone. He did not have the ability to resist the fire escape with his physical body. But something unexpected happened to Asuma. A layer of black substance appeared on the body of the shadow clone Shisui, blocking the wind blade he released. The surging flames attacked, and Asuma subconsciously protected his face with one hand and his crotch with the other. What surprised Asuma even more happened was that the flames did not cause him any pain when they hit him, nor did they ignite his hair and clothes. Am I immune to fire? Asuma thought. No, 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 it should be an illusion. Asuma was still clear-headed. If he was immune to fire, he wouldn't have lost to Shisui and Obito all the time. Shisui's kunai arrived at the same time as the fire. Shisui caught Asuma's moment of distraction and rushed to his side with the kunai on Asuma's neck. At the same time, Shisui's body and Asuma's eyes changed into a gray-black fox with his head held high, chest puffed out, and tail raised. Uchiha Shisui wins. After hearing the referee announce the result, Shisui put away his kunai. Just now, under the cover of the fire, he did not perform the shadow clone technique, but the summoning technique. If it was just to win, Shisui could actually win with an illusion. Shisui wanted to train Zoroark through this kind of battle that he could control. P.S. This chapter is 5K, which is a little short as a chapter after taking leave. If the state allows in the next few days, I will try to write more and finish the martial arts tournament plot as soon as possible. Chapter 530, Using Your Brain. Number 25 Midorumi vs. Number 30 Uchiha Obito. As the referee's voice entered the lounge, Midorumi and Obito quickly walked to the battle site. Currently, I am the best performer among all the Kirigakure ninjas, so I shouldn't disappoint the master. But I still have to try my best to enter the semi-finals. Only the top 4 can get rewards in this game. Midorumi thought to herself. Even the worst 4th place reward is a chakra knife worth tens of millions of taels. Midorumi doesn't have to sell it herself. The money she gets is more than enough to post commissions to collect all the flavors of ice cream in the ninja world. I must not lose. There is still one penalty quota now. Obito thought with a serious face. The rule they set is that the first 2 disciples eliminated will receive the same punishment as the failure of the civil war. Since no Harurin is not involved, 1 more disciple must be eliminated now so that Obito can be spared from the pain of doing the test. For his better life, he must not fall here. He must advance to the semi-finals no matter what. Thinking of this, Obito looked at Mitorumi, who happened to be looking at him. Both sides saw a strong desire to fight in each other's eyes, and understood that each other had reasons to win. This Mitorumi's water escape technique is very strong, and the mist hidden technique can block the side of the Sharingan. It seems that she can restrain Obito. No Harurin in the audience was a little worried about Obito's next battle. This is the intensity of the battle that the quarterfinals should have. He was lucky to meet 2 weak opponents before. Kakashi said, at the stage of the top 8, it can be said that there are no weak ninjas. Even Asuma, in terms of personal strength, can be regarded as a good ninja, but the others are more abnormal. Obito really drew a very good lot this time. The opponents in the first and second rounds are all at the bottom of the knockout stage, and even in the top 8, they are not much worse. Among the 8 players in the quarterfinals, Mitorumi's strength is considered to be lower, but due to the restrained relationship, it is a level more difficult for Obito. But compared to opponents like Nagato and Might Guy, Mitorumi is easier to deal with even with attribute restraint. Achoo! Obito's nose suddenly itched and he sneezed. Looking around suspiciously, he always felt that Kakashi was saying bad things about him behind his back. By the way, now Kakashi has also been eliminated. Maybe he is watching the battle with Zealand and deliberately belittling me. Obito thought of a very bad possibility. Obito cursed the hateful white-haired bastard inwardly, and his expression became solemn. Now he not only had to win, but also had to win beautifully, and he couldn't let Kakashi find fault. The battle begins. Fire style, great fireball technique. Although the opponent was defeated, this was a battle that could not be lost, so Obito was unusually steady. He did not directly enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to start the big move like in the first and second rounds, but used the Uchiha classic fire style. Great fireball is not necessarily the best choice, but it is a good choice in most cases. Water style, mist hidden technique. Mitorumi quickly formed a seal and spit out a thick fog. In a few breaths, the battle site was covered by thick fog. The failure of the Chunin exam and the battle with Obito in the elimination round made Mitorumi understand Obito's fighting style. In fact, Obito is very similar to Mitorumi most of the time. Both are turret ninjas, but Obito uses fire style and Mitorumi uses water style. In theory, both of them are turret ninjas, and Mitorumi with water attribute should have more advantages. But Mitorumi can only be a turret ninja, while Obito also has a good physical skill, which is very fatal to Mitorumi. So Mitorumi's battle strategy for this battle is to use the mist hidden technique to prevent Obito from approaching, and then use the large-scale attack of the water style to attack Obito from a distance. In the mist hidden technique, Mitorumi also has no vision, but they have undergone special training in the mist hidden technique, and can sneak in the thick fog and locate the position by sound. I don't like this ninjutsu. Looking at the venue trapped in the thick fog, the Fire Country daimyo couldn't help but complain. Even the Sharingan couldn't see through the fog, let alone an ordinary person like him. Me too, it's too unclear. The daimyo of the Land of Rain nodded in agreement. The other officials echoed. The corners on the high platform were all thinking about whether the Martial Arts Association should ban the use of ninjutsu that obscures vision in a large area in the future. What's the point of seeing this? It's this annoying ninjutsu again. Seeing that Mitorumi was shrouded in thick fog and disappeared, Obito sighed slightly. He found that not only was the fire attribute inferior to others, but the Sharingan seemed to be of little use. Ordinary people couldn't see through the mist hidden technique, and his 3 Magatama Sharingan couldn't see through it either. Water style, water formation pillar. After dodging the great fireball technique, Mitorumi quietly came to Obito's right side and spit out a huge water ball to hit Obito. Whoosh! Although Mitorumi could sneak, the huge sound of the large-scale water style did not deceive Obito, and he used the instant body technique in advance to avoid the huge amount of water that was attacking. Oh, it would be better if Charmeleon was a dog. Obito thought of his summoned beast, but found that it was useless. If it was a rock dog, it could use its sense of smell to lock on to Taramimai in the thick fog, but Charmeleon doesn't have a nose as sensitive as a dog, and Charmeleon can only use fire escape, which is restrained by Taramimai's water escape. Summoning Charmeleon would only make Charmeleon share the pain. Water escape, water dragon bullet jutsu. Taramimai didn't care that the attack missed, and continued to use water escape to attack Obito. Her chakra capacity was still good, and she wouldn't be broken after a few ninjutsu. What should I do now? Obito dodged and thought. His long career of doing questions made him know that it was useless to complain blindly. After all, no matter how much he complained, the questions on the test paper would not be completed automatically. It was enough to release his emotions. Obito thought of Miyu, and he wondered how Miyu would solve it if she was in his situation. It must be a powerful wind escape to dispel all the fog. Obito shook his head. He was too far away from the omnipotent Miyu Sage, and he could not use the methods that Miyu Sage could use. After discovering that entering Miyu was a trap, Obito changed to another person, that is, the opponent he knew best, Hatake Kakashi. Based on Obito's understanding of Kakashi, Kakashi definitely had no ability to dispel the thick fog, and the transparent world should not be much better than the Sharingan in the face of the mist hidden technique. Although I can't see the enemy can't see me either. Obito's mind turned rapidly, and he quickly thought of what ninjutsu he should use at this time. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! Exclamation mark! White smoke flashed, and 12 shadow clones appeared beside Obito. Half of them ran in the direction where the water dragon had just attacked, and the other half ran in other directions of the battlefield. A large number of shadow clones can not only interfere with the sound of footsteps of Midorami and lock the position of Obito's body by listening to the sound, and because this is a competition, the battlefield is limited. 13 Obitos search together. Unless Taramimai dives into the water or flies to the sky, she will be found by the shadow clones within a minute. Taramimai wanted to continue to make hand seals to use water escape ninjutsu, but the footsteps suddenly became noisy. Did you use the shadow clone jutsu? Taramimai paused and then continued to make hand seals to condense water escape. Since we don't know which one is the real body, we can just get rid of all the Obitos. Found it. Here, one of Obito's shadow clones was very good. He saw the figure of Taramimai after running for only 10 seconds, so he shouted loudly, "Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu!" Because of what Obito's shadow clone said, Taramimai concluded that this was not the real body, and did not choose to retreat, but continued to release water dragons to disperse Obito's shadow clones. Then Taramimai wanted to sneak to other places to continue attacking, but every Obito knew that the opportunity was rare, and they all gathered their strength to surround Taramimai. This gave Midorami a headache. She couldn't determine which one was Obito's real body, so she didn't dare to stop. If the distance was too close, she would be easily eliminated by Obito. Dissolution style. Dissolution technique. Read the correct version as 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Tarumi tried to escape, but there were too many Obitos surrounding her, so she had to use ninjutsu to attack. Otherwise Obito would attack her. The highly corrosive acid of dissolution style was very powerful, and the shadow clones that were touched dissipated one after another. But the memories that flowed back successfully helped Obito determine the location of Midorami. Obito concentrated his flame breathing to the extreme and entered the flame breathing chakra mode, and then burst into an unprecedented speed and rushed towards Midorami. Flame charge. Obito, who was burning with flames, was like a fireball running in the fog. Midorami's face changed, and when she realized that it was too late to dodge, she immediately decided to use water style at the fastest speed. Hiss! Exclamation mark! The water column washed over Obito's body, extinguishing part of his flames, but it could not stop him from moving forward. Bang! Exclamation mark! A dull crash sounded, and Taramimai flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling 6 meters away. It hurts so much. Why can they take care of both ninjutsu and physical fitness? Taramimai tried her best to endure it and not let out a wail. She didn't understand how Obito and Kakashi, the Konoha ninjas, trained. Did they have 48 hours in a day? Even if they had all kinds of chores, They could still practice ninjutsu for 10 hours and then practice physical fitness for 10 hours. Among the ninjas of the same age in the Hidden Mist Village, her physical skills were not outstanding nor bad, but compared to Kakashi and the others, she was no match. As Terumimai was unable to maintain the Hidden Mist technique, the thick fog quickly faded, revealing the figures of Terumimai and Obito. Uchiha Obito wins, the referee announced after confirming that Terumimai had lost her combat effectiveness. Obito straightened his chest and looked at the audience. This time, he didn't rely on the powerful fire escape of the flame-breathing chakra mode to crush the opponent. This time, it was his victory of tactics full of wisdom. Kakashi, you can't say that I don't use my brain now. Thinking of his wonderful performance in the battle, Obito couldn't help laughing. Wait, the fog was so thick just now, Kakashi and the others shouldn't have seen it. The remaining battle thoughts in Obito's mind thought of a very serious matter. Although he successfully used his wisdom and courage to defeat his opponent in this battle, no one could see his battle process because Midorumi used the mist hidden technique to cover the battlefield throughout the whole process. Obito wanted to communicate with the staff of the ninja clan and let him go to the audience to personally tell Nohara Rin Kakashi about the entire battle process and his mental journey. This was a battle in which both attributes and bloodline limits were restrained. How could such a meaningful battle be unknown to anyone? But Obito was already walking towards the lounge at this time, and he was walking towards the lounge with the attitude of a winner. How could he look back like this? In the end, Obito chose to walk all the way to the lounge handsomely. Sure enough, there is no easy word in the life of a ninja. Obito sighed. If he looked back, the atmosphere of the masters would be destroyed. If he didn't look back, he wouldn't be able to show off in front of Nohara Rin and Kakashi at the first time. Shisui looked at Obito with a question mark on his face, wondering how he could comprehend the philosophy of life while playing a game. In the audience, Nohara Rin showed a relaxed smile and said, although I don't know the process, but looking at Obito's back walking slowly back to the lounge, it must have been a difficult battle. Walking slowly doesn't necessarily mean he's tired. Maybe he's thinking about strange things, such as how to make his victory process sound more impressive. Kakashi thought for a while and said, based on his understanding of Obito, Obito will definitely come to them later to explain the process of his battle with Midorumi when he has time. Listening to Kakashi's words, Nohara Rin smiled softly. It seems that you have a really good relationship. You can guess so many things just by looking at his back. Don't get me wrong, Zealand. It's just that Obito is too stupid and easy to understand. Kakashi denied. At 3:20 p.m., the semi-finals of the youth martial arts tournament were about to begin. The contestants had already been waiting in the lounge for the game to begin. It's finally about to start. Might Guy twisted his neck and looked at Nagato with a fighting look. At the stage of the 4-2 competition, the strength of all the contestants was basically transparent. Even Might Guy had tried his best when he defeated Kakashi. Among the remaining 4 opponents, the one that Might Guy wanted to fight the most was of course Nagato, who was the strongest besides him. At noon, Kakashi had analyzed all the information about Nagato with him in detail. The extremely terrifying chakra in Nagato's body allowed Nagato to use various ninjutsu without scruples, but Nagato's ninjutsu was still very strong. Even Might Guy in the rock-breathing chakra mode did not dare to resist with his body. However, what Might Guy feared the most was Nagato's ability to control repulsion and gravity. These two abilities were also simple and crude but very strong. Might Guy is not sure if he can beat Nagato, but that is why he thinks the battle will be more interesting. After all, exploring the unknown is a very interesting thing. Come on, K, it depends on you. Obito cheered for Might Guy in his heart. Now 3 of the top 4 are Muyu disciples, and Might Guy is currently the strongest among Muyu disciples. If Might Guy loses, then they may not be able to get the first place. P.S. There is another chapter later. Chapter 531 Samsara I vs 8 Gates. When the time reached 3:30 in the afternoon, the referee shouted on time, Nagato number 1 versus Might Guy number 11. Nagato and Might Guy stood up almost at the same time and walked towards the battlefield. After the two walked to the battlefield together, various discussions broke out in the venue. This Might Guy should not be Nagato's opponent. Maki believed that Might Guy would lose. After all, the puppeteer who could perform the 10-machine operation lost. So how could Might Guy beat Nagato? The sand ninjas around Maki nodded in agreement. Nagato's ability is too weird. If Might Guy can deal with it, there is still hope of winning. Otherwise it will be difficult. Huang Tu analyzed. In Huang Tu's eyes, Might Guy is actually very strong, and it is not that there is no hope of defeating Nagato, but Nagato's ability is very strange. Even Huang Tu can't quite understand it. In addition to discussing and thinking about the strength and victory and defeat between the players, some people also diverge their thinking. No wonder Sosuke was willing to set up his own ninjutsu as the first prize. It turns out that the ninja clan has such a super genius. After all this, the ninjutsu is still in the hands of the ninja clan itself. A ninja complained. Nagato's crushing all the way made him feel that the ninja clan had never thought of awarding the fire dragon dance to other ninjas. The ninja clan didn't say they wouldn't participate. It still depends on strength. Can they give it to you for free? A ninja next to him immediately refuted. The ninja clan at least has the courage to show it. I don't see other ninja forces using their own top ninjutsu as competition rewards. The ninja who was refuted was speechless in an instant. The noisy voices in the audience did not affect the two people on the battlefield. After making sure that Nagato and Might Guy were ready, the referee shouted, "The battle begins." 8 gates. Duman. Open. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Might Guy instantly opened 5 gates in a row. His chakra increased rapidly, and his momentum continued to increase. Not only that, at the same time, Might Guy concentrated his breathing to the extreme, entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, and his aura surged again. In Nagato's perception, Might Guy seemed to be a human-shaped beast at this moment, and there was a risk of being torn apart if he approached. Shadow clone technique. Nagato chose to first seal and split into 2 shadow clones, and then continued to seal and use lightning release. Lightning release, pseudo-dark. Nagato calmly spit out lightning and struck at the attacking Might Guy. Might Guy is very strong, but Nagato has confidence in himself. Whoosh, Might Guy's chakra burst, and he dodged the lightning release spear at a very fast speed like a green light. He started the game with full strength to meet the enemy because he was worried about falling into Nagato's offensive rhythm. Might Guy, who was in the rock-breathing chakra mode with 5 gates superimposed, was fast enough that even lightning release like pseudo-dark could not hit the corner of his clothes. Fire release, head hard, wind release, suppress harm. The 2 Nagato shadow clones completed the seal, one spitting out a high-pressure fireball and the other spitting out a high-pressure wind ball. The flames first hit the ground in the direction of Might Guy's attack, creating a sea of fire that continued to spread, and the wind ball turned into a strong storm that greatly increased the speed of the sea of fire. Facing the boundless flames, Might Guy did not show any fear, and excitedly punched the sea of fire at high speed. Whoosh! The fist wind created by Might Guy's rapid punching blocked the spread of the sea of fire in front of him. But he only blocked the flames in front of him. The sea of fire continued to spread along both sides of him and surrounded Might Guy. At this moment, Might Guy was like a lonely boat under the turbulent waves, as if he would be completely engulfed by the sea of fire in the next moment. Daytime Tiger. When the air was almost compressed, Might Guy shouted excitedly, changed his fists into palms, and clapped his hands fiercely. Roar! The air that was compressed to the extreme burst out at this moment, and a strong air wave surged out, condensing into the shape of a tiger. At the moment when the tiger appeared, the situation was reversed. Under the terrifying impact, the flames surrounding Might Guy retreated rapidly, as if a mouse met a cat. The raging flames were torn apart by the tiger, and the sea of fire spread out in all directions, while the tiger rushed straight towards Nagato. It depends on whether Ikai's physical skills can resist Nagato's repulsion. Kakashi stared at the battlefield. Nagato only used Shinro Tensei once in the martial arts tournament. The information Kakashi could analyze was still too little, and he could only make a preliminary judgment that it was related to repulsion. Although it was only the first game of the semi-finals, in Kakashi's eyes, this battle was almost equivalent to the final. It was not that Kakashi looked down on Shisui and Obito, but their strength was indeed far from that of Might Guy. If Might Guy couldn't defeat Nagato, then it was even more impossible for them. Shinra Tensei. Facing the fierce tiger, Nagato just stretched out his right hand with a calm expression and activated the ability of the Samsara. A powerful repulsive force erupted with Nagato as the center. The tiger, who had originally regarded the Sea of Fire as nothing, stopped immediately and could not move forward any further. Boom! Exclamation mark. The next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the repulsive force released by Nagato collided violently with the impact of the day tiger. The tiger disappeared without a trace, and Nagato retreated several steps. This taijutsu doesn't work. If Might Guy doesn't have a trump card, he will lose. Hanzo's expression did not change, and he felt a little sorry. If Might Guy was a few years older, it would be hard to say who would win, but Nagato is indeed stronger now. Thinking that he would watch Sosuke's disciples take the first place tomorrow, Hanzo felt very uncomfortable. The motivation for him to keep watching was to see the ninja clan lose and Sosuke show an unexpected regretful expression. Now it is obviously impossible to achieve this. Everything is under Sosuke's control. No way. So perverted. Waving his hand to block the day tiger, Obito was shocked. He also thought that Might Guy would get the first place, and then they would exchange rewards. After all, Might Guy couldn't learn Fire Escape, but now it seems that Nagato has a greater chance of winning. Daytime Tiger is nothing, and Golden Skyline is useless. Obito cheered for Might Guy in his heart. As long as Might Guy uses Golden Skyline, everything will be fine. Compared with Daytime Tiger, Obito still believes in Golden Skyline more. Read the correct version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar first published this novel. After all, Might Guy has mastered Golden Skyline so far, and he has only been defeated by Kakashi's Unthinking Sword. But after Kakashi's Unthinking Sword was released, Kakashi himself would not be able to do it without anyone hitting him. While Might Guy was still full of energy after releasing Golden Skyline with all his strength, it is very clear who is stronger and who is weaker. It is worthy of being a strong enemy that my best friend has always been wary of. Even Daytime Tiger can be easily blocked like this. Might Guy sighed. At present, the only one whose output ability is stronger than Daytime Tiger is Golden Skyline, which means that physical skills other than Golden Skyline are useless to Nagato. There is even a possibility that Golden Skyline will not work. However, this is an opportunity to make youth burn more fiercely. Might Guy laughed. Might Guy never fears challenges. Nagato's strength will not make him afraid, but will only make him feel more excited. As Shinra Tensei was temporarily in a cooling state, Nagato retreated behind his shadow clone. Although the cooling time was only 5 seconds, Might Guy was very fast, so Nagato had to be on guard. Moreover, Nagato always remembered Muyu's words, and disrupted the release time of Shinra Tensei unless necessary, and did not release it immediately after the cooling was completed, so as to avoid the enemy obtaining the cooling information of Shinra Tensei. Noon Leopard, Might Guy roared, pouring all his strength into his legs, and the chakra enhanced by the 8 gates of ninjutsu burst out again, using the multiple burst techniques of Shave to the limit of his body's endurance. The next moment, Might Guy pounced on Nagato like a hunting leopard. Noon Leopard was a physical skill developed by Might Guy based on his physical skill knowledge before, but Might Guy was still relatively immature at that time, so there were many things that he did not do well. Recently, Might Guy perfected Noon Leopard, and the perfected Noon Leopard had an extraordinary burst speed. In terms of acceleration, he is currently the best physical skill. However, the disadvantages are still there. The legs will cause a lot of fatigue. It can only be used twice within 5 minutes. If it is an ordinary ninja, it may not be able to observe Might Guy's movements, but Nagato not only has excellent perception ability but also has the Samsara. Although Might Guy is very fast, he can't be so fast that Nagato can't see him. Nagato quickly estimated the time and found that Shinra Tensei was in time, and even had 2 more seconds. Nagato's eyes flashed, and he made a decision in his heart. Whoosh! Nagato's main body did not immediately perform Shinra Tensei, but used the instant body technique to distance himself, and the 2 shadow clones performed ninjutsu to intercept Might Guy. Although Shinra Tensei had some spare time for cooling down, Nagato could not solve Might Guy in this round of collision. After all, Might Guy can withstand the explosive escape of Iwagakure, and it is very difficult to knock Might Guy down with one blow. Nagato was ready to pass on wrong information to Might Guy while wearing down Might Guy's body. Bang bang! Might Guy directly resisted the ninjutsu of the Shadow Clone and defeated the Shadow Clone. Shinra Tensei, Nagato, who had counted to 10 seconds in his mind, attacked boldly and launched Shinra Tensei on Might Guy. Boom! Might Guy felt a strong thrust coming down on him, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably and hit the wall at the edge of the battlefield. Just as Nagato thought, Might Guy quickly got up and continued to attack as if nothing had happened. Before 10 seconds, Nagato used the 5 attribute ninjutsu to bomb, and when 10 seconds came, Nagato immediately used Shinra Tensei. Does his ability to release repulsion have a cool down time? 10 seconds? After eating 4 Shinra Tensei in a row, Might Guy noticed the information about Shinra Tensei. If an ability like Shinra Tensei could be used casually, then he would probably be seriously injured now. But Nagato did not release Shinra Tensei all the time. Might Guy felt that Shinra Tensei must have a limit, and based on Nagato's current performance, this limit might be that it can only be released once every 10 seconds. In that case, then it's time to fight back. Might Guy smiled brightly. 10 seconds is enough for a ninja of his speed to do a lot. Chapter 532 6-Gate Might Guy reappears. Might Guy counted the time in his mind and ran at high speed, circling in an arc towards Nagato, towards Peacock. Might Guy concentrated his strength on his fist while running and kept swinging his fist quickly. Due to the extremely fast speed of his fist, the friction between his fist and the air produced flames, and the flames rushed towards Nagato along with the impact of the fist. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Nagato quickly formed a seal in front of him to create a thick earth wall to block him. Boom! A large amount of flames hit the earth wall and caused an explosion. The earth wall was blown to pieces, but it still stood in front of Nagato. Whoosh! 4, 3. Might Guy counted the time in his mind and suddenly jumped down from the top of the earth wall to attack Nagato. 2, 1. When Might Guy silently said 1 in his mind, he just rushed to a position only 1 meter away from Nagato. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's samsara shook violently, and a powerful repulsive force once again erupted with Nagato as the center. Might Guy only felt an irresistible invisible force that prevented him from moving forward. Bang! Might Guy crashed through the earth wall, his body flew backwards at high speed, and fell heavily to the ground. It's 10 seconds indeed. After this test, Might Guy was completely sure that Nagato's Shinra Tensei had a 10-second cool down time. 10, 9. Might Guy silently counted the time and rushed out again, continuing to use Peacock. A large number of fireballs and shockwaves created by rapid punches rushed towards Nagato as before. Nagato saw Might Guy like this and knew that Might Guy had taken the bait and was confused by his wrong information. Nagato did not change his actions, and used the earth escape ninjutsu to create a thick earth wall as before. This time, the defensive ninjutsu and the offensive taijutsu collided without any change in the result, and the earth wall successfully blocked all the attacks of Peacock. What's wrong with Akai? Why is he wasting his energy to use this move? Asuma in the audience was very puzzled. Since the collision just now proved that the Peacock could not break Nagato's defensive ninjutsu, why should we save energy to use the Peacock instead of using the stronger Date Tiger or Golden Skyline? Although the latter consumes more energy, it can at least break the opponent's defensive ninjutsu, while the former consumes less energy but cannot break the defensive ninjutsu, which is equivalent to a useless effort. Success or failure depends on this one move. Kakashi looked at the charging Might Guy with a solemn expression. Kakashi, who observed carefully, also found that the interval between each release of Shinra Tensei by Nagato was the same. Therefore, he roughly guessed Might Guy's plan. Noon Leopard. Might Guy concentrated all his strength on his legs, and the huge amount of chakra in his body suddenly burst out. He did not climb up the earth wall and then jump down like last time, but ignored the earth wall and rushed straight forward. Boom! Exclamation mark. The earth wall was directly hit by Might Guy, leaving a big hole, and Might Guy ran towards Nagato at a fast speed without slowing down. Might Guy's attack plan was simple. Since the normal attack could not reach Nagato within 10 seconds, he would use the Noon Leopard to speed up and create a time difference. Shadow Clone Technique. Facing Might Guy, who broke through the wall, Nagato was very calm and made a seal to create a shadow clone. 4, 3, success. Looking at Nagato, who was so close, Might Guy thought that he had won the victory. At this distance, even if Nagato could use other offensive ninjutsu, Might Guy could still use the ninjutsu to hit Nagato. Nagato's ninjutsu could injure him, but it could not make him lose his fighting ability. Might Guy's punch would most likely knock Nagato to the ground. Shinro Tensai. The sudden strong repulsion made Might Guy's fist, which was swinging at Nagato, stop 5 centimeters away from Nagato's chest. Might Guy looked at Nagato in astonishment. He had not stopped counting silently. Nagato's Shinro Tensai should have had a 2-second cooldown. I've been fooled. Might Guy quickly figured out the reason. Shinro Tensai may have a cooldown, but it's definitely not 10 seconds, and it may not even be 8 seconds. Previously, Nagato had been using Shinro Tensai every 10 seconds in order to pass on wrong information to him. Bang! Exclamation mark. Under the effect of repulsion, Might Guy flew backwards just like last time. Wind style, pressure. In order to ensure the hit rate, Shadow Clone Nagato used pressure with a large enough range, and spit out a high-pressure wind ball in the direction of Might Guy's departure when Might Guy flew backwards. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The strong storm enveloped the area where Might Guy flew backwards, and even the ground was cracked under the raging storm. What a tough opponent! Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting a ninja like Might Guy who can both carry and fight is really troublesome, and even Nagato's chakra cannot be wasted mindlessly. Every time before he uses the Shadow Clone technique, he has to think about whether the Shadow Clone can work this time. If it can't work, he won't use it, so as to save chakra. After all, it was too easy for Might Guy to defeat the Shadow Clone. Instead of mindlessly using the Shadow Clone, it was better to save chakra and use Shinro Tensai. Shinro Tensai was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of chakra. It was misleading information. It was not unfair for Kai to lose, seeing that Nagato released Shinro Tensai in 8 seconds. Kakashi was also a little surprised. Just now, Might Guy thought he had seen through Nagato, but what he saw was Nagato's deliberate performance. There is no doubt that Nagato won in terms of combat awareness. The content of the previous confrontation is more than that. If Nagato releases Shinro Tensai once in 8 seconds or less, then Nagato actually hid some of his strength in the previous battle. With the powerful effect of Shinro Tensai, if Nagato can keep using it for a shorter time, he will definitely gain a greater advantage. Still a steady type of ninja. It seems that there is no suspense about the first place this time. Kakashi analyzed it for a while and found that Nagato was really steady. If Nagato had the personality of Obito under normal circumstances, then the finals might be a little bit of a deal, but Nagato is strong and stable, so it's hard to deal with him. Kakashi put himself in his shoes and felt that he would probably lose, and Shisui and Obito were not as strong as him now, so they naturally couldn't defeat Nagato. Seeing that Might Guy made a major mistake and lost the possibility of winning, Hanzo retracted his gaze and observed Miyu with his peripheral vision. Miyu's expression did not change significantly from before, as if everything was within his expectations. Hanzo felt a sense of frustration. He knew how to manage his expression, but he felt that Sosuke was not like this because of his expression management, but that everything was really under control. It should be about the same. Nagato focused his eyes and looked at Might Guy, who was attacked by the storm. At this time, Might Guy looked very embarrassed. His clothes were severely damaged, and there was a lot of dust and mud on his body. There were many small wounds all over his body. As if he noticed Nagato's gaze, Might Guy grinned in Nagato's direction. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. In a one-on-one battle, the pressure Nagato gave him was still unique. If this continues, we'll lose. Feeling the pain from all over his body, Might Guy made a judgment. He used Noon Leopard twice in 1 minute, and his legs were now tired. Not only could he not use Noon Leopard next time, but his maximum speed would even be slower than before. Coupled with the impact of the injury, even if he still had enough fighting spirit, he could not stop the decline of his physical ability. Obito really wanted the first prize. Might Guy kept his breathing highly concentrated, and recalled the previous discussion about the youth martial arts tournament in his mind. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Every disciple has different reasons for participating in the youth martial arts tournament. Might Guy wants to fight with more talented and powerful people, and he doesn't care about the reward. But Obito is obviously different. After hearing about the reward for the first place, Obito showed a strong interest. Might Guy doesn't mind giving his reward to his friends, because all the rewards for the first place are useless to him. But now Might Guy is really powerless. In his current state, it is impossible for him to defeat Nagato. Might Guy is confident but not arrogant. In this case, we can only let the green beast appear. Might Guy took a deep breath and prepared to forcefully open the 6th gate of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu like in the last encounter. At this time, his body is much stronger than before. Even if he uses the 6th gate and the rock-breathing chakra mode, he will not be injured as seriously as last time. Cageman, open. Might Guy's eyes glared, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. The energy like green leaves enveloped Might Guy's whole body. The opening of the 6th gate made Might Guy's chakra further stronger and more violent. Huh? What's going on? Nagato's excellent perception instantly noticed the changes in Might Guy and showed a surprised look. He thought Might Guy would lose his fighting power in the storm of oppression, but he didn't expect Might Guy to become stronger again and show an unprecedented terrifying aura. Because his body has become stronger, although it is still the 6 gates superimposed with the rock-breathing chakra mode, Might Guy is now stronger than when he fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even the ninjas in the audience could clearly feel the terrifying momentum that soared into the sky. Okai actually has a trick up his sleeve. Asuma took a breath of cold air. Asuma felt that Might Guy could beat him to death with one punch. So you didn't use your full strength when you fought me? Hoshigaki Kisame felt a little uncomfortable. After some efforts, the former opponent no longer needed to use his full strength to defeat him. What a mess. Fortunately, Mr. Miyu is here. Kakashi looked at the green energy in Might Guy's body and knew that Might Guy had forced a higher gate. Kakashi was deeply impressed by Jingman Might Guy, because if Might Guy hadn't opened Jingman and stopped 4 ninja swordsmen 7 alone, they would never have been able to hold on until Miyu arrived without injury. Of course, the price was really high. Might Guy was the most seriously injured that time. Even though he was treated by Miyu at the first time, he had to rest for a long time before he fully recovered. What a powerful aura. Huang Tu looked at Might Guy with a different look. This is not a genius. He is clearly a strong man in the ninja world like him. Even if Huang Tu is allowed to fight on the field to replace Nagato, Huang Tu may not be sure to win the current Might Guy. There is still a trump card. Seeing Might Guy's sudden explosion, Hanzo's expression remained calm, and he was happy in his heart, and then observed Miyu. After discovering that Miyu still had that kind and faint smile on her face, she was very confused. Doesn't he worry that his ninjutsu will spread? That's a Konoha ninja. Hanzo was puzzled. If the ninjutsu was obtained by Konoha, with the size of Konoha, it is very likely that someone would learn it, and Konoha might even send someone to study and crack the fire dragon dance. Hanzo couldn't guess Miyu's thoughts, so he had to continue watching the game. Might Guy poured a large amount of chakra into his index and middle fingers, put the 2 fingers together and then put them behind him. He forced the 6th gate to open, which would cause great damage to his body. In addition, his body had already suffered a serious injury. The longer the battle lasted, the more disadvantageous it would be for Might Guy, and he needed to race against time. Therefore, Might Guy was ready to burst out all his strength to end the battle as soon as possible, and no longer test the real cool-down time of Shinra Tensei. Might Guy didn't know much about repulsion, but he saw with his own eyes that Nagato retreated when he used Shinra Tensei to offset the Day Tiger. In other words, Nagato's Shinra Tensei was not omnipotent. As long as he encountered a stronger force than him, Shinra Tensei might not be able to perfectly intercept it. Golden Skyline. Might Guy burst out all his strength and rushed towards Nagato. At this moment, many ninja spectators could no longer see Might Guy's figure clearly, and only felt a very fast green light on the field. Realizing the horror of Might Guy now, Nagato showed a serious expression and mobilized all his chakra to concentrate on the samsara. Such a Might Guy cannot be dealt with by ordinary Shinra Tensei, and a stronger Shinra Tensei is needed. In order to give the main body more time to prepare ninjutsu, the shadow clone blocked in front of Nagato and used ninjutsu to intercept Might Guy. But at this time, Might Guy was extremely powerful, and Nagato's shadow clone could not effectively intercept him. In the blink of an eye, Might Guy rushed up, and he suddenly swung out the fingers of his right hand, as if waving some sharp blade. At the moment when Might Guy made a slashing action, the powerful impact instantly defeated Nagato's shadow clone. A dazzling golden light flashed, and Nagato's perception conveyed an extremely dangerous signal. Without time to think, Nagato instinctively released the huge amount of chakra that had gathered, exerted the ability of the samsara to the extreme, and released the strongest attack since he had the samsara. Shinra Tensei. P.S. There will be another chapter later, but it will be late, so it is recommended to read it tomorrow. The original plan was to update the Naruto extra after the martial arts meeting before the 10th, but I took a day off, and then I was stuck for 2 days, so there were not many updates, which made the progress slower than expected, so the Naruto extra will be released later. After all, you can't just fight in the mainline and suddenly come out with an extra. The viewing experience is too bad. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 The Gap Between the Enemy and Us. Boom! Exclamation mark. The terrifying repulsive force exploded with Nagato as the center. Under the impact of this huge force, the ground broke rapidly, and a big pit appeared where Nagato was standing. Might Guy, who was very close to Nagato, instantly felt a terrifying repulsive force washing over his whole body, blocking his attack from hitting Nagato. There is no doubt that this is a contest of impact and repulsion. If Might Guy's impact force is stronger than Nagato, even if the golden skyline still does not hit Nagato, Nagato can be blown away by the reaction force. Boom boom boom. The collision of two powerful forces further destroyed the venue. Nagato's full-strength Shinra Tensei had a wide range, and coupled with the aftermath of the collision with the golden skyline, the battlefield soon became as broken as if it had been washed by a bomb, and spread to the entire venue. Fortunately, Miyu was well prepared, and immediately burst out chakra seals to cover the battlefield with a barrier to prevent the aftermath from spreading to the audience. After all, the contestants included Might Guy and Nagato, and Miyu had anticipated the scene of the two of them exploding together, so he made arrangements early. In the lounge, Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead. After seeing the two's terrifying moves, Obito couldn't hold back. Next, one of him and Shisui must face this monster. How the hell is this going to be fought? Looking at the serious-looking Shisui, Obito sighed. It was obvious that Shisui was in a general mood. After all, they were both fire-attributed subordinates. Their abilities were to spit out a flame or a fireball. The opponent's abilities were either to control the repulsive force and gravity, and to explode and destroy the entire battlefield at will, or to be a super physical man who could use his fists to create a large-scale fire escape effect. And the air cannon he fired could even crush a bunch of ninjutsu. Okay, you have to win. Obito cheered for Might Guy. Although no matter who wins, the final will become a hellish difficulty. But Might Guy is a friend and a fellow student, and Obito will definitely support Might Guy unconditionally. Bang! Might Guy was ultimately unable to withstand the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, and flew backwards at a high speed, hitting the edge of the battlefield. Obito quickly covered his mouth, and then thought of Kakashi. It must be Kakashi who just said that Kai is going to win. Huh! Nagato gasped. Sweat continued to flow down his forehead, and his face turned pale. The previous attack consumed a lot of Nagato's chakra, and even made Nagato feel exhausted after going berserk. At this moment, Nagato was glad that he remembered Muyu's words and kept fighting steadily, otherwise the outcome of this battle would be hard to say. Nagato looked at Might Guy, who was surrounded by rocks and rubble at the moment. Might Guy struggled to stand up, but failed. 2 noon leopards in 1 minute made his legs devastated, and then he was seriously injured, plus the pressure of the 6 gates on his body, and finally Nagato's full-strength Shinro Tensei. At this moment Might Guy's legs could no longer stand, no matter how strong his will was. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy did not give up, and used his left hand, which was relatively less injured, to chop at Nagato with his chi. But although Nagato was not in good condition, he was much better than Might Guy. In addition, the two were far enough apart that he easily dodged the chi. Might Guy wanted to continue attacking, but his body did not allow it, and he failed to strike out the second chi. Nagato wins. In the end, the referee determined that Might Guy had lost his ability to fight and announced Nagato's victory. Then, an angel from the Shinobi clan quickly came down to carry Might Guy away, and Muyu's body went to treat Might Guy as soon as possible. What an amazing willpower! Nagato watched Might Guy being sent away, his eyes full of admiration. Might Guy was so seriously injured, but he was still able to attack. If Nagato did not have the ability to perceive and the Samsara Eye, he might have been hit by Might Guy if he was careless. Number 19 Uchiha Shisui vs. Number 30 Uchiha Obito. When Nagato left the field, the referee quickly shouted. Shisui and Obito in the lounge immediately walked into the battlefield together. Obito's eyelids twitched as he looked at the place that was read as the battlefield and written as ruins. During the lunch break, ninjas were maintaining the battlefield, but Nagato and Might Guy turned the repaired field into ruins in just 1 minute. Although we have to face a monster like Nagato in the finals, even if we lose, it's just a little worse than Nagato. Obito still had a strong desire to win. After all, Might Guy was only in the top 4, and if he got second place, it would be a great achievement. Even if there was a bit of luck involved, luck is also part of strength. Shisui didn't want to show off his ranking, but he still had a strong desire to win. After all, he always wanted to regain the title of the strongest disciple. The battle begins. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Obito and the other seemed to be mirror images of each other, using the same hand seals and the same ninjutsu, and finally spit out a great fireball of similar size. Boom! Exclamation mark. The great fireballs collided and exploded violently, and the two big fireballs disappeared at the same time. Shisui was not surprised by this. Without entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, his fire style was almost the same as Obito's. Then, both of them turned blood red in their eyes, and opened their 3 Magatama Sharingan. Shisui flashed and quickly dodged towards Obito. Facing Shisui's active attack, Obito was not afraid at all, and gathered his chakra to meet him. Neither of them held back at all, and each blow was aimed at the other's weak points. Both of them had breathing techniques to strengthen their bodies, and both had Sharingan to enhance their insight. In addition, the physical skills were taught by the same teacher, so it was difficult to tell who was better. The same teacher taught me a move that I can't break. Obito couldn't help but complain in his heart. He actually had an advantage against Shisui, because Shisui's illusion had no effect on him. Shisui had 3 Magatama Sharingan, and Obito also had 3 Magatama Sharingan. Their pupil strength was similar, and Shisui's Sharingan illusion was basically ineffective against Obito. And Obito still didn't dare to be careless, because even if the illusion was removed, Shisui's strength was not worse than his. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time, just as Obito was thinking about how to break the situation. Shisui's style changed and became more open and closed. Obito instantly found several flaws in Shisui. Obito knew that this must be Shisui's tactic, but it was also his opportunity. Obito concentrated his breathing to the extreme, instantly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, condensed chakra on his fist, and quickly completed the property change and punched Shisui. Fire style, Flame Fist. Obito's fist ignited a fierce high-temperature flame. Just as Obito was about to hit Shisui's chest, a layer of black substance quickly appeared on Shisui's chest. At the same time, Shisui's left hand wrapped in armament chakra also slapped Obito. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and the two took a few steps back. Shisui's armament color is indeed stronger. Obito touched the part that was slapped. He also used armament color to defend at the last moment, but he was still hurt. As the first disciple who learned armament color, Shisui's armament color is the strongest among the current disciples. It's really a decisive move in line with Obito's style. He directly activated the flame-breathing chakra mode. After removing the armament haki chakra, Shisui could feel a touch of heat in his chest. Ideally, Obito would take the bait and hit him with taijutsu, and then be blocked by armament haki. Since Obito's armament haki was not as good as Shisui's, he was injured by Shisui instead. But since Obito immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, Shisui's armament haki failed to perfectly block Obito's flame fist, so the confrontation became a lose-lose situation. Shisui was not surprised by the power of Obito's flame fist, because Obito's flame breathing had always been stronger than his. If it weren't for the armament haki protecting his body, Shisui would not choose to fight with Obito in taijutsu, because even if they both entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, he could not beat Obito's fire-style ninjutsu. Then Shisui also concentrated his breathing and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. If the range was not limited, Shisui could still use his skilled instant body technique to take Obito away, but within the limited range, Shisui's operating space became smaller, and he could easily be forced to hide by Obito's fire escape. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet, fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet. With the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, both of them spit out flames like a sea of fire at each other with their hands together. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two fierce seas of fire intertwined, and the dazzling flames seemed to dye the entire battlefield red. As Shisui expected, after entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, Obito's fire escape power surpassed Shisui, and soon the flames controlled by Obito slowly pressed towards Shisui. Shisui cancelled the chakra output for fire escape and dodged. Although Shisui's fire escape in the flame-breathing chakra mode was strong, it was not much stronger. Because many flames were offset before, Shisui easily avoided the two flames created by Obito's split sea of fire. It seems that both Obito and Shisui are very powerful. Kakashi, who do you think will win? Nohara-rin looked at Kakashi and asked. The battle between Obito and Shisui was really evenly matched, and neither of them had an advantage. Kakashi shook his head. He was only good at thinking and analyzing, and he was not a prophet. How could he know the outcome of such a battle? Now it depends on who reveals the flaw first. I am more optimistic about Shisui in this regard. Kakashi thought for a while and said, if he had all the abilities of Obito to fight Shisui, Kakashi thought it was possible to draw. But for Obito, Kakashi doubted first and then believed. Because Obito is very easy to get carried away in ordinary battles and then make radical strategies that go wrong. Kakashi does not always doubt Obito first and then believe. If it is a life and death battle, Kakashi will believe first and then believe, without any doubt. Because in a real life and death battle, Obito is very reliable. Not only is he not reckless, but he can always burst out at critical moments and play an unexpected role. Chapter 534, Obito, I Fight Nagato. Various fire escape techniques were released by Obito and Shisui. There were constant explosions on the field, and flames appeared from time to time. The two looked at each other with a headache, feeling that they had no idea where to start. Obito's lead in fire escape techniques could not allow him to suppress Shisui, and Shisui's armed color could not bring Shisui an advantage. Do you want to summon Charmeleon? Obito wanted to introduce new power to break the balance. Obito immediately shook his head. Charmeleon would be affected by his illusion, which meant that Charmeleon would also be affected by Shisui's illusion. At that time, Obito would not only have to deal with Shisui's offensive, but also help Charmeleon to remove the illusion, which was really a bit of a hindrance to himself. Hey, we can try this. Obito recalled Shisui's battle in the quarterfinals, and a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, and he came up with a good idea. Shisui on the other side was also thinking about whether summoning Zoro work could bring him an advantage. Obito's strength was not as good as Asuma, and Shisui had a lot of pressure to protect Zoro work in the battle. Great Flame Ring Entai. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra, and the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode allowed Obito to change the nature of all chakras at once. The moment Obito raised his hands, terrifying flames rose, and a huge fireball over 8 meters long appeared in Obito's hands. Strictly speaking, this time it was just the little Entai, and Obito did not use all his chakra to release the Entai as usual, because usually he used the Entai to use it to deal with the enemy, but this time the main purpose of the Entai was to provide cover. Of course, the main reason was that even if he used the Entai with all his strength, it would not be possible to directly deal with Shisui, so he looked for another way. Great Flame Ring Entai. Shisui also condensed chakra and raised his hands to condense a huge fireball. He also knew basically all the fire ninjutsu that Obito knew. In terms of the number of ninjutsu mastered, Shisui had more than Obito, but many of them could not be used in the battle with Obito. 2 huge fireballs comparable to multi-story houses rushed towards each other, emitting a scorching and dazzling light. As they approached, the air seemed to be distorted by the heat, making a hissing sound, as if it was about to collapse due to the high temperature. Boom! The moment the 2 giant fireballs touched, a deep and shocking roar sounded, unprecedented dazzling flames bloomed, and waves of flames rolled in the air, releasing endless heat waves, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. Even Shisui had to condense chakra on his feet to fix the ground so that he would not be pushed back by the impact. The flames obscured Shisui's vision. He could not judge Obito's current state, and he could not attack Obito for the time being. Shisui thought about it and finally did not use the summoning technique to summon Zoro orc. Instead, he took out 4 kunai from the ninja tool bag and used fire attribute chakra to add flames to the kunai. When the anti-flames subsided, the figures of Obito and Charmeleon came into Shisui's sight. Shisui did not hesitate and immediately threw out 4 flaming kunai, 3 of which locked Obito at different angles, and the remaining one was shot at Charmeleon. At the moment of throwing out the kunai, Shisui directly launched an illusion on Charmeleon, causing Charmeleon, who had just taken a step, to stop in place. In the face of a stalemate, introducing new forces is indeed a good way. But there is a problem. Charmeleon and Zoro orc are not as strong as Melodic. They may be offline if they are hit by a fireball, and it also consumes chakra to cast summon beasts. Fire style, fireball technique. Obito had to spit out a fireball to defend himself and knock down all the incoming fire kunai, but in the blink of an eye, Shisui's attack came again. Faced with a hard-won opportunity, Shisui launched a continuous offensive, making Obito, who needed to protect Charmeleon, exhausted. At this time, Obito not only needed to help resist the attack, but also had to find a way to help Charmeleon remove the illusion. Under great pressure, Obito revealed a flaw and was hit by Shisui's armed fist. Even if he used the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode to create flames on his body, he was unable to hurt Shisui because of the armed color. Just when Shisui was about to seize the opportunity to pursue the enemy, Charmeleon, who was under the illusion, suddenly moved and fiercely kicked Shisui with a whirlwind kick. Oops! Shisui understood everything in his mind instantly, but it was too late. Obito's shadow clone, who had transformed into Charmeleon, was very close to him. Shisui had no time to dodge and only created a little armed color chakra in a hurry. Fire style, blazing charge. Obito's real body also attacked at this time, condensing a large amount of chakra and transforming it into flames, and rushed towards Shisui at a very fast speed. Bang! Exclamation mark! Shisui flew backwards under the heavy impact of Obito, and the part that was hit was burned red. I underestimated Obito, Shisui sighed in his heart. Obito basically did not use complicated tactics, so Shisui subconsciously thought that Obito really used the summoning technique to summon Charmeleon. He did not expect that Obito split a shadow clone, let the shadow clone transform into Charmeleon, and finally disguised himself as being under the illusion. The battle is over. Kakashi and the audience knew that Shisui was doomed to fail. With the difference in strength, Shisui made a big mistake. Even if he hadn't lost yet, he couldn't turn the tables. After all, it wasn't the beginning of the battle. Both of them didn't have much chakra and physical strength, so they had to compete with each other in their state. This battle was barely like a ninja. Kakashi had to admit that Obito really had a strategy this time, instead of just rushing with passion. Kakashi, your standards for ninjas are too high. Obito has been very cautious in the last 2 battles, Nohara-rin said with a smile. Although Nohara-rin didn't see the process of the quarterfinals, Obito personally described the details of the battle, so detailed that he even explained his inner thoughts. Kakashi didn't continue talking with a calm face. He didn't have the same standards for everyone. As Kakashi expected, Shisui, who was at a disadvantage, became more and more disadvantaged as time went by, and finally couldn't hold on and fell down. Obito panted, and he couldn't maintain a highly concentrated breathing anymore. Seeing Shisui fall, the exhausted Obito almost fell to the ground. However, when he thought of Nohara-rin watching the game, he still managed to stay standing, which made him look like he won calmly. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. If we make it to the semi-finals, it can be considered as completing the mission. The defeated Shisui was in a good mood. His goal was not to get a reward, but to help Konoha get a better ranking in the youth martial arts tournament as an Uchiha ninja. Although some ninja villages do not take the youth martial arts tournament seriously, the popularity of the youth martial arts tournament is real, at least in Konoha and the Land of Fire. As a competition of the nature of the ninja world, with many ninja villages participating, it is inevitable to make comparisons. Now there are 2 Uchiha ninjas in the semi-finals. As long as Konoha ninjas talk about the martial arts tournament, then they, the Uchiha, have made a great contribution and can increase their sense of identity. After all, they are at least winning glory for the village and the country. Uchiha Obito wins. The referee announced. The semi-finals ended, and only the final was left. As the most important final, it is impossible to let the tired players rest for a few hours and then continue to fight. Obito and Nagato have more than 1 day of rest time, and the final will not start until the day after tomorrow. Since today's competition has ended, Obito did not return to the lounge, but walked slowly to the audience, ready to leave with Kakashi and others. Nohara-rin and Kakashi also considered this, so they did not leave as soon as the game was over, but waited for Obito there. Hey, Kakashi, are you congratulating me for advancing to the final? Actually, it's nothing, just 2 levels higher than the quarterfinals. As soon as he saw Kakashi, Obito couldn't help but show off. After all, if you don't show off when you get good results, do you have to get angry when you are at the bottom of the civil war? Kakashi said nothing. Kakashi said nothing, but silently took out the photo. Although he couldn't refute Obito now because of the punishment, Kakashi believed that Obito could understand what he meant. I mean, Kakashi, if you hadn't met Kai, you would definitely not stop at the quarterfinals. Obito looked at the huge flow of people in the venue and decided to endure it for the time being. Speaking of Kai, I wonder how he is recovering. Let's go visit Kai first. Nohara-rin suggested something. Kakashi and Obito nodded in agreement. Then they went to the ninja clan's hospital and went to Kai's ward. At this time, Miyu had just finished treating Might Guy. Obito, I'm sorry, I'm still not strong enough. I couldn't beat Nagato, so I can't help you get that fire escape. Might Guy scratched his head and said to Obito, what about the second battle? If you advance, it's up to you next. After that, Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up to encourage him. Obito was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Might Guy actually remembered what he said before he set off. Thinking of the scene when Might Guy forced his way into the 6 gates during the battle, Obito was deeply moved and couldn't help but recall the time when he and Might Guy were doing exercises together. I will definitely help you get revenge tomorrow, Obito said with blood boiling and clenched fists. Kakashi looked at Obito in surprise. How could he say such words after watching Nagato's last Shinro Tensei? How brave is he? The passion came and went quickly. Without Kakashi's reminder, Obito's mind automatically played the scene of Nagato's full-strength Shinra Tensei and Might Guy's 6-gate superimposed rock-breathing chakra mode. Well, I mean I will try my best, but I'm not sure whether I can succeed, Obito added after sobering up. If it was Kakashi's current strength, Obito would have made his lofty statement. It's not like he had no chance to win, but Nagato's strength is too much, and Obito is worried that he will be slapped in the face too hard. P.S. There is only one chapter today. A friend had a birthday, and I drank a little wine. I am dizzy and can't write. Chapter 535. The Evolution of Rock Dog. In the morning, Kakashi got up early, had breakfast, and asked Nohara Rin to go to the place where the ability of Mean Shao was tested before to practice. Kakashi felt that he and Rock Dog needed a period of hard training to improve their strength. Kakashi is currently in a position where he is neither good nor bad. He is stronger than Obito and Shisui, but he is still a long way from Might Guy. The amount of chakra is not a problem that can be solved in a short time, but he can improve his skills and save money to make every chakra spent more valuable. As for Rock Dog, Kakashi feels that if he trains more, he may be able to evolve. After all, the later hatched Uchiha and Charmander have evolved, and it is time for his Rock Dog. I want to go too, Obito said immediately after hearing this. Kakashi and Nohara Rin are training alone together. How can he feel at ease? What if Kakashi takes advantage of his absence to show off in front of Nohara Rin to win her favor? Are you sure? You still have a game tomorrow. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your performance? Kakashi reminded. Obito is not stuck at any bottleneck, but simply lagging behind in strength. It is useless to practice for another day or even another week. Are you thinking that you can use your poor condition as an excuse if you lose? Kakashi looked at Obito with a suspicious look. Kakashi, you have two dark thoughts in your mind. Obito scolded loudly. The game will not start until tomorrow afternoon. You can rest for half a day after practicing until the evening. How can it have any impact? I just said it casually. Kakashi replied lightly, and his calm expression seemed to say why you are so anxious. Obito was very angry and cursed in his heart, but he could do nothing. After all, if they really had to fight, he would probably not be able to beat Kakashi. I'm going to Kai's place. Shisui said goodbye to the others after dinner. Although Might Guy's injury this time was not as serious as the last time he forced the 6 gates to open, he still needed to lie down for more than a week to recuperate. Since this is not Konoha's territory, they decided that someone would take care of Might Guy every day. Shisui drew number 1 in the lottery, so he would take care of him on the first day. Kakashi and the others waved their hands in response, packed up and walked out of the town together. After arriving at the destination, the three of them used the summoning technique to summon their own Pokemon, Iwa. As soon as Iwa was summoned, it surrounded Kakashi and shouted excitedly, rubbing its head against Kakashi's body. Milotic lowered its head and pressed its face against Nohara Rin, making a gentle cry. Charmeleon, who had not yet woken up, was suddenly summoned over. He wanted to open his mouth to give Obito a sip of morning flame, but he caught a glimpse of Milotic next to him, and his morning mood disappeared instantly. He ran to Milotic's side happily. Charmeleon happily said good morning to Milotic. Obito, can't you be a little more promising? Can't you train well first? Look at your body shape and my body shape, Obito couldn't help but say. Obito recently measured Charmeleon's height once, and he remembered clearly that Charmeleon was only 1.2 meters. As for Milotic, even if Obito didn't measure it, he would casually estimate that it was 5 or 6 meters tall. Even when Mean Shao was coiled on the ground, it was much taller than Charmeleon. Obito didn't know where Charmeleon got the courage to go to Mean Shao to show his courtesy. How could he be appreciated? Obito shook his head secretly. Although he raised Charmeleon, he was not like him at all. Charmeleon was furious. Wasn't this just saying that it was a thin dragon? The angry Charmeleon immediately burst out with chakra and rushed straight towards Obito. Konoha Great Tornado. Obito knew Charmeleon so well that he could even tell whether Charmeleon was going to spit fire at him by the difference in Charmeleon's mouth. So when Charmeleon took the first step, Obito gathered chakra in his legs and kicked out a whirlwind kick, knocking Charmeleon down. Spray flames. Charmeleon, who was so angry, quickly climbed up and gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat to spit out a pillar of fire that was thicker than his head. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Obito concentrated his breath of fire to enhance his ability to change nature, then retreated while forming hand seals and spitting out a large piece of flame. The surging sea of fire offset Charmeleon's pillar of fire, and then continued to surge towards Charmeleon. When the flames were about to burn Charmeleon, Obito cancelled the chakra output and kicked Charmeleon away with a flash body technique. "You are too young to compete with me in fire." Obito shook his head and said, "Ah." Charmeleon stood up unconvinced and shouted, "Don't bully a poor young dragon." Then he continued to attack Obito until he was exhausted and stopped to rest. This training method is not bad. Obito found a blind spot. Charmeleon would fight him until he was exhausted when he was angry. So if he waited for Charmeleon to rest, he could deliberately provoke Charmeleon a few times, so that Charmeleon would continue to practice. Rounding it off, it would be equivalent to Charmeleon practicing until he was exhausted every day with his encouragement. Obito thought it was much better than illusion, but Charmeleon might not understand his good intentions. Hardened Charmeleon, I will take the blame. Obito made up his mind that even if Charmeleon didn't understand him, he would help Charmeleon become stronger. After Charmeleon rested for a while, the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Although it would inexplicably want to spit fire at Obito when it was unhappy, Charmeleon also remembered Obito's kindness, such as when it was just hatched not long ago. Obito was particularly concerned about it and took good care of it. It was just that he was a little rude during the training later, using illusions to hypnotize it for more training. However, Charmeleon could also understand Obito, the contractor, a little. According to its observation, Obito's strength was at the bottom among all the disciples. If it became stronger, Obito's overall strength could also be improved. Putting himself in his shoes, if one day Charmeleon couldn't beat the translator, it would also be anxious. "Charmeleon, can you do it? You haven't recovered your physical strength after resting for so long. No female ninja beast will like you like this." Seeing that Charmeleon had almost rested, Obito opened fire. Charmeleon was stunned and looked at Obito in disbelief. This person said something that was absolutely unforgivable. "Ouch!" Charmeleon roared to the sky, and white-hot air came out of its nose in anger. It didn't care about thinking from the perspective of others. It should teach this naturally evil Obito a profound lesson. The angry Charmeleon attacked Obito recklessly, and stopped to rest only when it could no longer lift its arms. Kakashi, who was practicing on the side, twitched his mouth. This pair was very abstract in every sense. The three people and three beasts practiced until dusk before they were ready to go back. It was a fulfilling day. Nohara Rin stretched her waist, touched the cold body of Melodic and smiled. Obito nodded. It was indeed fulfilling. He had been trying to find ways to anger Charmeleon all day, and his vocabulary was almost exhausted. Obito was going to make a collection of Kakashi's bastard quotes and use Kakashi's words to stimulate Charmeleon. But just when Nohara Rin and the other two were about to go back, something strange happened. A wooden cylinder suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi and the others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The hole on the wooden cylinder quickly shot out a burst of iron needles with purple light. Because it was cylindrical, iron needles were shot in almost every direction. "Be careful of the poison needles." Kakashi, who reacted the fastest, shouted immediately, and immediately used the armament Haki chakra to cover his body and hugged Rock Dog. The attack came too suddenly, and the ninjutsu that could be performed without seals could not perfectly block the poison needles, so he could only use armament Haki to take care of himself. Obito also used armament Haki to block in front of Charmeleon, blocking the poison needles for Charmeleon. Charmeleon was shocked. He didn't expect that Obito, who didn't act like a human, would act like a human again. Minshao blocked Nohara Rin, who didn't have armament Haki, behind him, opened his mouth and spit out a stream of water to shoot down most of the poison needles, but was still scratched by several poison needles. This ninjutsu can actually cover the body in all directions. Scorpion, who was hiding in the dark, was a little surprised. It was not the first time that Kakashi and the others used armament Haki, but it was the first time that they used armament haki to cover the whole body. This ninjutsu is very restraining against puppet masters. Scorpion was a little afraid and was glad for his caution. He had followed them a long time ago, but had been waiting nearby for the best opportunity. Now that Might Guy and Shisui were gone, Kakashi and the other two were not in good condition, and even the spirit beasts had consumed a lot of energy. It was the best time for him to take revenge. Kakashi immediately changed his breathing rhythm, concentrated his thunder breathing to the extreme and entered the transparent world state. He saw the Higurashi hiding behind the tree, and also saw the scorpion hiding in the Higurashi. This guy was disguised during the competition. Kakashi frowned. Although Scorpion was different from the sand crab participating in the competition because he was not disguised at this time, Kakashi could determine through Scorpion's chakra and Scorpion's puppet that the one who just attacked them was the puppeteer sand crab who participated in the previous competition. Paralyzed by the peaceful scene in the town, practicing in a place other than Konoha, you should always keep your chakra at more than 2/3. Kakashi felt that the chakra in his body was less than half, and he thought to himself that it was not good, although he didn't know why Scorpion attacked them, since Scorpion had already taken action. The reason was not important. The first thing to think about was how to overcome the difficulties in front of him. The thin extraction technique. Nohara Rin immediately performed a medical ninjutsu to remove the poison from Minchao. Even without an antidote, the thin extraction technique can alleviate the poisoning to a certain extent. Everyone be careful. This poison is not simple. Nohara Rin, who had been educated by Tsunade, immediately found that the poison on Scorpion's poison needle was very strong. Bang! Scorpion threw out a scroll, and the third Kazekage in a gray robe appeared on the field. Connecting 10 chakra lines to the puppets, Scorpion walked out from the dark and controlled the third Kazekage to attack the 3 people. Although Scorpion can control 10 puppets at the same time, the third Kazekage is not the same as an ordinary puppet. In order to perfectly exert the strength of the third Kazekage, Scorpion did not take out other puppets. Swoosh! Kakashi immediately threw 2 kunai with lightning attribute chakra changes at Scorpion's body. Rock! The angry rock dog controlled the stone on his neck to fly out and hit Scorpion. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Obito, who opened his Sharingan, also discovered Scorpion, and quickly formed a seal to spit out a huge fireball at Scorpion, spraying flames. Charmeleon spit out a pillar of fire at Scorpion with an angry look on his face. At this moment, Scorpion temporarily replaced Obito as Charmeleon's most hated person. Magnetic style, sand iron wall. Scorpion controlled the third Kazekage to create a thick black sand iron wall in front of him, which steadily blocked all attacks. The puppet can actually use magnetic style. Kakashi was surprised and his expression became more solemn. He thought that even if it was a puppeteer who could control 10 puppets, the 3 of them plus their own summoned beasts would be enough to deal with it, but now it seems that it may not be the case. Scorpion did not use his full strength in the competition, and he hit a powerful puppet that could perform the bloodline limit of magnetic style. To be honest, this subverted Kakashi's cognition a little bit. The puppet could actually use the bloodline limit, magnetic style, iron sand drain. Scorpion waved his fingers to control the third Kazekage to make hand seals, summoning more iron sand, and then let the gathered iron sand turn into iron needles and shoot at Kakashi and others. Earth style, multiple earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly made hand seals and used earth style to create 2 earth walls to block them. Swish, swish, swish! Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar is the first to publish this novel. Bang, bang, bang! Countless iron sand needles shot at the earth flow wall, and mud and rocks splashed and stirred up a lot of dust. The iron sand needles seemed endless, and they shot for several seconds without stopping. The earth flow wall was soon broken by the iron sand needles. So strong. Kakashi, who was hiding behind the earth flow wall, thought quickly. The third Kazekage's iron sand ninjutsu had a strong attack power, and the earth flow wall would definitely not be able to stop for long. He had to find a way to break Scorpion's offensive rhythm. Kakashi looked at Rock Dog, and an idea came to his mind. Kakashi quickly whispered to Rock Dog, and then gave Obito and Nohara a look. Boom! Under the continuous bombardment of the sand iron, the earth flow wall could no longer support and collapsed. At this moment, Kakashi, who had entered the lightning-breathing chakra mode, gathered chakra in both hands, and dazzling purple lightning burst out. Lightning style, double thunder shock. With the convenience of the lightning-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi used purple lightning in both hands at high speed without obstacles, and the dense purple net blocked the attacking sand iron needles. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. At the same time, Obito also entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, clapped his hands and spit out a high-temperature fire dragon towards the third Kazekage. Water flow ring, water gun. Mean Shao first gave himself a milk, then opened his mouth and spit out a column of water at the third Kazekage. Water style, rapid stream. Nohara formed a seal to gather chakra and released a sharp water spear towards the third Kazekage. Seeing this, Scorpion waved his fingers again, controlling the third Kazekage to change his moves, and controlling the sand iron to form an arc-shaped iron wall to block the incoming attack. Swish! Rock Dog, who came behind Scorpion through Earth Escape, knocked Scorpion away without mercy, and then controlled a stone on his neck to smash Scorpion's head. Scorpion frowned slightly. He clearly saw Rock Dog staying next to Kakashi when the wall broke, but he didn't expect it to be fake. However, Scorpion didn't panic. With the resistance of Liu, this level of attack could not defeat him. The injured Scorpion immediately controlled the third Kazekage to come to his side, swung the sand iron to force Rock Dog back, and then continued to control the third Kazekage to stretch out his arm towards Kakashi and others. It was a little bit off. Kakashi thought to himself, what a pity. If Scorpion hadn't hidden in the puppet, Scorpion would definitely not be able to resist Rock Dog's attack just now with his body. If a ninja does not use chakra to protect himself, he cannot withstand the attack of ninjutsu without any special ninjutsu. But Kakashi had no other choice. Just now, only Rock Dog could sneak over and attack. He could not use the shadow clone technique to let the shadow clone attack, because entering the lightning-breathing chakra mode to release the double thunder shock requires a lot of chakra. If he splits a shadow clone with combat power, the chakra is not enough to release ninjutsu to block the sand iron. Obito's fire escape is not suitable for blocking the sand iron, and Nohara's water escape is not strong enough. Just now, it was the limit of what they could do. Thousand Hands martial arts. The mechanical arms continued to extend, and then new arms continued to appear at the extended arms. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of arms attacked Kakashi and others. Flash! Kakashi's transparent world saw the poison-coated kunai in his arm, so he immediately burst out chakra and injected chakra into the White Fang short blade, allowing White Fang to extend the lightning blade. Swish! Lightning flashed, and before Scorpion could release the kunai in his arms, hundreds of hands broke at once, and the cuts were charred. After releasing the slash, Kakashi breathed slightly. Among the many lightning sword techniques he has now, the consumption of a flash is not really that big, but he really doesn't have the physical strength and chakra to perform stronger slashes now. Scorpion waved his fingers expressionlessly, and a large number of broken arms on the left side of the third Kazekage fell to the ground, and a huge blade suddenly appeared on the right side. Under Scorpion's control, the third Kazekage raised the huge blade and quickly attacked Kakashi. At the same time, the Haruko, where Scorpion's body was, also opened its mouth wide at Nohara who was making a seal. Swish! Exclamation mark! A large number of poisonous needles and stingers shot towards Nohara. Nohara was the only medical ninja on the field. If there was a chance, Scorpion would not mind killing Nohara first. Seeing a large number of poison needles coming, Nohara hurriedly maintained the output of chakra, and operated the water breathing to the extreme to strengthen the control of the chakra form, and used the water columns to form a flowing water wall in front of her, barely blocking the poison needles. Obito originally wanted to attack Scorpion's body, but seeing that the third Kazekage was going straight for Kakashi, he used fire style to help Kakashi deal with the third Kazekage. It doesn't matter whether the enemy dies or not, What matters is to protect the teammates. Dang dang. The blade on the third Kazekage's body kept colliding with the White Fang short blade in Kakashi's hand. Obito took the opportunity to use the Fire Fist to hit the side of the third Kazekage, but was blocked by the third Kazekage's Iron Sand. Charmeleon and Rock Dog wanted to attack Scorpion's body, but were almost hit by the poison needles. Magnetic Style, Sand Iron Triangular Cone. Scorpion knew that Kakashi and others had a deep affection for the summon beasts, so he controlled the third Kazekage to throw a prismatic sand iron in the direction of Rock Dog. Rock Dog dodged sideways, thinking he had escaped, but the triangular pyramid-shaped iron sand turned and continued to stab at Rock Dog. Flash. Seeing this, Kakashi did not hesitate to burst out the little chakra left, turning it into lightning to cut off the iron sand. Scorpion was waiting for this moment. Scorpion approached silently and stabbed Kakashi with the tail sting of the red ember without hesitation. At this moment, Scorpion, who had always been indifferent, laughed wildly, because he was finally going to avenge his dead parents. I thought that White Fang had committed suicide and there was no revenge to be avenged, but I didn't expect that there was a ray of hope after all the darkness. White Fang actually had a child who looked like him, and he happened to meet him when he came to participate in the competition. Clang. At this time, Kakashi had insufficient chakra and exited the thunder-breathing chakra mode, but he still maintained the state of transparent world, and instantly raised the short blade of White Fang to block the stab. Scorpion showed a trace of regret. The poisonous needles of the red ember had been used up in the previous battle, otherwise Kakashi would have died at this distance. Feeling regretful, Scorpion didn't slow down his movements at all. He swung out one of the puppet arms of Higher Goku and hit Kakashi's body hard. Bang! Kakashi's body exploded backwards, breaking two large trees before being caught by Nohara Rin, who rushed over. The angry Rock Dog created a huge rock on Scorpion's head. Boom! The boulder fell to the ground. This kind of move is too difficult to hit unless there is a teammate to assist or sneak attack. Haha, are you angry? But my pain is greater than yours. Scorpion dodged and retreated, recalling the warmth given by his parents before they died. His face turned cold. His life used to be so happy. If he showed a little hunger, even if it was not time for dinner, his mother would cook for him. He would fall asleep first at night because his parents would tell him bedtime stories until he fell asleep. When he was older and slept alone, his parents would cover him with a blanket late at night. Scorpion once thought that he was a good sleeper and would not kick the blanket. After his parents passed away, he realized that he was covered with a blanket when he woke up because his parents covered him again at night. The beauty in his memory constantly turned into murderous intent in Scorpion's heart. He swung his tail stinger, which glowed with cold light, at Rock Dog. Rock Dog dodged it with a flash of lightning and tried to attack Scorpion with his Thunder Fang, but was seen through by Scorpion. Fortunately, Nohara Rin came to his aid in time, otherwise he would have been almost hit by the poisonous tail stinger. At this time, Milotic finished treating Kakashi and sprayed water guns at Scorpion. Seeing this, Scorpion immediately retreated. The puppeteer could not take risks with his real body, unless the puppeteer's real body was also a puppet. Let's see how long you can hold on. Scorpion sneered in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that his real body was attacking Kakashi just now and he didn't have much time to think about Obito, Charmeleon would have died at the hands of the third Kazekage. Now Kakashi has basically lost his combat effectiveness. Obito and Charmeleon are retreating step by step under the attack of the third Kazekage, and Milotic was poisoned by him. The advantage is his. Rock Dog looked at the injured Kakashi, and then at Scorpion, who was disdainful of it, and his desire for strength reached its peak. It was dusk at this time, and only the last ray of afterglow was left in the sky. Although he was in the middle of a battle, Rock Dog was attracted by the dusk for some reason. The setting sun hit Rock Dog, and the energy of dusk continued to gather on him. Awoo! Rock Dog couldn't help but howl, and then his whole body burst into dazzling light. P.S. This chapter is 6K, and there will be another chapter to be updated later. The time is not fixed. I recommend brothers to read it tomorrow. And don't stay up late if you can. Chapter 536 Fire Dinosaur Evolution. Green energy continued to gather on the body of the grunt. This sudden situation attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Is it going to evolve? But why does it look different from Charmeleon and Mean Xiao? Kakashi was a little excited, but also a little confused. He was excited that the grunt finally evolved, and at this critical moment when it lacked combat power, he was confused because the light emitted by the evolution of the grunt was different from that of other Pokémon. Compared with the pure white light of other Pokémon, the grunt had more green light. I hope it will evolve like Mean Xiao. In addition to the grunt that had just evolved and was still unknown, there are currently 2 Pokémon that have evolved, namely Mean Xiao and Charmeleon. Charmeleon has made great progress in strength after evolution, but compared with Mean Xiao, it is a small matter. At this critical moment, Kakashi certainly hopes that his grunt will have the improvement of Mean Xiao after evolution. The grunt in the light gradually changed its body shape, becoming larger, its limbs became more agile, and even its tail had undergone significant changes. When the light dissipated, Kakashi saw the appearance of the dusk form of the grunt. The rock wolf has rocks on its neck, just like when it was a rock dog, but the rocks on its neck are thicker and sharper, and look more lethal. Most of the hair on the body of the dusk form of the rock wolf is orange-yellow, and the mane on its head is pure white. In addition, the tail is also pure white like when it was a rock dog. What's going on? It suddenly became like this. Scorpion didn't quite understand what happened to the rock dog, which made the rock dog grow up 4 or 5 years in an instant. Ouch! The evolved rock wolf howled and stared at Scorpion's body with its green eyes. Rock blockade. The rock wolf gathered dozens of rocks as big as its head in front of it and smashed them at Scorpion. At the moment of attack, the green eyes of the rock wolf turned into a more dangerous red. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Nohara Rin formed a seal and released a water style ninjutsu to attack Scorpion's body together with the rock wolf. Scorpion's fingers trembled, and he quickly controlled the third Kazekage to return to defense, creating a thick sand iron wall in front of him. Obito relaxed instantly, breathing heavily. He almost couldn't bear the pressure just now. It was too strenuous for him to fight against Charmeleon and the human puppet of the third Kazekage. Fortunately, Obito didn't practice much today, but helped Charmeleon practice. He had more physical strength and chakra than Kakashi. This white-haired puppy is quite handsome after evolution. Obito looked at Guru with some surprise. He found that except Charmeleon, other ninja beasts changed a lot after evolution. The ugly became elegant and beautiful after the plan, and Guru became handsome after evolution. On the contrary, Charmeleon, which evolved the first, had the least overall change. It would definitely be more handsome if the white hair turned into red or black hair. Obito was very unhappy when he saw the large amount of white hair on Guru's neck and tail, thinking that it seriously affected the appearance. Obito seized the rare opportunity to breathe, exited the flame-breathing chakra mode, and hurried to refine chakra. Charmeleon was so tired that he sat on the ground. It had been tortured by Obito, and now it was almost dead. Seeing the opponent who had narrowly defeated him becoming stronger, Charmeleon felt bad. It seemed that among the Pokémon, it could only win against the translator. Although he was the best friend of Zoroark, Charmeleon had the idea of hoping that Zoroark would evolve later, which made Charmeleon feel ashamed of himself. He should think about making himself stronger. How could he pray that his friend would remain weak forever? Magnetic style, Iron Sand Rain. The mutation of Rock Dog made Scorpion feel something was wrong, so he consumed a lot of chakra to urge the third Kazekage to perform a large-scale and powerful magnetic style again. Under Scorpion's control, the third Kazekage formed seals with both hands, and a large amount of iron sand gathered rapidly around him. Kakashi saw that it was the large-scale magnetic style from before, and hurriedly shouted, "Glenn, let's perform Earth Flow Wall together." He had been refining chakra with all his strength during the period when he was not fighting. The current chakra was barely enough to use Earth Flow Wall once, but he could not use the more defensive multiple Earth Flow Wall, so he needed the assistance of Glenn Wolfman. Ouch! The Wolfman responded to Kakashi with a cry and began to condense Earth Attribute Chakra. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi formed a seal very quickly and instantly created a white earth wall on the ground. Water Style, Water array wall. Nohara Rin followed closely and added a water wall in front of the earth wall, hoping to use the water wall to absorb some of the impact of the iron sand. In order not to affect the defense ability of the earth wall, Nohara Rin exerted her chakra control to the limit, keeping the water and the water wall and the earth wall at a distance that would not interfere. Then the wolf man howled loudly, and a wall of earth that was inferior to Kakashi's rose up. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of sand iron needles hit the earth flow wall, breaking through the water wall at a high speed and making the earth flow wall tattered. The wolfman also knew that his earth flow wall was not very good, so he quickly condensed chakra and released another earth wall to strengthen his defense. Seeing that Guru and Min Chao were fighting side by side, while Charmeleon could only hide under the earth wall made by Guru, Charmeleon was very unwilling to accept this. Thinking back to the past, it was almost the strongest ninja beast in the team, but it was only slightly inferior to Min Chao. Now it can only watch them show their strengths. How can Charmeleon accept this? Could it be that Min Chao would look down on a dragon hiding behind without strength? Ah! Charmeleon roared with unyielding and eagerness for strength. Obito wanted to ask Charmeleon why you suddenly screamed, but when he saw the white light suddenly appear on Charmeleon, he shut up instantly. It's going to evolve, so it's okay. Obito became excited. Charmeleon had evolved before, and if it evolved again this time, it would be the second evolution. It must take off, and it can't be worse than Min Chao. The dazzling pure white light enveloped Charmeleon, and the light of evolution reappeared on the battlefield. Kakashi looked at Charmeleon with surprise. He didn't expect that Charmeleon, which had evolved once, would evolve again. Mr. Muyu did not say that ninja beasts can only evolve once. Can Guru and Melodic evolve again? Kakashi thought. Charmeleon has evolved again. That's great. Nohara Rin found that Charmeleon and the others are really a group of special ninja beasts. Whenever their contractors are in danger, Charmeleon and the others will burst into potential. The white light dissipated, and Charizard with a big belly and a thick tail made a brilliant appearance. Well, I should have used illusion to help you lose weight earlier. Looking at Charizard's bulging cream-colored belly, Obito couldn't help but complain. Why do other Pokemon either become handsome or elegant, but Charmeleon looks fatter after evolving? What makes Obito happy is that after evolving into Charmeleon, it has wings, and the protrusion of Charmeleon has become 2 protrusions, which looks more majestic. Looking at the upper body alone, there is still a sense of majesty, and he is 2/3 as handsome as him. But if you look at the overall picture, Obito can only say that he is okay, a little domineering, but not half as handsome as him. Charizard tapped Obito's head with his finger. You don't know how high the sky is, do you? Now it is not the little Charmander it used to be. Now Obito is the little Obito. When it just evolved into Charmeleon, Obito used the flame-breathing chakra mode to intimidate it, and it stood like a minion. Now it has shed its old skin and evolved into a dragon. It's time to change its form. Feeling Charizard's malicious gaze, Obito suddenly showed a kind smile on his face. In addition to the contractual relationship, we are still good friends, right? Obito suddenly understood Charizard's hard work and decided to reduce Charizard's burden. Charizard's face showed a smile with a little coldness. It tapped Obito's head with its finger again, and then flapped its wings and flew away. Although I really want to give Obito a breath of the freshest flame, now is not the time to play. Playing is playing. But you can only bully your own contractors, and you can't let others bully them. The flame at the end of Charizard's tail is particularly lush at this moment, and even a few blue-white flames appeared on the top of the flame. Jet flames. Charizard opened its mouth and spit out a huge column of high-temperature fire towards the third Kazekage. For it, which has the ability to fly, it can easily find an angle to attack even with the wide-range sand iron ninjutsu. What is this? Scorpion frowned, not knowing why a flying ninja beast suddenly appeared. Just now, the earth flow wall blocked the evolution of Charmeleon, so Scorpion didn't know that the current Charizard was evolved from the Charmeleon just now. At most, Scorpion could see that Charizard might have some relationship with the Charmeleon just now. Scorpion didn't understand. He hid his strength to kill Kakashi. What did Kakashi and the others want to do by hiding these? To assassinate Ninja Master Sasuke. Although it was unclear what was going on, the high-temperature flames that attacked forced Scorpion to control the third Kazekage to control the Sand Iron for defense. A flying and powerful ninja beast was too threatening. Scorpion directly controlled the third Kazekage to create two huge three-sided iron sands and stabbed Charizard. Although Charizard looked like it had a big belly, its flying speed was not slow at all, and it could even be said to be very fast. Scorpion's Sand Iron could not catch up with Charizard for a while, and after discovering that the large-scale Sand Iron ninjutsu had ended, Nohara Rin and Minchao launched another attack. We must get rid of the enemy as soon as possible and go back to prepare the antidote. Nohara Rin was very anxious. Poisoning in reality is not like the poisoning state in the game. In reality, poisoning will become more serious with the passage of time. Scorpion's toxin is very strong. Even if it is suppressed by ninjutsu, it still cannot be delayed for too long. Ouch. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. With a howl from the main rock wolfman, the rock on his neck suddenly flew out and then grew larger, stabbing towards Scorpion's body at a high speed. Main rock wolfman always remembered Kakashi's instructions, and getting rid of the body was the top priority. Damn it, Scorpion, who was hiding in the Scarlet Flow Amber, looked very ugly. If he didn't deal with Charizard first, then Charizard, which was flying fast, would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. But if he let the third Kazekage deal with Charizard, he, a weak puppeteer, couldn't withstand the attack of the Wolfman Nohara Rin and others with just the Higurashi. No matter how Scorpion thought, he didn't expect that Kakashi and his ninja beasts would be so evil and suddenly increase in strength. Originally, in Scorpion's estimation, he should have more than enough to kill Kakashi and his three companions with a sneak attack. It's reckless. It's safer to wait until Kakashi is alone. If it was just Kakashi, no matter how evil Kakashi's ninja beast was, Scorpion would be sure to kill Kakashi. Scorpion had no choice but to control the puppets of the third Kazekage to return to defense and block the attacks of Nohara Rin and others, and then threw out a scroll with 9 puppets. Although controlling 10 machines at the same time couldn't use the third Kazekage's ultimate move, it would be better to control 10 puppets at the same time for the current situation. After all, more puppets can be used to offset the opponent's numerical advantage. However, the development of the matter was beyond Scorpion's expectations. Even though he controlled the third Kazekage to entangle the most difficult flying summoned beast, the situation was still heading in a bad direction. Minchao used self-regeneration to withstand the attack of the puppets and used Water Stream Tail to smash a puppet. Kakashi and Obito were on the edge of and they released ninjutsu to assist after refining enough chakra. The werewolf was extremely fast and liked to go around, forcing Scorpion to let 3 puppets guard him. Scorpion had the idea of retreating. It was true that he wanted revenge, but it was obviously impossible to succeed in revenge, and he would also get himself involved. The last straw that crushed Scorpion's idea of killing Kakashi on the spot was that his arrangements nearby were triggered by someone, and someone came. After all, Liang Muiyu was Kakashi's teacher, and it was normal for him to visit Kakashi and others when they were training, so Scorpion made some arrangements around him before taking action. Scorpion's burst of chakra made all the puppets go crazy and attack desperately, temporarily forcing Nohara Rin and others to a distance. Then Scorpion abandoned the rest of the puppets and connected all the chakra lines to the third Kazekage, using up the last chakra to let the third Kazekage release a large-scale Sand Iron attack. Because Charizard was specially taken care of, Charizard had to retreat to a distance, and the others tried their best to use ninjutsu to resist. At this time, Scorpion directly used the chakra line to pull out the chakra core of the third Kazekage, and then threw out dozens of detonating tags without looking back, and retreated quickly with the sound of explosions. The core of the human puppet is the chakra core. As long as the chakra core is in hand, he can create another powerful third Kazekage human puppet. As for the other puppets, Scorpion was too lazy to recover them. Except for the third Kazekage, the rest of the human puppets can only be said to be consumables. When the sound of iron sand disappeared, the main rock wolf man jumped onto the wall, moved his nose, and wanted to chase by smell. Don't chase the desperate enemy. Kakashi stopped the main rock wolf man, although if they chased him, they would most likely kill Scorpion, but it was unclear whether there would be other accidents. At present, he and Obito have basically lost their ability to fight. Min Xiao has been poisoned, and Nohara Rin has consumed a lot of chakra. The only one on their side who is in a slightly better condition is probably Guru. Kakashi estimated that Charizard is also in a general state, because Kakashi has studied Charmeleon for a period of time. When Charmeleon is in a bad state, the flame on its tail will be more vigorous than in normal times. Kakashi hopes that there will be no sacrifices on their side rather than killing the enemy. Guru turned around and walked back to Kakashi very obediently. Kakashi nodded in his heart. It seems that Charizard's disobedience after evolution is just an exception. Evolution will not affect feelings. Let's go back directly and report this to Teacher Miyu, Kakashi said immediately. Nohara Rin nodded in agreement and said seriously, I have to go back quickly to help Zeomai prepare the antidote, otherwise it may be dangerous. Charizard instantly showed a worried look when he heard Nohara Rin's words, and hurriedly ran to Min Xiao to ask about his well-being, and even told Nohara Rin that he could ride it back, which would be faster. Obito, although he couldn't understand Charizard's words as well as Zoroark, Charizard's expression was very clear, and it even put its head in front of Nohara Rin. I haven't ridden it yet. Obito was speechless about Charizard's courtesy. If it weren't for Nohara Rin, he would have stood up and said a few words. Then the few of them rushed back to Six Paths Castle. Fortunately for Nohara Rin, Min Xiao had a strong vitality, and with the help of Miyu, they finally solved the problem of Min Xiao's poisoning safely. On the other side, Scorpion burst out chakra and ran at a very fast speed. From time to time, he would look back at the sky to see if Charizard was chasing him. When Scorpion ran a distance and found that there was no trace of Charizard, Scorpion breathed a sigh of relief. The technology of human puppet must be perfected as soon as possible. If I were a human puppet, even if Uchiha Shisui was present, everyone would still die. Scorpion rarely had a desire for strength. In fact, Scorpion doesn't care much about the strength of ninjas. The reason why he has been studying human puppets is not to increase his strength, but for his eternal art. Although no one is chasing him, Scorpion still doesn't slow down. He is ready to leave the Six Paths Castle first, because his strongest puppet now only has the chakra core, and the combat power is greatly reduced. Even if he stays here, it will be difficult for him to kill Kakashi. It is better to recover his strength first and then look for opportunities. Anyway, after transforming himself, he will have eternal life, and he will always wait for the opportunity to take revenge. There is no need to rush these few days. Tenxiang Danian, just as Scorpion was planning his future revenge, a strong suction force broke out and sucked Scorpion's body over. Nagato? Why is he here? Scorpion was puzzled. Nagato, I am Sand Crab. We have no grudges. Why are you attacking me? Scorpion tried to stop Nagato with words. He didn't have the third Kazekage at this time, and there was not much chakra left in his body. He really had no ability to fight Nagato, but Nagato seemed to have heard nothing. The moment Scorpion was sucked over, he released Shinro Tensei to the ground. Boom! The powerful repulsive force hit the Scorpion, creating a big hole in the ground. The exhausted Scorpion fainted from the heavy blow. P.S. This chapter is 5K, and the total number of words in the 2 chapters is 11,000. I am begging for next month's vote. There is no double at the end of this month, so it doesn't matter when you vote. Chapter 537 Charizard, I will bear the blame for the bitterness of Obito. After the problem of Melodic was solved, Kakashi, Nohara Rin and Obito told Miyu about the sneak attack. That man is Nagato's opponent in the quarterfinals, the puppeteer who can control 10 puppets, but he was disguised during the game, and he was not the same when he attacked us. Kakashi reported all the information he saw to Miyu. The other disciples nodded. Although they rushed back without communicating, Scorpion took out the puppets used in the game, and with the feature of controlling 10 puppets at the same time, he could basically lock the target. Puppet masters in the ninja world are rare. The Six Paths City is a martial arts meeting and a puppet master competition. How could there be a second puppeteer who can control 10 puppets just nearby, and Scorpion has the same puppet? I know, I will negotiate with the ninja sect. Muyu nodded with a solemn look. Of course, this was just his pretending, because Muyu had sent Nagato to solve this matter. According to the time, Scorpion might have been knocked unconscious and locked up by Nagato. When in Konoha, Muyu still had to use shadow clones to watch over the disciples to prevent accidents. Now in the Land of Rain, Muyu will naturally be more cautious. When Scorpion and Kakashi were fighting, Muyu's shadow clone was always waiting for an opportunity to move. As long as Kakashi and his friends were really in trouble and couldn't deal with it, Muyu's shadow clone would just pass by and help them solve the problem. However, although Kakashi and his friends didn't explode, their Pokémon ushered in a wave of evolution, so Muyu didn't show up. Teacher Muyu, do different ninja beasts have different times of evolution? Kakashi thought about it and asked. After he was free, Kakashi recalled the differences between the evolution of Charizard, Milotic and Lycanthrope, and found a problem. Although Milotic and Lycanthrope only evolved once, the improvement was very large, and the evolution from Charmander to Charmeleon was too obviously smaller than that of Milotic and Lycanthrope. The stage from Charmeleon to Charizard is in line with the evolution and strength span of other Pokémon. So Kakashi was thinking, is there a possibility that the span from Smelly to Milotic and Grunt to Guru, and Charmander to Charizard, is the same? Although Charizard has one more evolution, the overall degree of strength is not much different. In this way, Charizard's first evolution makes sense, because its evolution can only be said to be 0.5 evolutions compared to other Pokémon. One evolution of Milotic and Guru is equivalent to 2 evolutions of Charizard, which makes Kakashi think that Milotic and Guru may not be able to evolve a second time like Charizard. Otherwise Charizard would be too different from Milotic. Because these ninja beasts are gifts from Muyu, Muyu can't deliberately give Obito the worst one. Muyu nodded and explained, just like different animals have different development, your ninja beasts are not of the same species, and there are indeed differences in the number of evolutions. Except for Obito's Charizard, the Pokémon of the other disciples are all one evolution. Just rest assured to cultivate them. They have great potential and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Muyu continued. According to the localization characteristics of the system, maybe Super Evolution has also been localized, and it can absorb natural energy to enter the special Sage mode. As for those Pokémon that have not super evolved, even if they have not super evolved, there are some means such as Z-moves Dynamaxing, and maybe they are related to natural energy after localization. Even if we put aside Super Evolution, Kakashi and his Pokémon have just started to be cultivated, and they are not proficient in various moves, have not been deeply developed, have not learned the local ninjutsu of Naruto, and have not experienced too much physical training. There is absolutely no problem in saying that there is a promising future. From Muyu's perspective, even if there is no Super Evolution, Charizard and others can become strong shadows after various training. As for reaching the level of Super Shadow, they may have to find a way to develop to the Sage mode. All the disciples nodded. This crisis has already fully demonstrated the potential of Pokémon. If it weren't for the appearance of Lycanroc and Charizard, they would be in danger. After eating and resting for a while to recover his energy in the evening, Obito fell into a dilemma. He wanted to take Charizard to the training ground to learn about Charizard's abilities, but felt that Charizard would wait for an opportunity to retaliate for his behavior during the day. Obito knew that he was doing this for Charizard's own good, but he felt that Charizard might not understand his good intentions. The finals will start tomorrow. If we cooperate well with Charizard, we might have a chance to win. Thinking of tomorrow's game, Obito showed a determined expression. In order to be the first, he had to withstand the pressure even if he was not understood. At this moment, Obito's mind was full of thoughts of if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? He felt that he was sublimated. It just so happened that Kakashi was also going to study the abilities of the werewolf, so the two of them prepared to go to the official training ground of the Six Paths City together. As a ninja town, the training ground is of course indispensable. I didn't go there before because I habitually felt that it was not good to practice in the training grounds of other ninja forces. After experiencing what happened to Sasori, Kakashi felt that it would be better to go to the official training ground of the ninja clan. At least it was closer to the city. Curious Shisui followed him, and Nohara Rin thought that exercising at night was good, so she followed him. Muyu directly sent a shadow clone to take charge of the protection. After all, the scorpion attack just happened during the day, so there was no need to hide it. When they arrived at the training ground, Obito felt that they could still rescue it, so he said to Charizard, I think I can explain what happened today. Charizard crossed his paws across his chest and raised his eyebrows at Obito. He wanted to see what excuse Obito could make. Look, other ninja beasts have only evolved once, and some have not evolved yet, but you have evolved twice. Haven't you ever thought about the reason? Obito said with a proud expression. There are now 3 Pokémon that have evolved, which adds up to 4 times, and his Pokémon has evolved twice. Ah! Charizard raised his chest and raised his head to prop up his wings, trying to make his body look wider and taller. Of course it's because I'm gifted, it said so. Zoroark translated. Obito was speechless with black lines on his head. Who did he learn this shamelessness from? It was obviously his training. Obito made a thoughtful expression, weighing the next words in his mind. There was no other way. Charizard had to help in the finals. Obito was afraid of making Charizard unhappy, so Charizard simply lay there and slept. I'm not denying your talent. Obito first stacked his armor. I mean, Charizard, you were able to evolve to the 2nd stage. In fact, it was also partly due to my training. The reason why I deliberately angered you during the day was that I hoped you could become stronger, so I'm very happy to see you like this now, and your hard work has not been in vain. Obito stroked his non-existent beard and said with a look of relief, emphasizing his hard work in his words. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs, and Obito felt that there was nothing wrong with the opposite statement, that a tiger will not eat its father. He who hatched Charizard should be considered half of Charizard's father. If Charizard knew his painstaking efforts, he should be able to understand his behavior to some extent. Sparks! Charizard's answer was a thick flame. Charizard then remembered that after evolving, it actually forgot to spit fire at Obito. It was busy eating and resting, and forgot to punish Obito, the bastard. Obito was well prepared and had quietly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, so he dodged immediately when Charizard opened his mouth. Charizard's eyes flashed with fierceness and let out a long howl. Since you want me to strengthen my strength so much, then continue to fight with me. It said so. Zoroark accurately translated. Charizard nodded. This is the peace of mind of having a translator. If there is no translator, Obito will talk nonsense and misinterpret its meaning, and Charizard will really have a mouth to explain. At this moment, Charizard's heart is burning. Obito is a rude guy. It just evolved and said bad things about it in front of Melodic, saying that it is fat, even though it has such a perfect figure. Since Obito used getting stronger as an excuse to torture him, it can also use the excuse of getting stronger to torture Obito. Oh, no. There is no torture. It is originally helping the contractor to become stronger. Obito is now at the bottom of the list among many disciples. With his help, he will surely catch up with the others soon. At that time, even if Obito doesn't understand, Charizard won't take it to heart. After all, humans and dragons cannot understand each other. Hardship Obito, I'll bear the blame. Charizard felt that he was simply too great. Obito was so cruel to him, but he could repay his hatred with kindness. Where can you find such a good dragon? I think we can understand each other and enhance our strength in a more civilized way, Obito suggested with a serious face. Even a dragon less than 2 years old like me is afraid. No wonder Zealand thinks Kakashi is more powerful. That's what it said. Obito, ? Obito looked at Charizard in disbelief. Why did you, a dragon with fire on your tail, make such a cold cry? This person, no, this dragon said something that is absolutely unforgivable. Since you're stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless with fire escape. Obito corrected his goggles and his eyes became sharp. Although Charizard doesn't need to cast a seal to release ninjutsu, he has mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode, which also doesn't need a seal. Charizard turned his head away with disdain. Since it was born, It has spent most of its time fighting wits and courage with Obito. It knows all of Obito's weaknesses too well. In a sense, they are quite compatible. Kakashi, who was communicating with the wolf man on the side about his new abilities, couldn't help but complain. Although it is normal for a ninja beast to resemble its breeder after being cultivated for a long time, Charizard is too similar. Kakashi seems to see another Obito. The battle begins. Observer Shisui played a guest referee. Charizard let out a long howl and flapped its wings directly, flying to a distance of about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. If it flew too high, not only would Obito not be able to hit it, but its attacks would also not be able to hit Obito. Fire style, great fireball technique. For Charizard, whose intelligence was unknown, Obito still chose the first move, the Great Fireball. After spitting out the Great Fireball, Obito quickly put his hand into the bag of ninja tools, took out several kunai, and used the 3 Magatama Sharingan to observe Charizard's movements. Charizard saw that Obito was actually testing it with the slow Great Fireball, and sneered, flapping its wings and flying to the side at a high speed. Whoosh! Obito immediately condensed chakra in his hand, and then changed the nature of the kunai to attach flames, and threw it at Charizard in the sky. However, Charizard didn't even bother to dodge such an attack. It condensed wind attribute chakra on its claws, swung a few times, and chopped out several wind blades in succession. Blade of air, boom! The wind blade cut the kunai with flames, and exploded due to the change in the nature of the fire attribute chakra, but the wind blade continued to cut towards Obito with undiminished momentum. Whoosh! Obito dodged in the opposite direction of Charizard, dodged the wind blade, and kept a certain distance from Charizard. After evolving, did you comprehend the wind style on your own? Although the power is not particularly exaggerated, the release speed is very fast. Shisui recorded the information in his mind. After all, there will definitely be ninja beasts involved in the future Disciples Civil War, so remember it if you can. Shisui glanced at Zoroark. Currently, only his Zoroark and Might Guy's Riolu have not evolved, but Shisui is not in a hurry. According to the currently known information, the strength of Pokemon that evolve later will be more obvious. Charmeleon evolved the earliest, but lost to Rock Dog in the battle. Its strength is far inferior to the evolved Milotic and Lycanthrope. Seeing that Obito wanted to run, Charizard quickly flashed its wings and chased after him. Jet flames. A thick high-temperature column of fire spewed out of Charizard's mouth and attacked Obito on the ground. Flying things are really annoying. Feeling the heat wave coming from behind him, Obito had to concentrate his breathing to the extreme, and then rolled into the flame-breathing chakra mode. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat. Due to the flame-breathing chakra mode, all chakra was instantly converted into fire attribute chakra, and turned into a large amount of flames and was spit out by Obito. Obito gathered a large amount of flames together to form a flame and rushed towards the fire column that continued to attack. The two flames collided with each other, violent sparks burst out, and the scorching flames roasted the surrounding air with a hissing sound. The power of ninjutsu of the same attribute can best be seen in the bombardment. Whoever's ninjutsu is offset first is the weaker one, and Obito's flame has the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, plus it consumes a lot of chakra. Even if the unconvinced Charizard continues to maintain the output of chakra, it still can't stop the decline of the fire column. Boom! The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet compressed by Obito rushed straight into the sky, offsetting Charizard's fire column and causing an explosion. I said, my fire style will never show mercy. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus underscore. So what if he evolved? He had practiced fire style for several years. How could he lose to Charizard in fire style? Charizard roared, flapped its wings, raised its claws and chopped at Obito. Chop. Obito, who was in the flame-breathing chakra mode, was not to be outdone. He first condensed a large amount of flames on his fist, and then condensed the armament chakra. He raised his fist to meet the attack without dodging. The fire-style confrontation just now gave Obito confidence. He found that Charizard was not as strong as he had imagined. The reason why he was able to scare away Scorpion together with the Wolf Mane Rock was that the flying ability was difficult to solve in a multiplayer battle. But this was a one-on-one battle, no one was covering for Charizard, and it was difficult for Charizard to sneak attack him from the sky with the Sharingan. Bang! A dull crash sounded, Charizard landed and took a step back, and Obito slid 2 meters away. It's not big, but it's quite strong. Obito shook his slightly numb hand. Although Charizard has less time to train, the advantage of his race makes Charizard much stronger than Obito. But my flames are not so easy to catch. Obito looked at Charizard's claws. This time he won again. His palm was just a little numb, and Charizard's claws had already shown signs of injury. Then the man and the dragon kept colliding. With the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, Obito won more and lost less and had the upper hand. At this time, Kakashi had completed the test of the various abilities of the guru, so he looked at Obito and Charizard who were fighting. Obito is about to lose, Kakashi said after watching for a while, but doesn't it look like Obito has the advantage now? No, Harurin asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head and explained, Charizard has a special ability. When it is not in good condition, its strength will become stronger. At this time, Obito has consumed a lot of chakra, and Charizard is about to usher in its strongest moment. If nothing unexpected happens, Charizard will win. If it were an ordinary fire ninja, then of course Obito would win, but Charizard is obviously not an ordinary fire ninja. The more Kakashi knows about their Pokemon, the more he can understand the horror of their potential. Not to mention that Obito can't beat Charizard, Kakashi dare not say that he will definitely win against Guru. Guru is extremely fast and has excellent moves at both long and short distances. The most important thing is that Guru is more durable than Kakashi, and Kakashi will definitely not be able to outlast Guru. If Guru fights a war of attrition with Kakashi, Kakashi will definitely lose. As soon as Kakashi finished explaining, as if to confirm Kakashi's words, the flames on Charizard's tail suddenly burned more vigorously. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Charizard looked at Obito with a wild laugh. It was waiting for the fierce fire. What were you waiting for? Spray the flame. Charizard opened its mouth wide, a large amount of chakra burst out, and spit out the thickest flame in its dragon life. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito, who was in the flame-breathing chakra mode, was extremely sensitive to flames. He instantly felt the danger and immediately concentrated his chakra again to spit out a sea of fire and condense it into a solid pillar of fire. Boom! The two powerful pillars of fire collided with each other. The fire pillars were surrounded by rolling heat waves and flying sparks. The scorching flames made the surrounding air distorted, as if you could see the ripples of the air rippling in the sea of fire. Even Kakashi Shisui, who was watching the battle, could feel the burning breath in the air. Even the wind seemed to be suppressed by the heat wave, becoming weak and powerless. The two pillars of fire fought to the last spark, and finally returned to nothingness together. This time, Charizard's full-strength jet of flames and Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb fought to a draw. It's not a big deal. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb is not my strongest fire ninjutsu, Obito consoled himself. Whoosh! Charizard grinned and blew out another thick column of fire at Obito. He blocked one, so what about the second one? It can release 5 more jets of flames. How many Fire Dragon Flame Bombs can you release, Obito? Obito wiped the sweat off his forehead and dodged quickly. He had already consumed a lot of chakra in the previous battle. If he released Fire Dragon Flame Bombs again, he might be forced to exit the flame-breathing chakra mode. Hot wind. Facing the fleeing Obito, Charizard took a big breath of air and spit out a whirlwind with sparks. Then he quickly swung out a wind blade to block Obito's dodging space. With nowhere to hide, Obito had to face the flames from Charizard. The two flames collided again, and the flames from Charizard quickly suppressed Obito's flames and rushed towards Obito. Obito gathered chakra around his body to prepare for defense. Since a head-on attack was not possible, he would find a way to reduce the damage. When Charizard's flames suppressed more than half, Charizard dissipated part of its power, and the remaining part was offset by Obito's flames, and only part of the flames hit Obito's protective body. Although he was not injured, Obito was already exhausted at this time, and sat on the ground under the impact of the flames. In the end, Charizard stood in front of Obito, who was exhausted, with his hands on his chest and hot streams coming out of his nose, and he made a disdainful cry. "Comparing flames with me, you are still young." It said so. Zoro translated. Obito looked at Charizard with a frown on his face. "Isn't this what he said in the morning? It learned too quickly. If you can save chakra as much as possible in the early stage, you may have a chance to win," Kakashi commented. In terms of output limit, Obito is now higher than Charizard, which can be seen from the fact that Obito suppressed Charizard in his heyday. "Maybe saving chakra in the front will save you from the back," Obito retorted unhappily. "Kakashi is just talking without any pain. Charizard is so fierce. If he doesn't open the flame-breathing chakra mode, he will be beaten up." Miyu and Nohara are watching. "Doesn't Obito have any face?" "Kakashi, you only have Zozi after all." Obito was proud in his heart. He is playing a big game. Charizard is happy tonight, and tomorrow afternoon he should help him win the first place. By then, he will be the first in a youth martial arts tournament, and Kakashi will only be a small top 8, which is not the same level of ninja. And the reward for the first place is the Fire Dragon Dance, which is known as the strongest fire escape. When he successfully practices that fire escape, his single combat strength will also surpass Kakashi. Obito seemed to see a broad road appearing in front of him, just waiting for him to step on it. When Obito was about to discuss tomorrow's tactics with Charizard, he found that the Charizard next to him had disappeared. Obito looked around and found that Charizard had run to the side of Melodic at some point. Obito was speechless. He was the contractor. He thought Melodic and Charizard were both summoned beasts of Nohara-Rin. "Obito, let me treat you. Although it seems that there is nothing wrong, you have a game tomorrow, so you have to pay attention." Nohara-Rin walked to Obito and said gently, "Hee, thank you for troubling you, Zealand." Obito smiled embarrassedly. He did not go to find Charizard, but cooperated with Nohara-Rin's treatment and found topics to chat with Nohara-Rin. For the game, Obito, just do your best. Don't think too much and pay attention to protect yourself, Nohara-Rin reminded. Although Charizard is strong, Nagato is too strong at the moment. Nohara-Rin thinks that it is basically difficult for Obito and Charizard to win together. She was worried that Obito would work too hard for the first place and get seriously injured, so she reminded him specifically. Nohara-Rin knew that Obito was a person who loved to show off. Although with Miyu's teaching, Obito is now much more rational and will not hurt himself meaninglessly, but he is always afraid of the worst. "Don't worry, Zealand, I will protect myself." Obito nodded. After all, this is just a game, not a life-and-death battle with an enemy, and Obito will definitely not fight to the death. Of course, he will still try his best to defeat Nagato, not only for the ranking and reward, but also for revenge for Might Guy. Might Guy was injured when he opened 6 gates to help him win the first reward. How could he ignore this friendship? The next afternoon, the finals of the youth martial arts tournament were held on time. Hanzo showed a look of relief, although he didn't see Nagato lose, and Sosuke looked worried. The martial arts tournament was finally coming to an end. He was finally liberated and didn't need to face Sosuke and Kakazu anymore. Sosuke puts him under mental pressure, while Kakazu puts him under real verbal pressure. He hasn't slept well for several days. In his dreams, either Sosuke calls him out in class or Kakazu scolds him. In the players' lounge, there are only Nagato and Obito. Obito looks at Nagato, and keeps recalling information about Nagato in his mind. At this moment, he is not fighting alone, but a team. Kakashi and Might Guy tell Obito the information they have collected about Nagato. Although the repulsion ninjutsu can be used instantly without hand seals, there is a cooling time, which is less than 8 seconds. At this time, most of Nagato's information has been exposed, and all the disciples think that the cooling of Shinra Tensei is the most critical thing. Although the Tensei of all things is also quite strange, it is not as effective as the Tensei of all things. For example, when fighting with Might Guy, if Nagato dares to use the Tensei of all things to suck Might Guy over, then Might Guy dares to let Nagato know what it means to have muscles beyond rocks. Although Nagato didn't look at Obito on the surface, he was actually observing Obito with his peripheral vision. He was very curious about what kind of ninjas the other Muyu disciples were. The final of the youth martial arts tournament, Nagato vs. Uchiha Obito. The referee's voice came into the lounge. P.S. This chapter is a 2-in-1 chapter, a total of 7K. The plot of the martial arts tournament can be finished tomorrow. Chapter 538, the martial arts tournament ends. Nagato got up first and walked towards the battlefield, and Obito followed closely behind. The appearance of the players made the atmosphere in the venue even more heated. Many spectators were comparing the strength of the two and discussing who would win the championship. It's a battle without suspense. Huang Tu believed that Nagato would win, and it would be easy to win. Huang Tu watched all the elimination matches of the youth martial arts tournament in full. In his mind, the ranking of the strength of the players in the youth martial arts tournament should be Nagato first, Might Guy second, and Sand Crab third. Among the remaining people, Kakashi may be ranked fourth, and it is hard to say what will happen next. For example, if Obito, who entered the finals, encounters Hoshigaki Kisame who restrains him, he will most likely be eliminated by Hoshigaki Kisame. In the semi-finals, Obito's victory over Shisui was also reluctant, and it can be seen that the strength of the two sides is almost the same. When Obito fights Nagato, sometimes he is too lucky, and it is not all good. Asuma mourned for Obito in his heart for a second. When drawing lots, Obito drew a good lot, which allowed him to enter the quarterfinals. Then the opponents in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals were evenly matched. Part of luck and part of strength allowed Obito to successfully enter the finals. But in the following finals, no matter how lucky Obito was, it would be useless because Nagato had absolute strength to crush him. Asuma felt that Obito would become a background second place, beaten by the first place and then discussed as not as good as the top four. Compared with this second place, Asuma would rather be the quarterfinals. No matter what, it's the second place, and I can customize a ninjutsu from the ninja master Sosuke, Haizu Litong said with some envy. He didn't even make it to the elimination round, and he was really here to accompany the exam. I didn't expect Obito to actually make it to the finals. Doesn't this make me look a little bad? Yahiko joked to himself. At the beginning of the elimination round, he chatted with Obito and said that entering the finals would greatly increase his fame. As a result, Obito really made it to the finals, and Yahiko was eliminated in the first round. No way, the man you met is too strong. Even if Uchiha Obito met him, he would most likely be eliminated. Apart from Nagato, maybe only Might Guy has a chance to beat him. Konan comforted. Yahiko's luck was average. In the first round, he met Sasori, a tough guy whose comprehensive strength can be ranked in the top 3. No matter what, losing is losing. Yahiko smiled indifferently and looked at the battlefield. At this time, Nagato and Obito had already taken their positions, and the battle was about to begin. Charizard, I sacrificed so much yesterday, you must give it a little more strength. Obito took a deep breath, hoping that Charizard today could maintain the momentum of yesterday's attack on him. Obito still has self-awareness. It is pure dreaming for him to beat Nagato with his little fire escape ability. It is impossible to achieve even if he performs beyond his normal level. If he wants to win, he can only cooperate with Charizard tacitly and catch Nagato, who does not know Charizard's information, off guard. The battle begins. Seeing that both of them are ready, the referee of the ninja clan shouted, "Summoning technique." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Obito, without a moment's hesitation, immediately formed a seal and slapped the ground to use the summoning technique. Nagato was too strong, and he might not be able to withstand Nagato's attack alone. Bang! White smoke flashed, and Charizard's figure appeared from it. Water style, great waterfall technique. After watching several battles of Obito, Nagato knew that Obito's strength was fire style, so he chose water style, which restrains fire style, as his first ninjutsu. A huge water ball quickly formed in front of Nagato, attacking Obito and the summoned Charizard. Whoosh! Charizard suppressed the urge to give Obito the first flame, and quickly flapped its wings and flew up. Whoosh! Obito, who had opened his Sharingan, also used the instant body technique to dodge in time. There is actually a summoned beast that has never been summoned. Hanzo was a little surprised. Obito won by a narrow margin when he advanced to the finals, and he didn't expect Obito to be able to hide a summoned beast. He hid it so well that he was not afraid of hiding it directly in the audience. Could it be that he actually hid his strength? Hanzo became interested. I thought Nagato would easily crush Obito to win the championship, but Obito was not as simple as he seemed. 10 cents 10 yen. Although the appearance of Charizard surprised Nagato, he did not have much emotional fluctuations. He stretched out his right hand and released gravity towards Obito. In his perception, Charizard's strength was not as good as Obito's, so he did not need to care too much. It's really unreasonable, Obito complained in his heart as he felt his body moving forward uncontrollably. Compared with Nagato's Shinro Tensei and 10 cents 10 yen, his fire escape ninjutsu was like a joke. However, Obito had anticipated this situation. At the beginning of the battle, he immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme so that he could enter the flame-breathing chakra mode at any time. Fire escape, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. When he was about to be sucked in front of Nagato, Obito, who entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, spit out 2 high-temperature fire dragons in succession. Whoosh! Under Obito's control, the high-temperature fire dragon burning orange rushed straight towards Nagato. In the previous battle, Obito had also entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and displayed the unmarked fire escape technique, so Nagato had always been on guard. Shinro Tensei. Nagato's samsara shook violently, and a powerful repulsive force erupted with him as the center, instantly sending the 2 fire dragons flying along with Obito. At this moment, the Charizard in the sky moved. Before the battle began, Obito had discussed the battle plan with it. As long as Nagato used Shinra Tensei, Charizard would attack Nagato at all costs to test the cooling time of Shinra Tensei. Blade of Air. Charizard chose the fastest wind escape technique and swung several blades at Nagato that were sharp enough to tear the air. Yang breathing, full concentration. Nagato Samsara also observed the incoming attack and concentrated his breathing to strengthen his body. Then, he burst out chakra and flashed his body at an extremely fast speed, perfectly dodging the wind blade and putting some distance between himself and Charizard. Spray flame. Charizard kept gathering chakra and spitting out a thick pillar of fire. Min Shao and Nohara Rin fell in the round of 16. If it became the first, even the arrogant Min Shao would look at it with new eyes. When did Obito contract such a powerful summon beast? Asuma was surprised. He had never seen Obito summon Charizard before, and he didn't expect that Obito actually had a summoned beast that was powerful and could fly. Water style, water formation pillar. Nagato quickly formed a seal and spurted a large amount of water from his mouth to extinguish Charizard's pillar of fire. The huge impact of the water column made it impossible for Charizard to maintain a good flying posture, and it looked shaky. Whoosh! At this time, Obito quietly went around Nagato's side, gathered chakra in his palm, and threw a flaming spear at Nagato. Shinro Tensei. The powerful repulsive force burst out again, directly bouncing Obito's spear of fire away. Such a keen observation, but I still can't catch up. Exactly 8 seconds. Obito exhaled and forced himself to calm down. The pressure that Nagato brought to him was completely different from that of Might Guy, not only because Nagato was stronger than Might Guy, but also because Nagato's methods were much more fancy than Might Guy's. There was nothing much to say about Obito's battle with Might Guy, just using hard power to break his fire escape and crushing him with physical skills. Nagato was different, with various nature changes with good proficiency, keen observation, and instant and powerful ninjutsu. It seemed that Nagato had everything that Obito had, but most importantly, Obito didn't have what Nagato had, which was very uncomfortable. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. With the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, Obito spewed out a large piece of flame at a very fast speed. Although the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was his second ninjutsu that consumed chakra, Obito had no choice at the moment, because Nagato not only has Shinro Tensei's ability to deflect attacks, but also has a keen sense of observation and a fast speed. In order to force Nagato to reveal the true cool-down time of Shinra Tensei, it is necessary to use a ninjutsu that is difficult for Nagato to dodge. Compared with other fire escape techniques, the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb has the advantage of a large range and can be divided into multiple flames to block the enemy's position from multiple directions. 2. 3. Obito silently counted the time when Nagato last used Shinro Tensei while attacking. Finding out the true cool-down time of Shinro Tensei is the basis for victory. Otherwise, how can you win if the attack that consumes a lot of chakra is deflected? Hot wind. After adjusting its body, Charizard took a deep breath and exhaled a whirlwind of fire, further blocking Nagato's dodge space. Sealing technique. Suction seal. Nagato stretched out his hands with a calm expression and formed an invisible shield around him. This is the new ability of the Samsara that he learned after the battle with Might Guy. After testing, it was found that it can absorb ninjutsu, and all ninjutsu, whether it is fire attribute ninjutsu, lightning attribute or water attribute, all can be absorbed by his seal. Obito could only watch his flame disappear into thin air, as if it had never appeared. No. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How can there be another ability hidden in the finals? Obito complained wildly in his heart. I thought that everything would be fine after testing the cooling time of Shinro Tensei, but before the cooling time of Shinro Tensei was tested, Nagato showed another amazing ability. Obito wanted to ask Muyuki Anran to take over and play for him. Someone was cheating, and he couldn't play without joining in. Nagato bounced ninjutsu away and invalidated ninjutsu. It was hard for Obito to imagine how he could beat Nagato when he could only create flames in various ways. There is actually another hidden ability. Kakashi frowned slightly. Originally, Obito's chance of winning against Nagato was very low. With the addition of a new ability that was suspected to be able to eliminate ninjutsu, Obito's chance of winning was infinitely close to zero. Kakashi carefully recalled several of Nagato's battles and found that it was reasonable that Nagato had not used it before. The two strongest ninjas that Nagato had encountered were Sasori and Might Guy. One of them was a puppet master and the other was a pure physical ninja. Nagato's ability to eliminate ninjutsu was of no use at all. No, Zealand and Miyu are still watching up there. And Kai is also waiting for my good news. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra on his fist and punched Nagato at high speed. Even if the enemy is very strong and crushing, he must fight to the last moment. Otherwise he would fail Muyu's teachings, and how could he be worthy of Might Guy's kindness? Since Nagato can invalidate ninjutsu, he will use fire ninjutsu. Fire ninjutsu? Flame fist. Whoosh. The fist containing high-temperature compressed flames hit Nagato with the sound of flames. Nagato still maintained the absorption shield of the Hungry Ghost Way. Ninjutsu, with the word nin in the front, mainly relies on the chakra of changing properties. The flames on Obito's fist were constantly absorbed by the Hungry Ghost shield, but Obito's fist easily passed through the transparent shield and continued to smash towards Nagato. Bang! Nagato blocked with his palm, but was knocked back several meters. Although Nagato is older than Obito, Nagato had not practiced systematically before meeting Miyu, and had not fully exercised his body. Obito has practiced breathing techniques for many years and has been exercising for a long time. Now he is in the mode of breathing chakra of flame, and his strength is far greater than Nagato. Nagato was stunned. He didn't expect Obito's taijutsu to be so strong. He didn't have such a feeling when he saw Obito's previous battles. Opportunity. Obito shouted with his eyes lit up, and rushed forward quickly to kick a whirlwind kick. Shinro Tensei. Bang! The powerful repulsive force bombarded Obito. This time Nagato used more chakra and directly knocked Obito into the wall at the edge of the venue. But Obito didn't care. His eyes were fixed on the fire-breathing dragon that was attacking Nagato quickly. Nagato's Shinra Tensei was completely within Obito's expectations, because when he kicked out the whirlwind kick, 8 seconds had passed since Nagato last used Shinra Tensei, so Nagato could definitely use Shinra Tensei to repel him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Obito's shout was not to increase his momentum, but to remind Charizard. Charizard injected most of its strength into its claws, and the orange-yellow claws became darker. It flapped its wings rapidly and exploded its speed to the extreme. Dragon Claw. Nagato's excellent perception allowed him to immediately discover Charizard's attempt to sneak attack, and he exploded his chakra and retreated quickly. But as Charizard accelerated, the distance between Nagato and Charizard continued to shorten. 2, 3. Obito was still counting the cooling of Nagato's Shinro Tensei in his heart. 5. When Obito counted to 5 in his mind, Charizard's claws were only 1 centimeter away from Nagato, Shinro Tensei. The repulsive force erupted again with Nagato as the center, and Charizard could only watch helplessly as its claws stopped 1 centimeter in front of it and could not move forward any further. Charizard only felt a huge invisible thrust squeezing it. Even if Charizard burst out with all its strength and did not hold back, it could not stay for a second longer. Bang! Charizard, who was retreating violently, slammed into the ground, leaving a hole in the ground. Is the real cooling time 5 seconds? Obito, who got up and rushed over, kept thinking in his mind. With Might Guy's previous record of being deceived, Obito could not be sure that this was the real cooling time of Nagato's Shinro Tensei. No matter, just treat it as 5 seconds, Obito thought with gritted teeth. For Obito, there are only 2 results for the next direct action. If the cooling time of Shinro Tensei is really 5 seconds, then Obito has a small chance of winning. If it was the wrong information that Nagato passed on again, and the actual cool down time of Shinro Tensei was less than 5 seconds, Obito would lose, regardless of whether he knew the correct cool down time. Even a 1 second difference would make a huge difference to Obito at this moment. So Obito felt that there was no need to continue testing, and just treat Shinro Tensei as if the cool down time was 5 seconds. Shadow Clone Technique. Nagato formed a seal and released 2 shadow clones. Fire Style, Head Hard. Wind Style, Suppress Harm. One of the 2 shadow clones created a sea of fire and the other created a storm. The wind helped the fire to quickly create a large sea of fire. Charizard endured the pain and quickly flapped its wings to fly up, increasing its flight distance. Obito wanted to sit on Charizard, but when he thought about Nagato's many long-range ninjutsu, if they stayed in the sky together, they would only become sitting ducks, so he changed his mind, constantly creating flames around his body to resist the sea of fire, and then ran towards Nagato. Lightning Release, Pseudo-Darkness. Nagato's main body quickly formed hand seals, spitting out high-voltage lightning towards Obito who was constantly moving in the sea of fire. Blade of Air. Charizard in the sky swung out wind blades to help Obito block it. Although the wind blades released by Charizard at that angle could not block Nagato's powerful lightning release, it gave Obito a chance to dodge. After observing the lightning strike with the Sharingan, Obito quickly dodged and continued to run towards Nagato. 10,000 Things Heavenly Attraction. Nagato's main body stretched out his right hand towards Obito who was approaching, and a huge gravitational force exploded. Obito's body instantly rushed towards Nagato uncontrollably. At the same time, the shadow clone formed hand seals again and prepared to perform ninjutsu to attack Obito who was sucked in. Great Flame Ring. Entekai. Obito exploded his whole body chakra without hesitation, and blazing flames continued to appear around him. Since Entei's hit rate was only slightly better than that of the Great Fireball, in order to improve the hit rate, Obito thought of an extreme development direction, self-destruction. With the various blessings of the Breath of Fire, he used chakra to protect his body. Although he would still be injured, he would not be seriously injured by the explosion at close range. Moreover, there was no such type of ninjutsu in the ninja world. Obito felt that he would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Nagato sensed the restless power in Obito, stopped the Tensei, and created an absorption shield. Boom! Obito, who turned into a fireball, suddenly exploded, blasting a huge pit on the spot. The high-temperature flames were accompanied by the huge explosion and spread to the surroundings. Bang! Nagato's 2 shadow clones disappeared directly after being injured. Nagato's main body was not injured under the protection of the absorption shield, but was affected by the heat flow and secreted some sweat. Nagato glanced at Obito. Although he was the user of the technique, Obito looked much worse than him at this moment. His clothes became torn and his body was covered with a lot of black ash. Swish! Several wind blades quickly attacked Nagato. Shinro Tensei. Nagato spread his hands and the repulsive force surged in all directions, not only deflecting the incoming wind blades, but also forcing Obito who was nearby to retreat. 1, 2, Obito counted silently in his mind, bursting out at a very fast speed and continued to rush towards Nagato. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Nagato retreated while forming a seal and spitting out a lightning spear at Obito. Charizard was flying in the sky, and it was very fast. Nagato felt it was difficult to hit, so he took the injured Obito as his target. At this moment, Obito was only 4 meters away from Nagato. Even though Obito Sharingan clearly saw the lightning coming towards him, Obito knew that he could not dodge. The distance between him and Nagato was too short, and Nagato was still releasing lightning release. Dragon Claw. At this moment, Charizard rushed straight to the ground, waving its dark claws to resist the lightning. Although he could use ninjutsu to interfere with Nagato, Nagato's lightning had already been used, and even if it was only a part of it, it was not something Obito could withstand now. Due to the huge power of the pseudo-darkness, Charizard kept retreating, and its claws also showed traces of burnt black lightning. 4. Obito passed Charizard and swung his Fire Fist. But when the Fire Fist was about to hit, Obito counted to 5 in his mind. Bang! The repulsive force exploded, and Obito flew backwards without any surprise. Ah! Charizard roared, and the flames on its tail burned extremely hotly. It flew into the sky, raised its uninjured claw, and flapped its wings at high speed to attack Nagato. Wind style. Suppress. The powerful storm blocked Charizard's progress, causing it to miss the cool down time of Shinro Tensei. At this time, Obito climbed up again and continued to rush towards Nagato. Charizard spit a large amount of flames around Nagato to form a vortex, trying to restrict Nagato's movements. But Nagato held up the absorption shield and took a step to absorb all the flames. Fire style. Flame impact. Obito used the last strength and chakra of his body to burn his body with flames, trying to create an attack opportunity for Charizard. He was now injured and lacked chakra, while Charizard, although injured, was stronger. The battle should end. Nagato bent his legs and began to gather chakra. He couldn't bear to see Obito continue to struggle and get injured, and was ready to end the battle in one breath. Shinro Tensei. When Nagato jumped to a height higher than Charizard's flight height, he launched Shinra Tensei, the same Shinra Tensei as Might Guys. Bang bang! Obito was overwhelmed by the powerful repulsive force, and the flying Charizard also fell to the ground at a high speed under the repulsive force. Boom boom! The ground continued to shake and collapse, and even the walls at the edge of the venue were instantly reduced to ruins. Under the protection of the Muyu barrier, the impact did not affect the audience, but only turned the repaired battlefield into a ruin again. When Nagato fell to the ground, Obito wanted to stand up and continue fighting, but found it extremely difficult to even move his arms. He turned his head to look at Charizard, whose eyes had turned into circles, as if he had fainted. I still lost. I didn't seize that opportunity. Obito felt sorry. Nagato actually showed a flaw once, which was when he absorbed the fire release ninjutsu. That was also the only time Obito touched Nagato in the entire battle. Second place is second place. Maybe I can customize a ninjutsu that surpasses the Golden Skyline and the Unthinking Sword. Obito enlightened himself optimistically. After all, he had already lost, and no matter how pessimistic he was, he could not change the reality of failure. Nagato wins, the referee announced when he saw Obito lose his ability to fight. Chapter 539. Nagato's Pokemon hatching. It's no problem that Obito lost this time. This Nagato has almost no weaknesses except that his physical skills are slightly inferior. He is really difficult to deal with. Kakashi shook his head and said. Nagato's performance gave Kakashi a feeling of being unfathomable. This was no longer a question of genius or not. He was completely at the level of a strong ninja in the ninja world, but he lacked a record to prove himself. Kakashi felt that the Mizunotsuki Kan they encountered in the Kirigakure battlefield might not be able to defeat the current Nagato. The combination of the Tensei and Shinro Tensei can attack and defend in one, plus the ability to absorb ninjutsu. If it can be supplemented with the overall jutsu, there will really be no shortcomings. Well, Obito and Charizard have tried their best. Nohara-rin nodded in approval. It just feels like Obito didn't remember what I said before. Nohara-rin smiled helplessly. She had specifically told Obito not to fight too hard before, but the fight was still extremely fierce. But Nohara-rin could understand that Obito did create an opportunity for himself to win in the battle, but he just didn't seize it. With a chance to win, who wants to accept defeat calmly? When you heal him later, you can tell him that I am very disappointed in you. Obito will probably attach great importance to your words for a long time. Kakashi thought for a while and said, although Obito never said it clearly, his various behaviors were too obvious. In Kakashi's eyes, Obito was almost writing the words I am interested in Nohara-rin on his face. Nohara-rin waved his hand. How can you say that? Obito has won the second place. It's too hurtful to say that. She was also going to comfort Obito later, telling him not to be discouraged and to continue to work hard to surpass Nagato. Kakashi didn't continue to say it, he was just joking. If Nohara-rin really said that, Obito would be depressed for at least half a month. Kakashi could imagine what state Obito would be in at that time. His eyes were absolutely dull, and he kept muttering, I am so stupid. Anyway, we are second. I should have. Since Nagato has such strength, will he be the leader of the evil Akatsuki organization in the future? Kakashi thought of the future and looked up at Kakazo on the high platform. According to the information from future Yamato and his team, Kakazo is one of the future evil Akatsuki members, and in the future he will kill Asuma of that period together with his Akatsuki teammate Huden. In Kakashi's opinion, for an organization that is composed entirely of S-level rebels, the leader must have absolute strength. Otherwise it is impossible to suppress the rebels under his command. After all, S-level rebels are definitely not the same. Without absolute strength to suppress them, the organization will fall apart in a few days. And how can it become bigger and stronger? Nagato has the strength of a strong man in the ninja world at such a young age. If he continues to practice, he will basically be heading towards the top of the ninja world. It is not surprising that he can suppress S-level rebels in 20 years. Deidara, Sasori, Akaiuchi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Kakazu, Huden. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. The ninja clan not only has current Akatsuki members like Nagato Yahiko, but also future evil Akatsuki members like Kakazu, which makes Kakashi always feel that the ninja clan will degenerate into the evil Akatsuki organization. There is still too little information. Kakashi suppressed his thoughts. In fact, he has met several members of the evil Akatsuki organization. For example, Hoshigaki Kisame, who is still a Kirigakure ninja and has not defected, and Akaiuchi, who is still a little brat who has not started training. But at present, nothing can be seen, and they all behave normally. As expected of a ninja with the eyes of a fairy, he grows too fast. Hanzo was secretly shocked by Nagato's performance. When besieging the ninja clan, Nagato had an outburst once. Compared with that time, the current Nagato is undoubtedly a real strong man. Although the two abilities of absorbing ninjutsu and deflecting attacks are not invincible, they are indeed very useful in battle. Since the game is over, I won't stay any longer. There are still many affairs in the Rain Village that I need to deal with, Hanzo said with a serious face. The game is finally over, and Hanzo doesn't want to stay for a second longer. He feels tortured to sit for another minute. Sosuke gives him mental pressure, and Kaku gives him real pressure. Who can stand this? Although he did nothing every day, Hanzo felt like he was doing some kind of hard training. Business is more important, so you should go back and take care of the affairs first. Miyu saw that Hanzo was about to lose his temper, so he didn't force him to stay. After all, Hanzo brought heat to the martial arts tournament and made a fortune for the ninja clan, so he couldn't go too far. Come and see us often. The ninja clan Rain Ninjas are one family. At the time of parting, Kakazu also changed his highly offensive posture and waved goodbye to Hanzo. Hanzo's mouth twitched. If he hadn't been unable to beat Miyu and had been caught by Miyu, he wouldn't have wanted to come. Hanzo pretended not to hear it, and hurriedly took his guards and confidants back to the Rain Ninja village. As for those ordinary Rain Ninjas, they would go back by themselves. This martial arts tournament is more interesting than the Chunin exam. After the game, the Fire Country daimyo gently waved his fan and said with satisfaction, Konoha will also invite daimyo to the Chunin exam, but it is obviously not as exciting as the youth martial arts tournament. Most of the contestants in the martial arts tournament elimination rounds can kill indiscriminately in the Chunin exam, even those who were eliminated in the first round. The daimyo of the Land of Fire thought that he could give Konoha a suggestion, that they should also organize such interesting activities in the future. Of course, it was just a suggestion, and if Konoha disagreed, the daimyo of the Land of Fire could not force it. The daimyo and the ninja village were in a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship. That's right, that's right, the daimyo of the Land of Rain agreed with a smile on his face. The daimyo of the Land of Rain was a little unhappy when the ninja clan asked for his land before. Although most of it was wasteland, it was all his land. Now the daimyo of the Land of Rain has lost that little bit of unhappiness in his heart. After all, the ninja clan has made him look good in front of the daimyo of the Land of Fire this time. Some land that cannot collect taxes is gone. This ninja clan is quite powerful, and it feels like it will be very reliable in carrying out tasks. Some wealthy businessmen and nobles took a fancy to the strength of the ninja clan, and thought that they could issue commissions to the ninja clan if they needed it in the future. Although the ninja master Sosuke was famous before, as a ninja force, it is not enough for the leader to be strong. After all, the leader cannot take on all the tasks. In this martial arts tournament, the ninja clan showed their potential as a ninja force. In addition to Nagato, Yahiko and Konan also entered the elimination round, and Konan even entered the second round. This result has surpassed many ninjas from small ninja villages. The ninja clan cannot be underestimated, but Konoha is more worthy of vigilance. I have to report the intelligence of the martial arts meeting to my father. Compared with Nagato's performance, Huang too cares more about Konoha. After all, no matter how talented Nagato is, the ninja clan is just a ninja organization with less than 200 people, which cannot pose a threat to the huge Iwagakure village. Konoha is different. Konoha is one of the 5 major ninja villages along with Iwagakure village. Although Iwagakure does not have many ninjas who practice fire escape, I don't need it and I can't let others get it. Iwagakure actually sent a lot of young ninjas to participate in the competition, and many Iwagakure ninjas entered the elimination round. It's just that the number of people entering the elimination round is not less than that of Konoha. But after the first round, most of the Iwagakure were eliminated, and after the second round, all of the Iwagakure were eliminated, while Konoha had a full 5 ninjas enter the quarterfinals. This is a very exaggerated number. Konoha Ninja Village alone occupies 5 places in the quarterfinals. You should know that although the importance of the youth martial arts tournament in each ninja village varies, they all sent some ninjas to a greater or lesser extent. It is hard for Huang to not to be vigilant against such a Konoha. Although they sent more ninjas, they were beaten by the opponent. There is no doubt that Iwagakure lost to Konoha in the younger generation of ninjas. As for other ninja villages, Huang too is hard to say, because the ninjas sent by other ninja villages are relatively small, especially Kumagakure and Sandgakure, which are basically just a soy sauce. The injured Obito was treated by Muyu and sent to the hospital of the ninja sect, in the same ward with Might Guy. Okay, I'm sorry, I also lost to Nagato and couldn't help you get revenge. Obito sighed and said a little embarrassedly, Nagato is really too strong, and Obito is really powerless. Obito, do you think you have tried your best? Have you tried hard? Might Guy asked. Of course, I almost won. Might Guy smiled brightly and gave Obito a thumbs up. That's enough. I have tried hard and fought hard. Even if I didn't succeed in the end, I won't regret not trying my best one day in the future. Youth is always accompanied by failure, and what we have to do is to absorb nutrients and grow from failures. Obito nodded subconsciously, thinking that what Might Guy said made a lot of sense. By the way, where did you learn these words, Kai? I don't think it matches your theoretical score. Obito touched his chin and said, Might Guy is a poor student who is as famous as him, and the style of painting should not be like this. Because hard-working people will make progress quickly, maybe before you know it. Kai's qualities in all aspects have surpassed you a lot. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Kakashi's voice came into the ward, and then the door of the ward was opened, and Kakashi and other disciples walked into the ward. "Kakashi, you understand again, just the top 8. Obito curled his lips. Kakashi did not refute. Firstly, he could not refute Obito now, and secondly, he was indeed only in the top 8. But Kakashi silently made a note of Obito in his heart, and would return it when he had the chance. "Obito, you fought very well just now. Not only did you force out Nagato's hidden ability, but you also beat him in physical skills." Nohara Rin praised. "Haha, not that great, just average, just second in the martial arts tournament." Obito was immediately overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise upwards. He had already been comforted by Might Guy, and now he was praised by Nohara Rin, and all the melancholy of failure disappeared instantly. "You can now conceive the ninjutsu you want, and the ninja clan should send someone to discuss with you soon," Shisui said. "The reward for the second place in the youth martial arts tournament is to help the ninja clan leader Sosuke develop a customized ninjutsu. The ninja clan is very efficient, and Shisui was approached by the ninja clan ninjas before he went to find Obito with Kakashi and the others. Due to the competition system, there is no clear third and fourth place, only the top 2 and the top 4. However, the rewards for the third and fourth place are different. The solution given by the ninja clan is to have the ninja clan experts score to determine the third and fourth place. If the contestant agrees with the score given by the ninja clan, then the third and fourth place will be divided according to the score given by the ninja clan and the rewards will be distributed. If the contestant disagrees, then a ranking battle will be arranged, and the 2 contestants who failed to advance from the top 4 to the second place will fight again to determine the fourth and third place. According to the score ranking given by the ninja clan, Might Guy is third and Shisui is fourth. Shisui has been training with Might Guy for a long time and knows the gap between the two now. He has no objection to this result. Customized ninjutsu. Obito showed a thoughtful look. "What do you think? If my requirement is the most powerful fire escape in the ninja world, can it be done?" Obito said with a flash of inspiration. "Since the fire dragon dance is currently the most powerful fire escape in the ninja world, then his customized requirement is to be stronger than the fire dragon dance, which means that the reward is better than the first place." Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. This was the top ninja master Sosuke, not some village uncle. "It doesn't feel very good," Nohara Rin commented bluntly. She thought that the customization mentioned in the reward should be various personalized requirements, such as the change of properties, the specific effect of a ninjutsu, whether it is burning or explosion. The strongest power is a bit abstract. "Is that so?" Obito scratched his head. He really just wanted a ninjutsu that was as powerful as Wuxian's sword, and nothing else. On the other side, the ninjas of the Shinobi clan were celebrating Nagato's great victory. "Nagato, I knew you could do it." Yahiko laughed and patted Nagato on the shoulder. Yahiko's words were really not just a polite remark. He always believed that Nagato would beat everyone and get the first place. In his eyes, Nagato, a ninja under the age of 18, is the strongest, and no one can surpass Nagato. Of course, in fact, when Nagato was fighting with Might Guy, Yahiko was worried about Nagato. Before the youth martial arts tournament began, he really didn't expect that there was a ninja like Might Guy in the ninja world. He had never used a ninjutsu, but he had the strength to crush most ninjas. "Nagato, you've worked hard." Konan gave Nagato a paper pigeon she folded. From Konan's perspective, Nagato was trying to protect the property of the ninja clan and was fighting for the ninja clan, not just for himself. "Nagato, you were really handsome this time. You beat down all the ninjas from the 5 major countries," Hatosuke said excitedly, waving his fist. For a ninja organization like the ninja clan that is determined to achieve peace in the ninja world, surpassing the 5 major ninja villages is a happy thing. Even though only a genius in the organization surpassed the geniuses of the 5 major ninja villages. "Thank you, everyone." Nagato took the origami and responded to everyone with a smile. Today's ninja clan carries Nagato's dream, and there are many people that Nagato cares about. Seeing that the ninja clan is getting better and better, he is really happy and is willing to contribute to the construction of the ninja clan. After the celebration, Nagato did not slack off. but maintained his usual training rhythm and went to the training room where Muyu had set up a seal to practice yang breathing for him. In addition to the samsara eye, the most important training is yang breathing. Crack. Nagato, who was practicing, suddenly heard a certain shattering sound, and then he noticed that the Pokemon egg Muyu gave him had changed. For some reason, the originally ordinary white egg was suddenly shrouded in dazzling light. Nagato focused his eyes and looked at the light, but he could not see through the white light. So Nagato silently stared at the Pokemon egg shrouded in white light. After all, this Pokemon egg was a gift from Muyu, and Nagato believed that it was absolutely harmless. P.S. I had insomnia yesterday, and I was not in good condition today, with only 4K. I saw some book friends asking why there is only one update today. In fact, the author usually writes large chapters with 7K 8K words, and occasionally he is in a very bad state and only updates 4K. In addition, if nothing unexpected happens, the Naruto Extra chapter will be released on the 18th. The main consideration is that continuous battles will look tiring. In the main storyline, Obito fights Nagato, and then Naruto fights Nagato, so Zyuju's idea is to write a few days of daily life to make up for it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540. You are not allowed to expel me from the beast class. The white light dissipated, and the Pokemon egg disappeared without a trace, leaving only the soft cushion that Nagato used to hold the egg. Of course, this was not a fake Pokemon egg that Muyu gave Nagato. Sensing the gaze and faint coldness coming from behind, Nagato looked back. What caught his eye was a purple smoke, and in the center of the smoke was a big black ball with a pair of big white eyes and a mouth with a pair of fangs. When Nagato looked at the big black ball, the big black ball's big eyes were also curiously looking at Nagato. After seeing Ghastly clearly, Nagato subconsciously took a half step back. Although he usually doesn't judge people by appearance, the unknown existence in front of him doesn't look like a creature from the world of the living. Nagato felt that no matter who it was, when they turned around and saw the black ball with eyes and mouth covered with purple smoke, they would subconsciously step back. He only took a half step back, which showed that he was very confident in his own strength. Ghastly gave a friendly smile and greeted Nagato. For some reason, it felt very friendly to Nagato. Of course, this friendliness was just Ghastly's own idea. From Nagato's perspective, it was just a black ball with purple smoke that gave a weird laugh. Is this a ninja beast? Nagato fell into deep thought. The ninja beast egg hatched, and then Ghastly appeared in the training room. According to common sense, Ghastly was the newly hatched ninja beast. It's not that Nagato has never seen a strange-looking summoning beast, but he has never seen one as strange as Ghastly. To be rude, compared to Ninja Beast, he thinks Ghastly is more like the legendary monster. There is no doubt that it is, but it is a bit more peculiar. Muyu walked into the training room and said, Muyu didn't expect that Nagato's Pokemon was actually Ghastly. He thought it would be Eevee or something. After all, Nagato has many attributes. But in terms of combat, Ghastly is indeed quite suitable for Nagato. The only thing that Nagato can be considered weak in right now is his physical skills, and Ghastly has a strong ability to hide, and can lurk beside Nagato to protect him. Ghastly laughed when he heard Muyu praise it for being unique, and then floated around Nagato and kept circling around him. Since Ghastly is really a ninja beast, Nagato did not hesitate and signed a contract with Ghastly. Teacher Muyu, can I take it out, or should I let it stay in the training room for the time being? Nagato asked Muyu. Ghastly's egg has been staying in the training room without even a window since Muyu gave it to Nagato, and Nagato wants to take Ghastly out for a walk. Okay, there's no need to let it stay here any longer, Muyu replied. Ghastly is far behind Obito's Pokemon in both ability and appearance, and no one would associate Ghastly with Obito's Pokemon. If Ghastly evolves, there will be a common point, but there is no way to equate Sosuke and Hanyu Muyu with this point. Of course, Even if Uchiha Madara or even Black Zetsu knew that Miyu was Sasuke, Miyu would not care. He hid his real name at the beginning because he did not want Uchiha Madara to interfere with his acceptance of Nagato as his apprentice. Now that he has successfully accepted his apprentice, Miyu has established a good master-disciple relationship with Nagato, so he does not have to worry about Uchiha Madara coming to make trouble. This is why Miyu quickly confessed everything to Nagato after accepting him as his apprentice, because if he did not do so, Uchiha Madara might use this to deceive Nagato. The current situation is very favorable to Miyu. Even if Uchiha Madara knew his identity information, he could not do anything except to mobilize his own power to cause trouble for Miyu. Will Miyu's identity be announced to alert other countries to Konoha and the ninja clan to cause trouble for Miyu? Uchiha Madara cannot do it, because if Uchiha Madara asked White Zetsu to spread the news, no one would believe it. Compared with the theory that Miyu, the fiery son of Konoha, is the ninja master Sasuke, the conspiracy theory that everything about Sasuke is planned by the Rain Village seems more credible. Uchiha Madara had no way to play public opinion with Miyu. Miyu was the second in command of the route in Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also trusted Miyu. In the Land of Rain, Miyu was a highly praised ninja master. In addition to his own ninja sect, he could also mobilize the power of the Rain Ninja by negotiating with Hanzo. Uchiha Madara could make the already chaotic situation even more chaotic through his own arrangements, but if we had to talk about the actual manpower that could be mobilized, Uchiha Madara was far inferior to Miyu. After all, Uchiha Madara had been pretending to be dead for decades, and each village had changed from the first generation of Kage to the third generation. And the Faster Sand village had even passed on to the fourth generation of Kage. Nagato nodded and walked out, and Ghastly floated behind Nagato and left the training room together. Seeing Nagato leave, Miyu took out her Pokemon egg and took a look. Although they were obtained together, Miyu's Pokemon egg still showed no signs of hatching. Nagato, Yahiko, who was about to go out for a stroll, saw Nagato and greeted him with a smile. But soon the smile on Yahiko's face turned into solemnity, because he saw a mysterious figure covered in purple smoke slowly rising behind Nagato. "Nagato, be careful!" Yahiko shouted, and then rushed towards Nagato. Nagato sensed that there was nothing behind him except Ghastly, and he couldn't help showing a puzzled expression. Then Nagato thought carefully, judging from Ghastly's appearance, maybe Yahiko was talking about Ghastly. "It's okay, Yahiko, don't worry," Nagato, who had figured it out, said to comfort him. Although Ghastly doesn't look like a creature from the world of the living, it is a ninja beast certified by Miyu himself, so there will be no problem. "How can it be okay? There is something like a ghost floating behind you," Yahiko couldn't help but complain. Although Yahiko didn't believe in ghosts before, he saw it with his own eyes. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to believe it. "If you don't believe it, look back." After saying this, Yahiko turned his gaze back to the back of Nagato and found that the mysterious purple figure disappeared. "Hey, that's strange. Did I see it wrong?" Yahiko couldn't help but reach his hand backwards to scratch his hair, but he felt a coldness as if he had put his hand into ice water. Yahiko subconsciously looked back, and a black ball with big eyes and an ominous purple mist around it came into view. A ghost. Yahiko's eyes widened, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Nagato was quick to support Yahiko, which saved Yahiko from close contact with the ground. "Nagato, use Shinra Tensei quickly," Yahiko shouted while concentrating chakra. Ghastly was too close to them, and at this position, Shinra Tensei, which can be cast instantly without hand seals, is very useful. Actually it's my summoning beast," Nagato explained. He said it was normal to see Ghastly retreat half a step, and Yahiko almost fell down. "Oh, it turned out to be a summoning beast." Yahiko made an expression of sudden realization. "I can't understand it at all. Who summoned a beast looks like this?" After taking another look at Ghastly, Yahiko couldn't hold it in anymore and complained. "This purple smoke, this black ball, this big eyeball, which good person summoned a beast looks like this?" Gee. Ghastly was instantly unhappy when he heard Yahiko complain about its appearance, and stretched out its long pink tongue to Yahiko. "Tongue licking, Although it was unable to cause actual damage to Yahiko because of its low strength at birth and its lack of chakra, it made Yahiko's eyes go black and he wanted to wash his face more than a dozen times. Although it is a little different from ordinary beasts, it is indeed a ninja beast. Nagato brought out Muyu's explanation to him. Although Ghastly really didn't look like a creature from the mortal world, it did not show any aggressiveness, and Yahiko had to believe what Nagato said. Nagato, let's go and see what the others are doing. Yahiko thought about it and took Nagato to find Hadosuke. He couldn't be the only one to be scared. Yahiko had to let others know about Nagato's unusual summoning beast. Anyway, Ghastly was Nagato's summoning beast, and other people would see it sooner or later. Not so good, right? Nagato looked a little hesitant. Although it's not good to judge people by appearance, Ghastly's appearance would indeed attack people who saw it first. What's wrong with that? Get to know him first, so as to avoid mistakes in the future. Yahiko gave a very legitimate reason. If someone met Ghastly, Yahiko would definitely fight with Ghastly. Nagato thought about it and agreed, and Ghastly also looked very excited, so he agreed. Ghost, just like this. Exclamations continued to appear in the Shinobi clan's residence. Ghastly made a lot of Shinobi clan ninjas remember its image in a weird way. The martial arts meeting was over, and Muyu didn't need to use public opinion means. Various news about the martial arts meeting were flying all over the ninja world. After all, the martial arts meeting had attracted much attention for various reasons before, and now so many unexpected things happened at the martial arts meeting, and the heat naturally went up. However, what surprised many ninjas in the ninja world the most was that the first place was actually taken away by the ninja of the ninja clan. It was really surprising. Ninjas who pay attention to the youth martial arts tournament know that Iwagakure and Konoha attach the most importance to the youth martial arts tournament. Not only did they send many talented ninjas in the village, but they also sent strong men to lead the team. Iwagakure sent Huangtu, the son of the third-generation Tsuchikage, while Konoha sent Liang Muiyu. This posture is obviously not a secret operation of the ninja clan to make their own ninjas win the first place. After all, no matter how good the lottery is for their own players, they still have to compete with the strongest players for the first place in the end, and they can only rely on their strength. So some people gave Nagato the title of the first genius in the ninja world, and believed that Nagato was the most talented ninja in the current ninja world. The person who first proposed it may have sincerely believed that Nagato's strength was unparalleled. However, with the growth of momentum, it has a bit of a meaning of flattery. The 5 strongest ninja villages in the ninja world still have no genius is called the first genius in the ninja world. It is hard for people not to think in the direction of conspiracy theories when a small country ninja force suddenly gets such a title. In addition to the first place, the strong performance of Konoha ninjas in the Youth Martial Arts Conference also shocked many people. Although Iwagakure showed the same importance as Konoha, the results of Iwagakure ninjas were beaten by Konoha ninjas in the ninja competition. Starting from the quarterfinals, the proportion of Konoha ninjas began to be exaggerated. 5 of the top 8 were from Konoha, and 3 of the top 4 were from Konoha. As for Iwagakure, no ninjas successfully entered the quarterfinals. Of course, there were not only Iwagakure ninjas that did not enter the quarterfinals. Sand Village and Kumagakure were all eliminated in the first round. But Sand Village and Kumagakure did not send many ninjas, which was obviously not the same as Iwagakure. In Iwagakure village, in the office of the Tsuchikage, Inoki had a headache when he looked at the martial arts information submitted by Huangtu. In terms of genius ninjas, Iwagakure is so much worse than Konoha. Inoki rubbed his eyebrows. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. This is really a comparison. You don't know, and you will be shocked when you compare. As a responsible Tsuchikage, Inoki certainly knew that Iwagakure had not had any particularly outstanding talents in recent years, but he did not expect that there was such a big gap between Konoha and Iwagakure in terms of young ninjas. Changshi is already one of the strongest young talents in Iwagakure, but he was killed by Might Guy in one punch at the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. If Konoha only had one Might Guy, it would be fine. Konoha also had several other super talents who were slightly inferior to Might Guy. From this point of view, Sasuke is more important. Inoki fell into deep thought. If the Shinobi clan could help them train better ninjas, it would be able to alleviate the current situation of Iwagakure to a certain extent. But in Inoki's plan, Iwagakure is very likely to go against the Shinobi clan, because Inoki initially helped the Shinobi clan to negotiate peace with the Rain Ninja in order to design hatred and let the Rain country contain Konoha. As long as it is a trick, it is likely to be discovered. If the Shinobi clan discovered what Iwagakure did, the Shinobi clan would definitely tear its face with Iwagakure. Change their plan, change the main body to Rain Village, and let Rain Village lead the ninja clan to contain Konoha. Inoki thought of a solution, although in terms of the result, it is still Iwagakure that is causing trouble in the Land of Rain, but it is not the ninja clan that is causing trouble. The disadvantage of this change is also obvious, that is, the ninja clan may not make any effort, because in Inoki's perspective, the ninja clan and Rain Village are just two forces that have united because of mutual fear. In this case, it is normal for the ninja clan not to help Rain Village fight Konoha. Observe the situation again. Inoki suppressed his anxiety. Although the gap between the top young ninjas has been widened, the overall strength of Iwagakure is not worse than Konoha now, because Iwagakure has tens of thousands of ninja troops. So as long as Iwagakure finds an opportunity to destroy Konoha in this war, then there is no need to worry about Konoha's strength surpassing it. Land of Thunder, Cloud Village. The fourth generation. I looked at the news of a youth martial arts tournament and sneered. Just because you won a competition held by your own forces, you dare to call yourself the first genius in the ninja world. How arrogant and ignorant. If it weren't for the need to be familiar with the power of the tailed beasts, I really want you to go and teach them some knowledge. The fourth generation. I looked at Killer Bee who was training and said, because he became the new Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee was restricted from leaving the village. The fourth generation. I didn't think that Nagato, Might Guy and Obito could defeat Killer Bee. The fourth generation. I witnessed Killer Bee getting stronger step by step. In his opinion, Killer Bee could even surpass him. If he could surpass him, what else could he be but the first genius in the ninja world? Rain Ninja bastards, so arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that they still have to practice, they must be taught a lesson. Killer Bee responded to the fourth generation in his unique rap tone. Asshole, if you want to talk during practice, talk properly. The fourth generation. I saw that Killer Bee was still making a fuss during practice, and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, and punched Killer Bee on the head. He felt that the fact that Killer Bee was unwelcome in Kumagakure village had nothing to do with the Eight Tails. It was all because Killer Bee was disturbing the people by rapping regardless of the occasion. Even if you are my big brother, you can't make me give up my gorgeous rhythm. Yeah. Killer Bee, who was beaten up, was still not ready to change. At this time, Dodai suddenly walked into the sight of the fourth generation. Please follow me to the meeting room of the Kumagakure building, Dodai said. The fourth generation. I nodded, without asking why, and walked directly to the Kumagakure building with Dodai. After entering the Raikuji's office, the fourth generation. I found that in addition to his father, the third generation Raikuji, there were several other elite Kumagakure ninjas in the meeting room. Okay. Let's get started. The third generation Raikuji nodded when he saw Dodai and his son were present. Which ninja village will Kumagakure focus on next? Tell us what you think. Because of the problem with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Kumagakure is not as arrogant as it was 2 years ago, and has restrained a lot. It is just a confrontation with Konoha, and the only one that is fighting a little more fiercely is Sand Village. Logically speaking, Kumagakure should have persisted in fighting Sand Village, but with the end of the civil strife in Sand Village, the current Sand Village is not as easy to bully as it was when the third Kazekage just disappeared. Of course, it's not just this one reason, there is also the factor of geographical location. It is actually quite difficult for Kumagakure to fight Sand Village, and it has to pass through several small countries to reach it. Before, there was hope to take down Sand Village, so this problem could be ignored, but now that Sand Village is becoming more and more difficult to bite, Various problems are gradually exposed. Iwagakure village is a good choice. Our ninjas can take a boat directly to the east coast of Iwagakure, or they can choose to land in the north of Taki no Kuni, and then enter the land of earth, Akumagakure said. In fact, in terms of the marching speed of ninjas, taking a boat is not necessarily faster than on land, but sea transportation is better in that it is direct and does not need to pass through any country. The more countries you pass through on the road, the easier it is to expose intelligence or be ambushed. And according to the war between Iwagakure and Konoha, Iwagakure is not strong, and there are not many strong people worth paying attention to. Although the impression of many ninjas in the ninja world is that the Hidden Cloud village is reckless, they are not really brainless. They have been sending spies to collect war intelligence from various villages. I think Konoha is the best choice. At this time, Akumagakure ninja wearing glasses spoke. Although Konoha looks strong now, it has experienced several wars and lost a lot of ninjas. Although strong people like Yellow Flash Liang Muayu have risen, the strength of middle and low-level ninjas is definitely far less than before. If we don't take this opportunity to defeat Konoha, I'm afraid that Akumagakure will not be able to defeat Konoha after Konoha recovers its strength in a few years. Why don't you try to make trouble for Kirigakure? They even killed one of their Jinchuriki. The fourth generation. I silently watched the elites of the Hidden Cloud village speak enthusiastically without saying anything. He was just called by the third generation Raikage to learn. In such occasions, he usually just listened and didn't speak. After discussing for about 3 hours, the third Raikage called a halt to the meeting. That's all for today. Adjourn. Obviously, strategic decisions for the entire ninja village and even the national level cannot be easily made, and the third Raikage has no clear ideas at the moment. They must fight, otherwise, the Akumagakure would have accumulated strength for so long in vain. But who to fight and how to fight are big problems. Fire Country, Konoha. I didn't expect that the ninja clan would have such an outstanding young ninja. Might Guy and Kakashi didn't get first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked through the information of the youth martial arts tournament and showed a trace of regret. He really wanted to take a look at the legendary fire dragon dance. After all, it was a fire-to-water ninjutsu that suppressed Hanzo's fire escape ninjutsu, and it was hard for a fire escape master like him not to be curious. But our Konoha ninjas are generally very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite satisfied with the results of the martial arts tournament. Although Konoha didn't get first place, the rewards for second to fourth place were all taken by Konoha, so it was not in vain. However, rewards 2 to 4 are not the biggest gain for Konoha from participating in the martial arts tournament. The bigger gain is the increase in the number of Konoha commissions. Nagato's strength is amazing, but Konoha has shown extraordinary foundation. With 5 Konoha ninjas in the top 8, Asuma is actually tied with Kakashi in the top 8. Should we give him a warning so that he doesn't have the illusion that he can match Kakashi? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful expression. There is also a gap between the top 8. The reason why Kakashi is in the top 8 is because he met Might Guy, so he is only in the top 8. And Asuma's top 8 is obviously a bit of luck. Thinking of exchanging experiences with Muyu about teaching disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally shook his head. Asuma traveled through mountains and rivers to participate in the Rain Country competition, and he should be relaxed a little. Of course, in order to prevent Asuma from having a wrong perception, the reminders that should be given should still be given, but they can be put off a little to make Asuma happy first. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood, but Shimura Danzo of the route was very depressed. He wanted to take advantage of the youth martial arts tournament to make trouble, but Muyu's measures were too well prepared in all aspects, and the root forces of the Rain Country had no way to start. Shimura Danzo had no good solution. He could only look at the intelligence. During the war, he had limited power to use, and the ninja clan was not a soft persimmon, so he could not force it. Repulsion, attraction, absorption ninjutsu, these must be the abilities of the Samsara Eye. Looking at Nagato's information, Shimura Danzo's desire for the Samsara Eye became stronger. In his opinion, Nagato, this young boy, could only rely on the Samsara Eye to have the strength to be the first, Otherwise how could he have won the Konoha ninja? The more Danzo thought about it, the more he felt that the Samsara Eye must be obtained. With his strength and the Samsara Eye, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not be his opponent. P.S. This chapter is 6K, and the author has considered for a long time the choice of Nagato's Pokemon. I thought about Eevee, which can evolve and then degenerate, and I also thought about the changeable Greninja Frog, because Nagato has multiple chakra attributes, but in the end I chose a more naughty Ghastly, because Zyuja felt that the overall atmosphere on Nagato's side was not very relaxed, and they needed a presence that could bring them joy as a diversion. There are also some personal reasons. A long time ago, the author had a Pokemon novel that he really liked. The protagonist's initial Pokemon was Ghastly. Unfortunately, the ending of that novel was terrible. Chapter 541, Big Coin Explosion, Extraction Scroll. With the end of the martial arts tournament, various news fermented, and the life missions of Might Guy and Obito changed. Name, Might Guy, Live Mission, Towards the Path of the Strongest Physical Skills. Main goal, to become a top ninja who is good at physical skills, whether in terms of strength or fame, to let all ninjas know that they can become strong even if they are not good at ninjutsu. Mission progress, 43.1%. Today, Might Guy has made great progress in both strength and fame compared to when he was in the Hidden Mist battlefield. In terms of strength, Might Guy can now steadily withstand the simultaneous opening of the 5 gates of the 8 gates of ninja and the rock-breathing chakra mode, and his proficiency in the Golden Skyline is higher, and all physical skills have been improved. In terms of fame, the youth martial arts tournament made Might Guy famous in the ninja world, and all the ninja forces in the ninja villages, big and small, have some understanding of Might Guy's strength. Although Might Guy is only in the top 4 and not the second, his strength is recognized as the second in the martial arts tournament and the first under Nagato. The double improvement in strength and reputation allowed Might Guy to meet the settlement conditions of his life mission again, and there was only 6.9% left for the next settlement, surpassing Obito's life mission progress. Name, Uchiha Obito, Live Mission. It is not the people who become Hokage who are recognized by everyone, but the people who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. Main goal, become the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village. Mission progress, 40%. Although Obito has made good progress in all aspects, because he won the second place and also greatly improved his reputation, but because of the different mission requirements, this time Obito's mission improvement is not as good as Might Guy, and his progress is surpassed by Might Guy. Fortunately, Obito just got stuck on the line of settlement reward, and he can settle the progress reward once. Looking at this progress reward, Miyu recalled the memories of his previous life. Disciple Might Guy's strength and reputation have increased. He has walked a distance on the road to being the strongest in physical skills. He has obtained progress rewards, moderate physical fitness improvement, self-selected extraction scroll fragments S+, mastery level, physical skills mastery scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito's strength and reputation have increased. His qualifications have increased. The probability of becoming a Hokage has increased slightly. He has obtained progress rewards, chakra plus 1600, self-selected extraction scroll fragments S+, mastery level, fire attribute ninjutsu mastery scroll, extraction scroll fragments, collect 3 pieces to combine into a complete extraction scroll, self-selected extraction scroll S+, mastery level. You can select any type of skill to extract. Miyu's expression was a little subtle. He couldn't hold it back when he saw the word fragments. He had to collect fragments after traveling through time, right? Fortunately, this time, in addition to Might Guy and Obito, Kakashi's life mission also changed, and it was earlier than Obito and the others. It was after the battle with Scorpion. Maybe this battle was not as fierce as the last encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Or maybe it was other data that Miyu didn't pay attention to. This time Kakashi didn't directly increase to 100% like last time. Name, Hatake Kakashi, Live Mission. True power lies in protection. Main goal, protect your companions and everything you care about. Mission progress, 53%. Number of triggers remaining, 3. Of course, more than 50 is not bad, and you can settle a reward once. Disciple Hitei Kakashi successfully protected his companions in a desperate situation and obtained progress rewards, medium sword training experience, self-selected extraction scroll fragments middle.s plus, mastery level, sword experience scroll, adding the scroll produced by Kakashi's mission. There are exactly 3 fragments, which can be synthesized into a completed scroll. Synthesis successful, obtained item, self-selected extraction scroll middle.s plus, mastery level. Muyu didn't rush to use the extraction scroll, but looked at the rewards of the martial arts meeting. In fact, there are many ways for Muyu to make money. The reason why he chose to hold a martial arts meeting was, on the one hand, to help his disciples improve their life mission progress, and on the other hand, to test whether the major competitions he held independently could give out rewards. When Muyu didn't have much chakra, because exams would reward chakra, Muyu set up many exams during special training to get rewards. However, the rewards of the system were not so easy to get. All the small exams set by Muyu had no effect. Only the exam at the end of the special training settled the exam rewards. Although the test showed that there were almost no loopholes in the system for brushing rewards, it also showed one thing: whether it was an event led by Muyu or not, as long as it met the system's reward standards, rewards would appear. Under your guidance, my disciple Nagato has practiced hard and gained strength, thus achieving perfect results in the youth martial arts tournament, and received rewards, chakra plus 2000, ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.s, mastery level, combination ninjutsu, mastery level. My disciple Uchiha Obito has practiced hard and gained strength, thus achieving excellent results in the youth martial arts tournament, and received rewards, chakra plus 1800, ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.a, mastery level, fire style middle.ghost lantern, mastery level. My disciple Might Guy has practiced hard and gained strength, thus achieving excellent results in the youth martial arts tournament, and received rewards, chakra plus 1500, taijutsu extraction scroll middle.a, proficient level, Patenkyu, proficient level. My disciple Uchiha Shisui has practiced hard and gained strength, thus achieving excellent results in the youth martial arts tournament, and received rewards, chakra plus 1500, ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.a, proficient level. Under your guidance, my disciple Hitei Kakashi has practiced diligently and gained strength. He has achieved good results in the youth martial arts tournament and received rewards, chakra plus 1200, ninjutsu extraction scroll B, proficient level. Since all of Muyu's disciples participated in the youth martial arts tournament, the rewards this time can be said to be extremely generous. The basic chakra rewards alone add up to a full 8,000. In addition to the S-level extraction reward, the first place Nagato also gave Muyu a mastery level combination ninjutsu. The skill of combination ninjutsu looks very simple, but in fact it has a high upper limit and its effect far exceeds that of ordinary mastery level skills. However, Muyu's own combination ninjutsu has also been practiced to the mastery level, so the mastery level combination ninjutsu that Nagato exploded has become 3,000 points of proficiency. With an increase of 3,000 points of proficiency in one breath, a large number of practice memories appeared in Muyu's mind, and the level of combination ninjutsu suddenly increased by a large margin. Muyu suppressed the idea of testing ninjutsu and continued to look at the rewards of each disciple carefully. Might Guy and Obito's skills are not bad, but they are of limited use to Muyu now, because there are already many similar skills. Is the principle of getting rewards in the competition to stimulate the promotion rewards in advance? Looking at the description of the system's rewards, Muyu had a guess in his mind. This is not an unfounded guess, because as the disciples' strength becomes stronger and stronger, the promotion reward standards are getting higher and higher. Muyu has not received the promotion reward for a long time. Muyu thinks this is possible. Maybe the principle of getting rewards for exams is also this, so there is no reward for taking consecutive exams in a short period of time, because the time is too short and the disciples have not improved. Anyway, It's a good thing to get rewards. Due to insufficient information, Muyu did not continue to think about it. Anyway, in terms of the result, his martial arts competition can be said to be a great success. It not only solved the funding problem of the ninja sect, but also improved the reputation of the ninja sect. The disciples also advanced their life tasks and brushed out the competition rewards. Since there were more scrolls to be drawn this time, Muyu did not simply wash his hands as before, but bathed, burnt incense, and recited the names of various gods in his mind before starting to draw. Although it may not be useful, it is more reassuring to go through the ceremony. Muyu prepared to draw from low to high, and first used the worst B-level drawing scroll. Ninjutsu drawing scroll B, experienced level, has been used, and the ninjutsu flying leaf blade, experienced level, was obtained. After sorting out the memories in his mind, Muyu found that the grass-type skills in Pokemon were localized by the system and turned into Wood Escape ninjutsu. Because I have Wood Escape, I can draw the skills related to it, Muyu thought in his heart. Before, he also obtained a drawing scroll when he did not have a bloodline limit, but he had never drawn a skill that was a localized bloodline limit ninjutsu, so Muyu had this guess. Because according to the system settings, if a skill is rewarded, Muyu must use it, and if the conditions for use are not met, it will be forcibly improved or given to Muyu certain abilities. For example, when Muyu was rewarded with water-based ninjutsu before he mastered the water-based chakra nature change, the system would give him a little nature change so that he could use the ninjutsu. When Muyu obtained the mastery level Wuxiang sword, he was rewarded with a lot of sword experience and lightning-based chakra nature change. Muyu guessed that it was for this reason that for skills related to bloodline limits, one must have the corresponding bloodline limits to extract the skills. Otherwise, a B-level extraction scroll would extract a grass-based ninjutsu and an ice-based ninjutsu, so he had wood-based ninjutsu and ice-based ninjutsu. No matter how Muyu thought about it, he felt that the system could not be so generous. The system was very stuck with bloodline limits. Muyu's two current bloodline limits were both obtained by his disciples taking first place in the Chunin exam. Then Muyu used two proficient level A-level extraction scrolls together. Ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.A, proficient level, has been used, and the ninjutsu, earth-style middle.turbo spear, proficient level, ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.A, proficient level, has been used, and the ninjutsu, water-style middle.hard whirlpool water blade, proficient level. This time, there were no skills from other worlds. They were all ninjutsu from Naruto's native land, but they were all good ninjutsu. After all, the level of the A-level extraction scroll was not low. Muyu continued to click to extract. Ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.A, mastery level, has been used, and the ninjutsu, flame whirlpool, mastery level, has been obtained. The moment the extraction was completed, a large number of cultivation memories about the flame whirlpool appeared in Muyu's mind. The mastery level and the proficient level are quite different. From the entry level to the proficient level, only 500 proficiency points are needed, while from the proficient level to the mastery level, 3,000 points are needed. Muyu nodded secretly. Since this is a reality rather than a turn-based battle game, the actual meaning of the flame whirlpool is completely different from the game. Even from Muyu's perspective, it is a good fire style. After all the skills below S level were extracted, Muyu set his sights on the S level extraction scroll. There is only one level difference between A level and S level, but the difference is really big. The skills extracted from the S level extraction scroll will be of great help to Muyu even now. As for the skills below S level, it depends on luck. Things like the flame vortex are still useful to Muyu, but the earth spear and the like can only be used for teaching by Muyu, which is useless to him. Ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.S, mastery level, has been used, and the ninjutsu, pray for rain, mastery level, has been obtained. As the extraction was completed, a large number of training contents related to praying for rain emerged in Muyu's mind one by one. Not particularly good, but not bad. Muyu was quite satisfied with the extraction results. Praying for rain is a ninjutsu similar to Sunny Day, but Sunny Day creates a super sunny day to increase the power of fire style. while praying for rain creates a rainy day to increase the power of water style. The water attribute chakra nature change is the second most proficient nature change among all the nature changes of Muyu. The current proficiency has reached more than 10,000 mastery level, and only 4,000 proficiency is needed to be promoted to the perfect level. Moreover, Muyu can teach Minxiao to pray for rain, so as to improve the strength of Minxiao and No Harlin. As for why she didn't teach No Harlin directly, it's not that only Pokemon can learn to pray for rain. The skills extracted by the system are all localized and there is no such restriction. It's because No Harlin's data in all aspects does not meet the use standards of praying for rain at present, and she can't use it even if she learns it. Muyu is also going to teach Charizard Sunny Day. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Although Obito can use Sunny Day, it takes a lot of time to learn because the ninjutsu is too complicated, and Sunny Day consumes a lot of chakra. Compared with Obito using it himself, Muyu thinks it would be better for Charizard to use it. Finally, Muyu set his sights on the highest level S+ extraction scroll. Muyu has obtained the system for more than 3 years, but has only obtained 2 S+ extraction scrolls so far. The first was the reward for Kakashi's life mission 100% progress settlement, and the second time is now. Although both are S+ level extraction scrolls, the one obtained this time is obviously higher, because Kakashi's life mission rewards the Thunder attribute skill extraction scroll, which limits the attribute, and this time the extraction scroll obtained by the fragments is self-selected, and you can search and choose the extraction type by yourself. Muyu thought about it and finally chose the Fire attribute. Now Might Guy has the Golden Skyline, Kakashi has the Sword Without Thinking, and Shisui and Obito lack powerful moves to match them. In addition to considering Obito and Shisui, Muyu also considered himself. Muyu has many abilities, but there are also highs and lows. It doesn't matter what ability he uses to deal with some noobs, but there are real strong people in the ninja world, so strengthening himself is also very important. Muyu's Fire attribute chakra nature change is currently the only perfect level nature change. If he can obtain a strong enough Fire attribute skill, it will also be an improvement for Muyu. Do you want to convert the self-selected extraction scroll S+ mastery level into a Fire attribute skill extraction scroll S+ mastery level? Muyu clicked OK, then clicked extract. Fire attribute skill extraction scroll S+ mastery level has been consumed, and ninjutsu blue flame has been obtained. Looking at the position where the roulette pointer finally stopped, Muyu recalled the memory related to the skill. This is a fire skill unique to the first level God Rishireman Pokemon. In the Pokemon game, this skill is not very special. It is just a more powerful Fire attribute skill without any special effects. Because the game has balance considerations, even if it is a legendary beast, it cannot have an outrageous gap in data with ordinary Pokemon. But there is no such thing as balance in reality. Strong is strong and weak is weak. Muyu has now experienced countless skill training memory infusions, and is already familiar with it. He quickly completed the arrangement of Blue Flame. Muyu can only say that it is worthy of being the unique skill of the first level god in the Pokemon world. The strength is really beyond words, not inferior to Wu Xiang's sword at all, and it can be said to be the ultimate fire escape among the ultimate fire escapes. Wu Xiang's sword not only requires the change of the nature of the lightning attribute chakra, but also requires a very high level of swordsmanship, while Kinyin is more pure, only requiring the level of change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra and the practice of special fire escape techniques. But this does not mean that Kinyin is simpler than Wu Xiang's sword. Kinyin's requirements for chakra changes are higher than Wu Xiang's sword. With Muyu's understanding of Kinyin, Shisui and Obito can only barely meet the requirements by entering the flame-breathing chakra mode. This is still Shisui and Obito have made a lot of progress now. If Muyu had obtained Kinyin during the mist-hidden battlefield, even if Muyu wanted to teach, Obito and the others could only watch and not learn. Mastering so many new skills in one breath, including super advanced skills such as Kinyin and praying for rain, even Muyu felt a little tired. In fact, Miyu knew that this was the result of the system. According to the authenticity of his training memory, if an ordinary person's brain was suddenly stuffed with so much information, his brain would probably crash. Miyu originally wanted to find a remote place to test the effect of the new skill, but Obito came to the ninja sect because of the custom ninjutsu, so Miyu postponed the test of the skill and went to see Obito with a vest face. The ninja sect's reception room. Obito, Kakashi and Shisui were waiting for the arrival of the legendary ninja master, and Nagato Yahiko was receiving him as a ninja sect ninja. No wonder you were confident that you could enter the top 2 at that time, Obito. It turns out that in addition to your own strong strength, you also contracted a powerful flying summoning beast. Since everyone was a contestant of the youth martial arts tournament, Yahiko chose the martial arts tournament as a topic. Of course, I expected that I could enter the top 2. Hearing Yahiko say that he was strong, Obito showed a proud expression on his face. Although he was just talking nonsense at that time, he is really second now, so it was not just talking nonsense at that time, but he was confident in his strength after planning. Yahiko, you are also unlucky. You met that sand crab in the first round. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have a chance to enter the quarterfinals. Obito, who was pleased, also responded to Yahiko. After all, Yahiko praised him so much, and it would be embarrassing for Obito not to respond. Haha, it's true that I am unlucky. Maybe I used up all my luck in recent years when I met Mr. Sosuke before. Yahiko scratched his head and laughed. Although Yahiko was not confident enough to think that he would definitely enter the quarterfinals, his strength in the entire knockout round was indeed not at the bottom, but in the middle. From this point of view, Sosuke and his team do have a special status in Yahiko's heart. Kakashi listened to Yahiko's words and observed Nagato and Konin's expressions with his peripheral vision. Kakashi thought for a while and asked, "How is your Akatsuki organization developing now? I don't think I have heard much about you." He actually thought it was stupid for Obito to come to the ninja master to ask because he didn't know how to customize the custom ninjutsu. Kakashi still came with him, just to take the opportunity to gain more information about the relationship between the Akatsuki organization and the ninja clan. According to the information from future Yamato, the Akatsuki organization in the future is too strong and too evil. If the evil Akatsuki organization can be prevented from appearing and strangled in the cradle, then it would be the best thing to do. Akatsuki organization. There is no Akatsuki organization now. Only the team code named Akatsuki by the ninja clan. Yahiko replied with a smile, without a trace of pity or regret on his face. Yahiko may occasionally recall the time when he was in Akatsuki, but he never felt sorry for the disappearance of Akatsuki. Because now the Shinobi clan is Yahiko's ideal Akatsuki, how could he feel sorry when he is on the road to realizing his dream? By the way, I'm the captain. Yahiko laughed. Obito showed a look of envy. Although he was the second in the youth martial arts tournament, and although he was a famous young genius, he had never been a captain or even a vice-captain so far. But Obito really couldn't refute anything, because Kakashi was experienced and capable. Damn white-haired bastard. Obito thought of Kakashi giving him various orders from the captain, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Kakashi remained calm on the surface, just showing an expression of I see and nodded. But there was a wave of waves in his heart. Sure enough, the evil Akatsuki organization in the future has a great connection with the Shinobi clan. Kakashi thought to himself, now the Akatsuki organization has disbanded and the Shinobi clan has appeared, but Kakashi has not received any news about the Shinobi clan from the future Yamato. Maybe the current situation will be reversed. The ninja clan will disband and the evil Akatsuki will appear. It's not that Kakashi likes to fantasize, but the current information is like this. It is known that there is a powerful evil Akatsuki organization in the future, and Nagato, one of the 3 founders of Akatsuki, has extraordinary strength. Now Akatsuki has disbanded and merged into the ninja clan, and the ninja clan even has Kakazu, a member of the evil Akatsuki organization in the future. Kakashi doesn't believe that the ninja clan has nothing to do with the evil Akatsuki organization in the future. At this moment, Miyu, who transformed into a vest, walked out and attracted everyone's attention. P.S. This chapter is 6K. It's really a waste of time to think about various skills, especially for people like Xiaozhou who have difficulty in making choices. If you have any skills you want to see, you can leave a message in this chapter. I will look at it and adopt it if it is suitable. Try not to be too unpopular. First, I may not have seen it, and second, some of the brothers may not understand it after writing it. Chapter 542, Method for World Peace. Teacher Sosuke, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan immediately greeted Miyu. Miyu smiled and nodded in response. Sir Sosuke, Kakashi and Shisui also greeted politely after they reacted. Obito's reaction was a little slow, but he didn't do anything fancy, although he felt that Master Sosuke was not as good as Miyu. When Obito compared Sosuke with Miyu, he already regarded Sosuke as a character who should not be provoked. Miyu looked at Obito. What doubts do you have about custom ninjutsu? He actually thought of what Obito's custom ninjutsu would be, and if the conditions were right, he would give it the Flame Whirlpool. The Flame Whirlpool is a pretty good fire escape, and there is no problem at all as a ninjutsu customized and developed by Master Sosuke himself. If the Flame Whirlpool cannot meet Obito's customization requirements, then Miyu will develop it himself or find a similar one from his skill library to imitate. As for the Blue Flame, Miyu is not going to give it to Obito as a vest. There are many reasons. The skills extracted by the Blue Flame as an S+ extraction scroll are better than the Fire Dragon Dance developed by Miyu in all aspects. The reward for the second place is better than the first place. This is somewhat abstract. If Miyu holds a youth martial arts competition again, unless the private customized ninjutsu is not used as a reward, all the contestants will not compete for the first place, but the ranking of customized ninjutsu. Sosuke and Obito did not know each other. It seemed a bit suspicious to teach Obito such a powerful ninjutsu for no reason. What specific requirements can be made? Obito scratched his head and asked. He really came to ask about ninjutsu. After all, he really lacked powerful ninjutsu and was eager for super moves like Golden Skyline and Wuxian Yudao. Although Kakashi was hollowed out with a single cut, Obito didn't even have a chance to be hollow now. Is it high temperature burning or cutting? What kind of form change, flexibility or range or some kind of destructive power? Miyu replied. The so-called ninjutsu is essentially a combination of various nature changes and form changes. Customized ninjutsu naturally requires detailed requirements for these two major areas. I want a powerful fire ninjutsu? As powerful as possible. Is that okay? Obito asked. Actually, Obito wanted to ask if the most powerful in the ninja world could be a requirement, but Kakashi thought it was like picking a quarrel, so at Kakashi's strong request, Obito changed it to as powerful as possible. Are you only pursuing power? Are there any other requirements? Miyu continued to ask. If it is just the power, then the flame vortex must meet the requirements. Others, then the range should be larger. Obito thought for a while and replied. If the range is large, there is no need to worry about not hitting people. After all, the fire ninjutsu is not as fast as the lightning ninjutsu. I know your requirements. In half a month, I will send someone to deliver the developed ninjutsu to the address you left, Miyu said with a faint smile. Although the flame vortex has met Obito's requirements for high power and large range, it is still a bit shocking to develop a ninjutsu in a few days, so Miyu set a time of half a month. Because Obito's requirements are too simple, is half a month enough? Kakashi looked at Miyu in surprise. Although it is said that this ninja master is very knowledgeable, can the ninjutsu developed in just half a month really be strong? If it were any other strong man, Kakashi would think that the other party wanted to fool around, but Sosuke has a good reputation in the ninja world. Moreover, Sosuke took out his signature ninjutsu as the first reward for this martial arts competition, which obviously shows that he attaches great importance to the martial arts competition. It stands to reason that Sosuke would not fool around with the second prize, so Kakashi chose to believe it first and then question it. After confirming Obito's request, Miyu left the reception room. Since you're here, how about I take you around? Yahiko asked proactively. That would be troublesome, since there are more opportunities to learn about the ninja sect. Kakashi has no reason to refuse. Then Yahiko took Kakashi and the others to stroll around. Of course, when we say strolling, it is actually Yahiko preaching the various deeds of the ninja sect. After all, the ninja sect's headquarters has just been built not long ago, and all kinds of buildings are basically for practical use, but there are too few places for sightseeing. When Mr. Sosuke first brought us here, this place was still a wasteland, and you had to walk a long way to find a village. Now it has finally become lively. Yahiko sighed as he looked at the Rokudo Castle. Although the current Rokudo Castle is actually just Rokudo Town, Yahiko believes that under the leadership of Muyu, with the concerted efforts of their ninja clan ninjas, a peaceful ninja city will be built here sooner or later. Kakashi nodded. The youth martial arts tournament was so popular that all the major ninja villages sent people to it, and even the daimyo of the Land of Fire went to watch the game. It was hard not to be lively. As they walked, they suddenly saw a group of Iwagakure ninjas who were training. Yahiko smiled and greeted the Iwagakure, and then took Kakashi and the others to walk a little faster. After all, Iwagakure is hostile to Konoha. Even if he had a pleasant chat with Kakashi and the others, Yahiko would not take Kakashi and the others to watch Iwagakure training. I thought the training grounds were all outside, but I didn't expect that there were also training grounds for rent in the city. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Shisui glanced at Kakashi. This place is so close to the core area of the Shinobi clan's headquarters. How could it be a training ground that can be rented out? It must be a training ground used internally by the Shinobi clan. Shisui pretended to look around, but in fact he was keeping an eye on Yahiko. Shisui felt that Kakashi would not fail to see such a simple thing. There was only one possibility. Kakashi was testing the relationship between the Shinobi clan and Iwagakure. Haha, this is different from those training grounds outside the city. This is a training ground used internally by our Shinobi clan. It is not open to the public under normal circumstances. Yahiko replied with a smile. The reason why there are Iwagakure ninjas training there is because we accepted the training commission from Iwagakure village to help them train ninjas. Yahiko explained. These are not secrets in the Shinobi clan. They are information that can be made public. Kakashi was a little surprised. The matter of training ninjas was too private. Iwagakure actually taught it to the Shinobi clan, even though it was only a small part. Either the relationship between Iwagakure and the Shinobi clan is not simple, or Iwagakure knows the Shinobi clan very well. Kakashi judged in his heart. If you have any ideas, you can also talk to your Hokage. As long as the commission is reasonable, our ninja clan will also accept Konoha's training mission. Yahiko said in a joking tone. Now the ninja clan's position is neutral. As long as enough money is given, no matter which ninja village issues a training mission, it will accept it. Of course, Yahiko did not expect that Konoha would really come to him with his casual mention. He just thought that it was a good thing to get the mission, but it didn't matter if he didn't get it. Anyway, it was just a matter of saying a few more words. Kakashi didn't think that Konoha with Muyu would need the help of the ninja clan, and he also felt that Konoha would not be able to trust the ninja clan to train ninjas. However, Kakashi still said a polite word. The more he understood the ninja clan, the more confused Kakashi felt. The ninja clan had top masters like Sosuke and super geniuses like Nagato. Even Iwagakure could trust the ninja clan to train ninjas. Such a ninja clan was thriving no matter how you looked at it. But the various major events that Yamato told him about did not show any trace of the ninja clan. Obito, do you remember that you said before that you wanted to become Hokage and end the war? Yahiko suddenly asked Obito. Of course, this is my ideal, Obito said with his chest puffed out. Yahiko and Nagato both smiled. Yahiko laughed because Obito did not hesitate when answering and still maintained his original intention. And Nagato laughed because they were both Muyu disciples and had similar ideals. Although the security in the southern part of the Rain country has improved to a certain extent with the efforts of the ninja sect, the ninja sect is not a ninja organization that pursues peace in a certain place or a certain country. The goal of the ninja sect is world peace. Yahiko solemnly said the goal of the ninja sect. Yahiko does not have Muyu's identification technique and cannot see people's potential, but with the current performance of Obito and others, even if they are not Hokage in the future, Their voice in Konoha will not be low. So Yahiko and Kakashi told them about the various deeds of the ninja sect to let them know more about the ninja sect. World peace is a great ideal, but with the current strength of the ninja sect, it is already the limit to make the Rain country a peaceful country. They need to unite more forces that can be united. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6=9+_. Come on, if I really become Hokage, I will definitely stand with the ninja clan to maintain world peace, Obito said seriously. Although Kakashi said that the ninja clan has a close relationship with the future evil Akatsuki organization, no matter what, the current ninja clan is a righteous force. Obito is still working hard to improve himself for his ideal, and the ninja clan is already on the road to practicing his ideal. After learning about Sosuke and the ninja clan's deeds, Obito admires Sosuke very much and admires the ninjas of the ninja clan. Although he is still not as good as Muyuki, Sosuke is also very powerful, Obito admired in his heart. Listening to Yahiko's story about Sosuke creating the ninja clan from scratch, Obito almost thought he was listening to a novel. Without him, this is indeed a legendary experience. Through lectures, he sought to cultivate like-minded partners, influenced powerful bounty ninjas to become his helpers, was betrayed by a famous senior in the ninja world, but turned danger into safety with his strength, and finally influenced the betrayed senior, put aside prejudices and worked together to build the Rain country. Judging from Obito's many years of reading, plus a plot of saving the princess of the Rain country, it must be a best-selling novel. Then I wish you to become Hokage as soon as possible, Obito, Yahiko said with a sincere smile. I'll try my best. Obito smiled and scratched his head. Kakashi looked at the two of them calmly. Although Obito's ideal is a bit difficult, it is not impossible. After all, Obito is not bad, and he has two good teachers. As long as he can study hard, Obito has a high probability of meeting all the requirements of Hokage. As for ending the war, although there are frequent wars in the ninja world, there is no time without peace. Generally, there will be a fierce war, and then there will be a period of relative peace. And Yahiko's ideal, no, the ideal of the ninja clan, is completely unattainable in Kakashi's view, because even in the peaceful times after the Ninja World War, the ninja world is not absolutely peaceful. There will still be local wars, but there will be no major wars. And according to Yahiko, the ninja clan is still pursuing permanent peace, which is even more impossible in Kakashi's view, unless the ninja clan really has the Six Paths Sage, and the Six Paths Sage can live forever. Kakashi thought, Muyu's disciples have studied history a lot. The most peaceful time since the ninja village era is undoubtedly the peaceful era created by the first generation of Hokage. The 5 major ninja villages representing the top of the ninja world jointly signed a peace treaty, and the entire ninja world was unprecedentedly peaceful. But the peace at that time was not because the ninjas in the early days of the ninja village were more civilized than the ninjas in later generations, but because Hashirama Senju and the Konoha he represented had absolute strength. Don't want peace? Do you want to see wooden men or the complete Susanoo? The ninja clan does not have the strength of Konoha in the early days of the village, so Kakashi thinks that even if Sosuke can reach the height of Hashirama Senju, it is impossible to achieve peace. It will only be possible if the legendary Six Paths Sage is resurrected. As for eternal peace, it does not require the immortal Six Paths Sage. That's why Kakashi thinks that the ideal of the ninja clan is impossible to achieve, because the Six Paths Sage will not be resurrected, and it is impossible for anyone to be immortal. If the Six Paths Sage could be immortal, the ninja world would not be what it is today. Perhaps it is this naive ideal that led to the changes in the ninja clan and the emergence of the evil Akatsuki organization. Kakashi connected the existing information and came to a conclusion. After leaving the conference hall, Muyu quietly left the Six Paths City and found a remote place to test the newly acquired skills. Before the test, Muyu first used the perception ninjutsu to perceive, then looked around with the Byakugan, and finally opened the transparent world to perceive. After a careful investigation, Muyu began the test. Flying leaf quick knife. Muyu formed a seal to condense chakra and transformed it into wood release chakra. and dozens of green leaves grew rapidly on his palm. Swish! Exclamation mark! After the green leaves grew out, they all cut towards the trees in front of Muyu like flying knives. Snap! A large number of green leaves pierced into the tree, cutting off the tree. It's suitable for Yamato. Muyu nodded after sensing the consumption of chakra. The flying leaf blade not only consumes little, but also has a high lethality to ninjas, which is much better than the wood release that Yamato learned at the root. Then Muyu changed the target of attack to stone, and found that by consuming more chakra, the power of the green leaves would be further enhanced and could pierce into the stone. After testing the flying leaf blade, Muyu skipped the hard vortex water blade and the Tsuchigamo spear, and directly condensed the fire attribute chakra, preparing to test the specific performance of the flame vortex. Although Muyu had not obtained the hard vortex water blade from the system before, he had obtained the ninjutsu training method from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then practiced and learned it by himself. Therefore, there is no need to test it. It is impossible for him not to understand the ability he learned personally. The Tsuchigamo spear was brushed out from the class rewards and had been tested by Muyu a long time ago. P.S. I am in a bad state today. If you have any questions, you can leave a message in the paragraph. Chapter 543 Trust Level Increase. Flame Vortex. As Muyu's chakra was condensed, a large piece of flame was spit out by Muyu, and then it quickly split into two flames to form a fire circle that enveloped several large trees. Muyu continued to output chakra to maintain the ability to control the flame. Under Muyu's control, the flames inside the fire circle splashed, and the trapped trees were quickly burned. Good flexibility. Muyu nodded. As a fire ninjutsu, the flame vortex is more flexible than most fire ninjutsu. As long as the chakra output is maintained, many changes can be made during the release of the ninjutsu. In addition to attacking enemies in the fire circle, Muyu can also choose to strengthen the ability of the flame vortex to trap people. Muyu once again condensed fire attribute chakra and spit out a large piece of flame, still two flames forming a large fire circle. Then the fire circle continued to extend towards the sky like a spiral staircase, and the flames rose vertically. Muyu also tried to attack directly with a large piece of flame, and it still had a good effect. Pray for rain. After a simple test of the flame vortex, Muyu condensed chakra and used Pray for Rain. Praying for rain has the opposite effect to the sunny day that Muyu had drawn before. The effect of sunny day is that all fire attribute ninjutsu within the range is enhanced and all water attribute ninjutsu is weakened, while the effect of praying for rain is that all water attribute ninjutsu within the range is enhanced and all fire attribute ninjutsu is weakened. Muyu's chakra is constantly consumed, and a dark cloud suddenly appears in the sky, followed by large raindrops falling and hitting the ground. Strange, the range of praying for rain is so much larger than sunny day. Muyu visually estimated the range covered by the raindrops and found a problem. He originally thought that praying for rain should be roughly the same as sunny day, but the effect is different. After all, this is a skill of the same type from the same world, but the facts seem to be different from what he imagined. Under the condition of ensuring the amplification effect, Muyu can only create a sunny day of 200 meters by consuming 40,000 chakras. But just now, Muyu only consumed 20,000 chakras, and the range covered by praying for rain has exceeded 300 meters. Is it because of the weather in the rain country, or is there a difference in the strengthening effect, so it is compensated in other places? Muyu thought of two possibilities. The first possibility is that it rains all year round in the rain country, and the special climate makes the effect of praying for rain stronger. The second possibility is that praying for rain does not strengthen ninjutsu as much as praying for rain on a sunny day, but the range is larger. Muyu chose to test the second possibility, using the same ninjutsu that consumes the same chakra in a non-rain praying area and a rain praying area to compare the power. Because testing the first possibility is too troublesome, you have to leave the rain country. Muyu left the flying thunder god Kun outside the rain praying range, first used the water escape ninjutsu that he developed within the rain praying range, and then used the flying thunder god technique and used the rapid stream again. The degree of strengthening water escape ninjutsu is not worse than fire escape, Muyu concluded by comparing the damage caused by the two ninjutsu. The difference in the range between praying for rain and sunny days aroused Muyu's interest, and then he tested the effect of praying for rain on weakening fire escape, and found that the difference was not small. Within the range of sunny days, condensing water escape ninjutsu will consume extra chakra, otherwise the power of water escape will be weakened. Within the range of praying for rain, there is no effect before the flame appears. After the flame is used, the larger the range of fire escape, the greater the impact of praying for rain after it is used. On the contrary, the smaller the range of the flame, the smaller the impact. Obviously, due to the localization and reality, praying for rain has a lot of differences from sunny days. I don't know what the difference is between ordinary rainy days and rainy days created by praying for rain. After comparing praying for rain with sunny days, Muyu thought of a new angle. There is no ninjutsu similar to sunny days in the ninja world, but there are more than one way to create rainy days. The first is the method used by Sasuke to assist in releasing Kirin. He shoots a fire escape into the sky, causing the surrounding air to heat up rapidly, thereby generating an upward airflow, which in turn generates cumulonimbus clouds. The second is a bit similar to praying for rain, that is, the rain tiger free technique performed by Tendo Pain. The rain tiger free technique can use chakra to create rain clouds for precipitation. Every drop of rain is closely connected to Tendo Pain's perception. In terms of the effect of preventing enemies, it can be compared to the Great Barrier of Konoha. Muyu didn't master the rain tiger free technique, so he couldn't compare it with the rain prayer, but it was easy for him to create rain. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire style. Muyu found a new place and shot a fire dragon into the sky to make artificial rain. This time it was not as fast as the rain prayer, but the range of rainfall was wider than the rain prayer. Muyu still used the old method, using the same water style in the rainy and non-rainy ranges, and then comparing them. Finally, he compared the water style in the rainy range with the water style blessed by the rain prayer. Sure enough, the effect of the rain prayer is more obvious. Muyu concluded, it is a well-known fact that the water style will be stronger when it is performed in a place with water. Even natural rainy days are still a favorable environment for water-style ninjas, but after a careful comparison, Muyu found that the rain from the rain prayer was far better than the rain from ordinary rainfall in improving the water style. This result was expected by Muyu. After all, if the weather that consumed so much chakra and could only last for a few minutes was equivalent to the natural weather, it would be too tasteless and not in line with the quality of the S-level extraction scroll. Muyu's last test of the rain prayer was weather replacement. In the Pokemon game, weather skills can cover the effect of the previous weather skill. If the localization of weather skills also follows this mechanism, then the sunny day that Muyu consumed 40,000 chakras originally covered 200 meters and lasted for 5 minutes, but as long as someone used pray for rain in the middle, the effect of sunny day would disappear and it would be pray for rain. Muyu first split a shadow clone, and then the shadow clone threw a sunny day with 30,000 chakras. The dazzling ball of light dispelled the dark clouds, making the area within a few hundred meters of Muyu exceptionally sunny. Then Muyu condensed chakra on the spot and used pray for rain. The scene that Muyu imagined, where a large dark cloud replaced the scorching sun, did not appear. Instead, as Muyu continued to consume chakra, the dark cloud continued to expand and engulf the scorching sun. Muyu cancelled the shadow clone and refined the chakra to look thoughtful. Weather can indeed replace weather as in the game, but it is not that the later user covers the weather of the former, but the strength of the ninjutsu is compared, which is affected by chakra and proficiency. If Muyu uses 100,000 chakras to create a sunny day, then the rain prayers of others who only use 10,000 chakras cannot cover Muyu's weather. Instead, they will be disturbed by Muyu's sunny day, resulting in a much smaller range of rain prayers than normal. Muyu is willing to call this a field fight, and the winner of the fight can enjoy more field bonuses. When the chakras are restored to 98%, Muyu will start to retest the ninjutsu. Now there is only one last test item, which is the most important skill that Muyu has obtained this time, Kinyin. As a unique skill of a first-level god, Muyu is looking forward to Kinyin. After all, although Wuxian's sword is also the product of S+ extraction scrolls, Muyu's thunder attribute chakra nature change is far less than the fire attribute chakra nature change, and swords are not his strong point. In other words, as long as Kinyin is equal to Wuxiang's sword, Kinyin will replace Muyu's many means and become Muyu's strongest output ninjutsu. Of course, here we have to remove the skills such as 8 gates of Dunjia that will kill you if you use them. Although Muyu doesn't often use the 8 gates, he can open the 8 gates. If he is really forced into a desperate situation, Muyu can also open the 8 gates to fight. A large amount of chakra condensed on Muyu's palm. When the chakra completed the property change, a blue flame appeared above Muyu's palm. As soon as the blue flame appeared, Muyu could clearly feel that the temperature around was rising rapidly. Muyu threw the blue flame in his hand onto a rock. In an instant, the rock was melted into lava, and the blue flame was still burning, and the fire continued to spread. Muyu tried to use ordinary water escape to extinguish the blue flame, and found that the water flow was evaporated very quickly, while the blue flame was still burning firmly in place. Muyu switched to water breathing, exerted water breathing to the extreme, and then condensed a large amount of chakra to use advanced water escape ninjutsu, which extinguished the blue flame. The compressed flame to enhance the combustion characteristics can almost be used on the same day. Muyu thought to himself, even with his 10,000 point water attribute chakra, he still needs the help of water breathing to extinguish it. How many ninjas in the ninja world can reach such a level of water escape? Muyu doesn't know about others, but Hanzo, the strongest water escape now, can't do it. In this case, his blue flame can be called semi-indestructible. It's not truly indestructible like Amaterasu, but the effect is equivalent to indestructibility in the current ninja world. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. No one can extinguish it, but it's not indestructible. Switching his breathing again, Muyu changed the way to use the blue flame and spit out a column of fire composed of blue flames towards the trees. Almost instantly, the trees swept by the blue flame turned directly into ashes. Although this release method is worse than compressing it into a flame in terms of temperature and burning, it is still that S+ level skill with extraordinary power. Whether it is a tree, a rock or a piece of iron, nothing is spared under Muyu's blue flame. Muyu nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the blue flame. Although it is not truly immortal like Amaterasu, the blue flame can continue to grow. When his proficiency in the blue flame increases and his chakra becomes more, the blue flame can continue to become stronger. Moreover, the blue flame has an advantage that Amaterasu cannot match, that is, the controllability of the blue flame. If Muyu is not afraid of wasting chakra, he can even use the blue flame to make a great fireball and a great dragon fire, while Amaterasu can only change its form with the Kagutsuchi. Of course, the blue flame is not without its shortcomings. It is more difficult for the blue flame to hit than Amaterasu. Amaterasu can directly ignite the flame on the opponent's body, and the blue flame is not much different from ordinary flames in terms of release. I don't know if the Rasengan can be combined with the blue flame. Muyu showed a thoughtful look. As one of the protagonists Uzumaki Naruto's signature ninjutsu, the Rasengan is very likely. In the later period, Naruto has made countless balls, wind attribute chakra, fairy chakra, Amaterasu, lava escape, magnetic escape. Everything can be added in, and the main feature is that everything can be a Rasengan. Since Muyu can add all those, it is not impossible for his blue flame to merge with the Rasengan. Muyu now has a lot of ninja knowledge, and with the blessing of system skills such as enlightenment and doubts, his research ability is actually very strong. If he can research the blue flame Rasengan, then Muyu's future fighting style may be closer to Minato. Flying Thunder God caught the flaw, and when he caught it, he directly used a blue flame Rasengan to send the opponent away. Silently remembering the research direction, Muyu returned to the ninja sect after his chakra was restored. Although this blue flame is good, the chakra consumption is no less than Wuxiang's sword. Muyu estimated that his disciples would not be able to last long before the age of 15, and it is hard to say after the age of 15. Although Obito and Shisui have much more chakra than Kakashi because of their blood relationship, they are still a little insufficient in the face of so many high-consumption skills. Because Obito and Shisui's current fire attribute chakra level cannot use blue flame, they can only use it with the bonus of the flame-breathing chakra mode. The flame-breathing chakra mode is also a big chakra consumer. Adding the two together, Obito and Shisui will not be better than Kakashi in terms of endurance. Of course, Obito and the others can also choose to last longer without using those high-consuming skills. The reason why Muyu wants to give high-consuming skills such as Wuxian's one-sword blue flame to Kakashi and Obito now is, first, to learn them early, and second, to let them have a trump card to turn the tables when they encounter enemies with strength far beyond their own. Even a strong man like Huang Tu, if he is hit by Kakashi's Wuxian's one sword because of carelessness, the result will only be death. The ninja's body cannot resist such an attack if it does not use defensive ninjutsu, but simply condenses chakra for defense. In the evening, the ninja clan held a banquet to celebrate the success of the martial arts meeting. At this time, most of the ninjas attracted by the martial arts meeting had left the Six Paths City, and there was no need for too many Ninja Clan ninjas to maintain law and order. Most of the Ninja Clan ninjas attended the banquet. This banquet was very pure, everyone was eating, drinking and chatting, and there was no so-called leader's speech. "It's great." Looking at this harmonious scene, Yahiko exclaimed. He really hopes that the land of rain and even the whole world can be as harmonious as the current Ninja Clan. "Teacher Sosuke, you have worked hard." Zeonin gave Muyu an origami. She folded a Q version of Muyu's vest. Zeonin does not have the ability to infect people around him like Yahiko, nor does she have the extraordinary talent like Nagato, so she often gives Muyu various origami to express her respect and gratitude to Muyu. "Thank you." Muyu accepted the origami and smiled and thanked Zeonin, then her eyes swept over all the Ninja Clan ninjas around her, and finally stopped at Nagato. "But, it's not just me who is working hard, we are all working hard for the Ninja Clan, and the Ninja Clan can be what it is today. It's everyone's credit." Disciple Nagato's trust level has been raised, and the current trust level is 4. P.S. Sorry, the scope may be extended, but it won't be too long, as short as 2 days, as long as 4 or 5 days. Originally, Xiaoju estimated that it would be completed on the 18th according to his own writing progress. As a result, I was in a bad state for several days, and even the basic updates were very difficult, so I couldn't finish it. For a smoother reading experience, I have to postpone the release date. After all, it would be weird if the extra chapters were not released all at once and serialized at the same time as the main story. Anyway, I'm sorry, brothers. Chapter 544 New Perfect Grade Property Changes. Seeing the message that suddenly popped up from the system, Muyu was slightly surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was normal. He and Nagato have been together for quite some time, if we use his journey through the world of Naruto as a measure. During this period, they had both ordinary teacher-student daily lives, and had also experienced betrayal and siege together. They had experienced too many things together. Muyu's performance was like a savior in times of trouble, and he was gentle and kind in daily life. All of Muyu's actions made Nagato's trust in Muyu deepen, and finally reached its peak at this festive time. Logically, Muyu should give Nagato a random gift now. Because the system has a welfare mechanism, every disciple will have a chance to explode gold coins when he upgrades to the 4th level of trust, and the return of the apprentice must be a perfect skill. Muyu's current 4 perfect skills are all rewards for the disciple's trust level upgrade. However, according to Muyu's experience, there is no problem with sending gifts later, so Muyu did not suddenly send a gift to Nagato at this time. After all, the occasion and atmosphere are not appropriate. He talked about everyone's struggle and suddenly gave a gift to Nagato alone. "Teacher Sosuke, you are right, but you are definitely the one who has made the greatest contribution," Yahiko said seriously. In Yahiko's eyes, not to mention the current martial arts meeting, Sosuke, as the founder of the Ninja Clan, led the Ninja Clan through various crises, and his contribution to the Ninja Clan has surpassed the sum of all the others. The Ninja Clan can do without Yahiko, Konan, or even Nagato and Kakazu, but it can't do without Sosuke. Without Sosuke, there would be no ninja clan, and nothing would happen. Even if the ninja clan did not appear, Yahiko would still insist on his ideal to develop the Akatsuki organization. But based on Yahiko's current experience, he would never be able to achieve the current step of the ninja clan. He might be able to develop a powerful Akatsuki organization to maintain peace in the Rain country, but he would never be able to establish another ninja clan. No, with my previous abilities, I'm afraid I can't safely expand the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of the siege that almost destroyed the ninja clan, Yahiko sighed slightly in his heart. Although Akatsuki has Nagato as his trump card, Nagato needs time to grow. Yahiko is very clear about his own abilities. He is very likely to lead Akatsuki to the abyss before Nagato completes his growth, just like the time with the ninja sect. This is not nonsense. If Sosuke had not founded the ninja sect, how could you sit here and talk? Kakazu said after drinking a glass of wine. As the sake went down his throat, Kakazu's thoughts could not help but drift to the past. How could he, a bounty ninja, become a high-ranking member of the ninja sect? Kakazu originally thought that he would not trust anyone again after being betrayed by Takigakure. After all, he regarded protecting the village as a belief that he must uphold. If the belief he upholds betrayed him, what else in this world can't be betrayed? Sosuke stood up and told him that it was true. Sosuke is the second strongest ninja that Kakazu has ever fought. The strongest is Hashirama Senju. In Kakazu's opinion, Hashirama Senju is a bit weird, and Sosuke is even weirder. Kakazu didn't know Senju Hashirama very well, so it was difficult for him to make too many comments. But Sosuke was definitely the strangest top ninja Kakazu had ever seen. Sometimes he didn't even feel like a ninja. Perhaps only a ninja who didn't look like a ninja could create the current ninja sect. Kakazu sighed. What attracted him to join the ninja sect was never the so-called ninja sect inheritance, nor Sosuke's strength, but the atmosphere of the ninja sect, plus a little bit of Sosuke's personal influence. Haha, Minister Kakazu, you also have a great contribution. This time it's all thanks to you. Yahiko had long been accustomed to Kakazu's tone, and said with a smile, "That's good to know. You can't move forward in the ninja world without money." Kakazu calmly accepted the compliment. Can origami be sold for money? Konan asked curiously. Miyu often praised her origami skills. Kakazu glanced at Konan and showed a trace of pity. If you were in the top 4 of the martial arts tournament, you might be able to make some money with some complicated-looking origami. Because he occasionally communicated with Miyu about ways to make money, Kakazu now has a much broader vision. If Konan was in the top 4, then her origami would have the gimmick of being the only female ninja handmade work in the top 4 of the youth martial arts tournament, plus Konan's cute appearance would add another big point. Unfortunately, Konan did not make it into the top 4. Without the top 4, her appeal was greatly weakened. Because the ninja world is a place where the strong are respected, it is not enough to be good-looking, you have to be both strong and good-looking. Konan looked thoughtful, then her eyes lit up and said, "Then how about letting Nagato origami sell it? He is the first." Nagato, it won't work. Nagato's origami is definitely not as good as yours, Kakazu said bluntly. Nagato's image does not match the style of origami. He started with all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, and raised his hand to create irresistible repulsion. Although Nagato was not a tough guy, his fighting style was a simple and rough beauty, which had nothing to do with origami. Yes, and Nagato doesn't know how to fold paper yet, so he needs to spend time to learn. Zeonin found that this suggestion was not very good. Kji, Ghastly suddenly floated out, floating in front of Nagato and speaking confidently. "Ghastly, do you want to help Nagato fold paper? But you don't even have hands," Zeonin reminded. Although Ghastly didn't look like a product of the mortal world, Zeonin felt that Ghastly was quite cute after getting used to it. "Kji?" Ghastly's eyes widened, and he looked at his body in disbelief, as if he really had no hands. Nagato smiled, but thinking that it was his summoned beast, he tried to control his expression and not let his smile be so obvious. "Ha ha ha." Yahiko laughed loudly without any hesitation. Ghastly scared him a lot at the beginning. Ghastly stretched out his tongue with a depressed look and licked Yahiko. Although it has no hands, its tongue is very long. As Yahiko was eating, he was not prepared and was caught off guard by Ghastly. Yahiko instantly felt his body numb and lost control, falling backwards. Nagato, who was beside Yahiko, moved very quickly and pulled Yahiko in time to prevent him from falling. Sure enough, your body is poisonous, it's numb just by licking it. Yahiko couldn't help but complain, looking at Ghastly, who was emitting purple mist all over his body. Yahiko felt that Ghastly was stained with poison. In fact, Yahiko's idea was not wrong. As a Pokemon with ghost and poison attributes, Ghastly was naturally poisonous. Ghastly showed a proud expression. It was proud of its poison. Fortunately, Ghastly was born not long ago and its strength was not strong. The feeling of numbness came and went quickly, and Yahiko soon continued to eat, drink and chat. Happy time always passes by unknowingly. When Nagato came to his senses, the banquet was over, and he was already on his way to the training room. That's great, Nagato sighed in his heart. No matter how many times he recalled it in his heart, Nagato felt that it was great to meet Miyu, and the current life in the ninja clan was great. Before meeting Miyu and joining the ninja clan, apart from the life before his parents died, what Nagato missed most was the days when he and Yahiko Konan followed Jiraiya to learn ninjutsu. Because it was said to be learning ninjutsu, in fact, Jiraiya was more of an elder who took care of them and lived with them. Before meeting Jiraiya, Nagato had been wandering for quite a long time, often with no food to eat, feeling the care of a reliable elder again. You can imagine how much he felt for Jiraiya. So, even at this time, Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of Nagato. Nagato would definitely be very excited and happy to greet Jiraiya. But if Nagato had to choose the happiest and most meaningful time in his life so far, it would be now. In the current life of the ninja clan, Nagato is accompanied by Kon and Yahiko, who grew up together, a teacher like Miyu who can be trusted unconditionally, and a large number of ninjas who have the same goal as him and move forward together. Although the time spent studying with Jiraiya was happy, it did not change the Rain Country like the ninja clan did, bringing peace to the people of the Rain Country and avoiding the birth of more war orphans. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. Therefore, Nagato feels that the current life of the ninja clan is more meaningful. Teacher Miyu. Nagato saw Miyu in the lounge, observed the surroundings, and called out Miyu's real name. Although the name is just a code name, Nagato still prefers to call Miyu's real name in private. Miyu nodded slightly, and then began to guide Nagato to practice yang breathing. Yang breathing is very important to Nagato, because Nagato's samsara is not his own. If it is just used normally, Nagato will not be affected much because of the strong chakra in his body. But if Nagato uses the Rinnegan to fight with all his strength, it will cause damage to his body. For example, using the Super Shinra Tensei, or activating the Outer Path Demon statue. The breath of the sun cannot cure Nagato's problems, but if practiced to a high level, it can alleviate the problems to a great extent. So that Nagato will not lose his life directly if he uses the Super Shinra Tensei with all his strength. A few hours later, Miyu asked Nagato to rest for a while, and she left the training room. When Miyu came back again, she had 2 bowls of steaming ramen in her hand. Miyu handed one bowl to Nagato and smiled. Eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Nagato thanked him and took the ramen, and was instantly attracted by the tempting aroma of the ramen. Nagato, who was a little hungry because of the training, quickly picked up the chopsticks and kept picking up the ramen and putting it in the air. After eating a few mouthfuls of noodles, he drank a mouthful of the hot ramen soup. The warmth wandering in the body swept away Nagato's fatigue, and he instantly became more energetic. The only thing that made Nagato feel a little regretful was that this bowl of ramen, which looked like a big bowl, tasted like it was gone after just 2 bites. Nagato knew that this was his illusion. There was indeed a lot of ramen, but because it was so delicious and he was so obsessed with eating, he had the illusion that he had finished it after just 2 bites. Thank you so much, Teacher Miyu. Nagato thanked Miyu again. Miyu taught him how to practice and made him supper despite the busy affairs of the ninja clan. Miyu was so good to him that Nagato felt embarrassed. It was just a matter of convenience. After all, I was hungry too. Miyu smiled and told Nagato not to take it to heart. You gave your disciple the top-grade ramen made by hand. Your disciple is extremely grateful and rewarded with a supercritical hit. You get the reward, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect Level. As the reward appeared, a large number of memories of Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change emerged in Muyu's mind. Muyu's understanding of Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change increased rapidly, and his ability to change Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change was greatly enhanced. The smile on Muyu's face became more intense. The return of apprenticeship actually depends on luck. You may be rewarded with a certain chakra nature change or a certain ninjutsu. Compared with a certain perfect level ninjutsu, the perfect level nature change is undoubtedly more rare and has a greater increase in strength. If it is a thunder attribute, it is truly perfect. Muyu took a look at the panel and thought. Skills: Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect Level. Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect Level. 1. Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 7060. Wu Xiang's sword is also the product of S+ Extraction Scroll. If Muyu's Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Change can reach the perfect level, Wu Xiang's sword power can be greatly improved. On the other hand, the Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change only needs 5000 points of proficiency to reach the perfect level, while the Thunder Attribute Chakra requires 8000 points of proficiency, and it is more difficult to upgrade it independently. The next second, Muyu no longer thought about the perfect level Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Although the Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Change is the most profitable, the perfect level Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change is also considered good luck. After all, the proficiency of skills is more difficult to improve as time goes by. If Muyu really wants to practice on her own, she may not be able to make up the missing 5000 proficiency points even if she practices for 30 years. After sorting out her memories, Muyu did not let Nagato continue practicing, but chatted with Nagato. After all, they had finished their supper and it was almost time to go to bed, so there was no need to practice anymore. I don't know when I will have ramen again. Nagato was still savoring the bowl of ramen. The ramen made by Muyu was definitely the best ramen Nagato had ever eaten. No, it was the most delicious food. It was so delicious that Nagato would feel sorry that Konan and Yahiko had never tasted such delicious food. But Nagato had no choice. Muyu was the leader of the ninja clan, not the head chef of the ninja clan. It was a blessing for him that Muyu was willing to take the time to make a bowl of ramen for him. Was he going to ask Muyu to make a portion for Yahiko and the others? Nagato couldn't say that, and he didn't want to say it, because only he knows that as the leader of the ninja clan, Muyu is busier than everyone imagines, because Muyu not only has to develop the ninja clan, but also has to take care of Konoha. P.S. I was looking for typos in the chapter today. Someone said that Kinyan felt bad after comparing it with Amaterasu. Although Amaterasu does not have any outstanding achievements, she is very strong in the setting, with the strongest physical attack and so on. Of course, due to various reasons, her performance is indeed lame. After all, the strongest is actually a debuff. Face. Xiaja personally thinks that Kinyan is still quite strong. After all, Kinyan will not bleed from the eyes or go blind when used, and it also has a soil life and growth. As for suppressing strength, the protagonist has such a strong strength after only 3 years of traveling. How to think about it is a semi-invincible article. In addition, the slow timeline is actually different from most Naruto articles in the original conception. Most of the content is in the 3 wars. After the 3 wars are over, there is actually not much content. Xiaju also wants to write thousands of chapters, but it is basically impossible. Chapter 545, Konoha is the first and the first. I don't recognize the ceiling. When Scorpion opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange and empty small room. Scorpion rubbed his brows. Nagato had dealt a cruel blow to him, and now Scorpion was still in pain all over. Scorpion looked around, and the iron door at the door instantly let Scorpion know that he was in a place similar to a prison. Teacher Sosuke. He's awake. Scorpion heard Nagato's voice and looked towards the door, and saw Muyu and Nagato coming over. What do you ninja sect mean? I didn't make a move in your Six Paths castle. Do you also want to care about my personal grudge with the Konoha ninja? Scorpion thought for a while and said expressionlessly, Although he is a Sand Village rebel, he is an unknown rebel. The Sand Village did not want him, nor did it make a big fuss, because the fact that Scorpion killed the third Kazekage was not exposed. Scorpion was only identified as a rebel because he left the Sand Village for no reason. So even if his true appearance was exposed, Scorpion did not feel that his identity as a rebel was exposed. Scorpion, the grandson of Cho, the advisor of the Sand Village, Miyu did not act as a riddler, and directly pointed out Scorpion's identity. Scorpion subconsciously wanted to take out his scroll to release the puppet, but it was empty. Since Scorpion was captured, how could Miyu leave anything for him? All the items on Scorpion were taken away. In order to prevent Scorpion from hiding the puppet scroll in his body, Miyu even checked it with his white eyes. Unable to get the puppet, Scorpion wanted to gather chakra, but found that the chakra in his body was like a pool of stagnant water and could not be mobilized. He was sealed. The former genius puppeteer of Sand Village, now a rebel ninja in Sand Village. Miyu continued. His identity was completely exposed. Scorpion's face changed slightly, but he found that he had no power to resist at this moment. So, what do you want to do? Scorpion stared at Miyu and Nagato. The identity of a rebel ninja can be regarded as a subordinate in the ninja world. The ninja clan does not need any reason to attack him, and there is no need to worry about getting into trouble by killing him. We should ask you this question: if you hadn't attacked the contestants of the youth martial arts tournament, I wouldn't have attacked you, Nagato said in a deep voice. Of course, there is another reason, which is why Nagato was so cruel. Scorpion attacked not only the martial arts contestants, but also Nagato's fellow apprentices. But this is a secret that needs to be kept, and Nagato cannot tell it. Kakashi Hotake's father, Konoha Whitefang, killed my parents on the battlefield, so I want to kill him for revenge, that's all. Scorpion replied indifferently. There is nothing to hide for Scorpion, and his life and death are now completely controlled by the ninja sect. Nagato was stunned and speechless for a while. There is no other reason. He can't refute this reason, and he can even understand Scorpion to a certain extent, because Nagato really experienced the pain of his parents being killed in front of him. The unforgettable pain. Nagato still remembers it clearly. According to the crime you committed, you need to reform in the ninja sect for 10 years. If you don't make other mistakes during this period, you will be released. Miyu did not put on the set of mutual understanding and elimination of hatred between people, but announced the punishment for Scorpion. Mouth to mouth also requires a foundation. Although Miyu knows Scorpion, Scorpion does not understand Miyu, nor does he understand Nagato. At this time, everyone understands what Miyu said about letting go of hatred, but not only can't Scorpion really let go of hatred, but it will also reduce his perception of Miyu to the bottom. 10 years? It's not too late. Scorpion accepted this result. In Scorpion's heart, this situation where he is at the mercy of others is good enough to be alive, and it's not too late to take revenge 10 years later. Of course, if there is a chance to escape in the middle, Scorpion will definitely not choose to stay for 10 years honestly. He even dared to kill the third-generation Kazekage, and escaping from prison is not a psychological burden for him. Nagato, he will be handed over to you temporarily. Take him to the construction team. Miyu turned to look at Nagato and said, this can also be regarded as a training project for Nagato by Miyu. If Nagato can successfully guide Scorpion out of hatred, it will be a great growth for Nagato himself. Okay. Nagato nodded, and his eyes revealed a resolute look at Scorpion. For Scorpion, who has a similar experience, Nagato is determined to pull him out of the ocean of hatred. He will not persuade Scorpion to give up revenge, but he will let Scorpion find better, beautiful and meaningful things. When Might Guy recovered, Miyu and others left the Land of Rain and returned to Konoha. As soon as they arrived at the door, Miyu saw 3 familiar figures at the door. Teacher Miyu, Gang Ziti, Shenu Izumo, and Honged greeted him. Miyu smiled in response. Why did you accept the gatekeeping mission again? Obito asked curiously. Although the mission level was B level, if Obito had to choose, he would rather do a C-level subjugation of bandits. Gatekeeping is too boring. Standing at the door without moving, watching for a whole day. Although you are Obito's elder brother, I still have to correct you, this is not a gatekeeping mission. It is to guard the main gate of Konoha. Shinnu Izumo corrected with a serious face. That's right. We are guarding Konoha and blocking all enemies for Konoha. Gangzidi nodded and continued with Shinnu Izumo's words. The two stood at the gate on the left and right with their arms folded and serious faces. If it weren't for their lack of height, it might really look like that. Obito scratched his head and found that what they said was not wrong. Obito looked at the two with admiration. They were indeed his future shadow guards. They were not ordinary ninjas. Even guarding the gate was so impressive. Actually, I found that the reward for this mission was not bad. Besides, other D-level missions were boring, so I did it occasionally. Red Bean, who was leaning against the wooden door, told the truth. After all, guarding the gate was also a B-level mission. The minimum salary for a B-level mission was 80,000 ryo. It was a very good income for a team that had just graduated like them, and it could also make their mission resume look better. Do you know the Youth Martial Arts Tournament? It's the competition that brings together the young talents and genius ninjas from the entire ninja world. Obito thought of something and coughed twice. Obito was not a person who liked to travel at night in gorgeous clothes. If he didn't let people know that he got the second place, then wouldn't his second place be in vain? Oh, I've heard of this. It seems to be a very powerful competition, Gangzidi said, remembering the relevant memory. Obito nodded, with a proud smile on his face. Could it be that you won the first place, brother Obito? Redbin asked curiously. Obito's performance made Anko feel as if she saw the perfect theoretical scores of Tetsu and Izumo Kamatsuki, so she thought that Obito might have won first place. Obito's expression froze. He really didn't expect Anko to say first place. This was a competition in the ninja world. Can you just say first place? Shouldn't she ask if it was the quarterfinals first, so that he could easily say his top two results? Hey! Kakashi laughed without giving face. Obito glared at Kakashi, his thoughts turned quickly, and said, among all the Konoha players, he is the first. Add a limiting condition. He is indeed the first. After all, the top two besides him is Nagato. Nagato is a ninja from the Rain Country ninja clan. That sounds amazing too. Izumo Kamatsuki praised very respectfully. This is not a special flattery. After all, limited to Konoha, being ranked first is also very impressive. Oh, Obito is the first in Konoha, Tetsu shouted excitedly. Gangzidi's voice attracted the attention of the people passing by the door. Obito was dumbfounded. You can't shorten a sentence like this. If you didn't know, you would have thought he had become the number one ninja in Konoha. Stop, stop, stop. He is the first among all the Konoha ninja players in the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. Don't delete or modify words randomly. Noticing the curious eyes of other ninjas, Obito quickly corrected. He liked to hear Gangzidi's words, but it was too early for him at the moment. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Obito, are you going to guard the door with them? Kakashi reminded. Obito then realized that in addition to himself standing at the door, Muyu and other disciples had entered Konoha. I will teach you when I have time in the future. Obito waved to the three gatekeepers and walked into Konoha. Today and tomorrow, you can arrange your schedule by yourselves. If you are free the day after tomorrow, you can come to the South Forest to practice. Obito and Shisui must come and cannot be absent. I have a new ninjutsu to teach you, Muyu said. Although this time it was not a mission, it was still not easy, so Muyu still gave them 2 days off. New ninjutsu. Obito's eyes lit up and he automatically locked on the key words. Although Muyu did not say what ninjutsu it was or how strong it was, Obito had a hunch that the new ninjutsu must be extraordinary, because with their current strength, those ordinary ninjutsu would not improve much after learning them, and Muyu also reminded them in advance, which made Obito feel that the new ninjutsu would be very strong. Is it fire style? Shisui thought for a while and asked. Muyu mentioned both of them at the same time, and the ability that overlapped the most between the two of them was undoubtedly fire style. The light in Obito's eyes dimmed slightly. If it was fire style, Obito really couldn't be sure of its strength. Fire style gave him the feeling of being a subordinate, Even the Hokage of Konoha had never heard of any fire-style ninjutsu that was so powerful that it was impressive. Yes, it is fire-style, and it is a very strong fire-style. Muyu nodded and replied. Muyu's answer gave Obito hope again. After all, this was the almighty Muyu Sage. Even a lowly fire escape could be transformed into magic by Muyu Sage. Teacher Muyu, how does it compare to Wu Xiang's sword? Obito asked directly. He couldn't stand being weaker than Kakashi anymore. He felt that he was a little weaker than Kakashi when arguing. The same level. Muyu continued to answer. Obito clenched his fists, looking excited. His days as a lowly fire escape were finally coming to an end. When he mastered the new fire escape ninjutsu, he would see how arrogant Kakashi was. Kakashi looked sideways when he heard Muyu's words. It was the same level as Wu Xiang's sword. Just by listening to this description, Kakashi could feel the intensity coming at him. That was Wu Xiang's sword, the ultimate lightning escape sword technique that would make Kakashi fall down with one cut. Could it be that Teacher Muyu is really the reincarnation of a sage? The various abilities displayed by Muyu made Kakashi unable to find words to describe Muyu. As a 21-year-old ninja, Muyu is a bit counterintuitive. Many breathing techniques, armed color techniques, golden skyline, and Wuxian Yada are all created by Muyu alone. And Muyu obviously has other unknown but powerful abilities. From the perspective of time, Kakashi does not understand how Muyu developed these secret techniques, ninjutsu, and physical techniques. Normally, the development unit of powerful ninjutsu and secret techniques should be in years. At the age of 21, Muyu is considered a super genius even if he has only developed a breath of fire. That is a breathing method with many effects. It can not only effectively exercise the body, but also has two powerful abilities: breathing method, chakra mode, and transparent world. What kind of horrible death situation can kill such a teacher Muyu? Kakashi thought of another thing worth pondering. Kakashi believes that Muyu's strength should be at the same level as the three ninjas, but belongs to the top of this level, because Muyu has many methods. Kakashi can't imagine that Muyu, who has mastered many methods, would die in battle. No ninja can restrain Muyu in battle, and Muyu has both the extremely high level of thunder breathing and the space-time ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God technique, so it is easy for her to escape even if she cannot defeat him. Kakashi really couldn't think of how to kill Muyu. Kakashi couldn't figure it out. It couldn't be that the dead super strong men like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came back to life and killed Muyu. The most important thing now is to practice. Kakashi suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his mind and walked straight towards the South Forest. As long as you have strength, no matter what difficulties Muyu encounters, you can help. On the contrary, if you don't have strength, even if you know the dead end that Muyu may encounter, you may not be able to change it. Obito and Shisui also headed towards the South Forest without any concealment. As the relatively weaker among Muyu's disciples today, they have been working hard to catch up with Kakashi and Might Guy, or even surpass them. Goodbye everyone, I have to go to Teacher Tsunade once. Noharu waved goodbye. Although strength is very important to Noharu, she believes that her first position is to assist and be a medical ninja. The battle with Scorpion made Noharu feel that her ability to deal with poison was still lacking, so she wanted to go to Tsunade to learn more about detoxification. Might Guy also said goodbye to everyone and returned home. Now his injuries have not healed completely, so it is not suitable for intense exercise. He can only do some recovery training. P.S. The third war is most of the content, not all of it. Why do I feel that the comments from brothers are as if I will finish writing the third war? There will be the necessary content, but the length will not be long. In addition, after the main text is completed, Zyuji will also write some extras depending on the situation. It may be to fill in some elements that are not in the main text, or it may be some interesting side stories. Chapter 546 Different Ways of Getting Along. When the three of them arrived at the South Forest, they saw Yamato, who was training. Senior Kakashi, you guys have finished the competition. Yamato greeted the seniors he hadn't seen for a long time with a happy face. Yamato, How did you know that I won the second place in the youth martial arts tournament and became the highest-ranked Konoha ninja? Obito finished speaking at a very fast speed, and then showed a satisfied smile. Yamato, did he just ask about the ranking? And, weren't the seniors the first? Yamato was a little surprised. He thought that the first place would be Might Guy or Kakashi, but he didn't expect that they were not even the second. That's really amazing. You got such a good result. Yamato congratulated honestly. Although I don't know how Obito did it, it's not wrong to describe it as amazing to get the second place in this situation. Fortunately, Yamato, you work hard for a few more years. If there is such a competition again, you will definitely get a good ranking. Obito smiled and patted Yamato on the shoulder to encourage him. He enjoyed the feeling of being guided by the seniors. I will try my best not to embarrass the seniors and Muyu teacher, Yamato shouted with great fighting spirit. Senior Kakashi, Senior Shisui, how are your results? Yamato looked at Kakashi and Shisui curiously. He didn't plan to ask about the results, because Obito's results were quite different from what Yamato had originally imagined, so he became curious. Top 8, Kakashi replied. Top 4, Shisui replied. As the two said the results, Obito stood taller, as the best Konoha player. Great, no need to say more. Are there so many geniuses in this competition? Even Senior Kakashi only stopped at the quarterfinals, Yamato asked with a surprised look on his face. At this moment, in Yamato's heart, the level of the youth martial arts tournament was raised all of a sudden. There are indeed many geniuses, and my opponent in the quarterfinals is Kai. Kakashi explained, excluding the factor of the evolution of the summon beasts. Nagato, Might Guy and Sasori are the three strongest players in the martial arts tournament. These three people are the kind that anyone who meets them will be easily eliminated by them. If they don't meet them, the road to promotion will be relatively smooth. Yamato instantly understood that due to the difference in the order of the competition, there will be a little luck in the final ranking, and Kakashi's luck is obviously average. Which ninja village is the ninja from? Yamato wanted to know who was the first, and he actually defeated his predecessors all the way to win the first place. His name is Nagato, and he is not a ninja from any ninja village. He is a ninja from the Ninja Clan, the organizer of the youth martial arts tournament. Kakashi once again gave a surprising answer to Yamato. He is not a ninja from the 5 major ninja villages. Yamato was very surprised. In his cognition, only the other 4 major ninja villages can compete with Konoha ninjas. Don't underestimate other ninja organizations. Although the average quality of ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages is far superior to other ninja organizations, there will occasionally be a genius beyond common sense. Kakashi shook his head and reminded, the former Hanzo, the current Sosuke and Nagato, are all of this type. In Kakashi's eyes, they may not be able to change the situation, but it is easy to fall if you underestimate them. After starting to practice, Obito hesitated for a moment, but still chose to use the summoning technique to summon Charizard at home. Bang! White smoke flashed, and the sturdy Charizard appeared next to Obito. Yamato noticed Charizard's eyes widened. His impression of Charizard was still stuck in the period of Charmeleon. This change was so great that Yamato thought Obito had contracted a new summon beast, spraying flames. After Charizard came out, it quickly observed the surroundings. After finding that there were no enemies, it decisively condensed chakra to give Obito the first flame in Konoha. And Obito knew Charizard so well that when he decided to summon Charizard, he had already thought of this result. So Obito had already opened his Sharingan in advance and dodged the attacking fire pillar by turning sideways. That's right, it's Obito's summon beast. It should have evolved again, so the image has changed. Yamato nodded. He had only seen this style of painting on Obito and Charmeleon. Charizard, I think we should learn from others. Training doesn't necessarily require fighting, Obito suggested with a serious face. Charizard folded his paws across his chest, and 2 streams of heat spurted out of his nostrils, looking at Obito with disdain. In the past, when it was not strong enough, it bullied it every day. Now that it is strong, it wants to change, but there is no way. In a sense, it is also for Obito's good. Obito's strength is not as good as Might Guy, and he can't fly like him. Wouldn't it be easy to become a flaw in the fight? Ouch. Combat training can let us get exercise together and cultivate tacit understanding. That's what it said. Zoro, who jumped on Shisui's shoulder, translated, Obito, cultivate tacit understanding to attack each other, right? But Charizard has come up with this reason, and Obito really can't refute it. Summoning technique. Kakashi shook his head and summoned the main rock wolf to practice together. Kakashi Sr., is this main rock? Looking at the handsome dusk main rock wolf, Yamato recalled the appearance of the rock dog and found a few similarities between the two with difficulty. Well, it has evolved, Kakashi replied, touching the head of the guru who came close to him. Although the body size has become much larger after evolution, some of the habits of Guru have not changed. He likes to be stroked on the head by Kakashi. That's great. Yamato was a little envious. He also wanted a summoned beast, even if it was not as powerful as Kakashi's summoned beasts. As Obito and others worked hard to practice, time passed quickly. The scorching sun in the sky soon fell towards the west, leaving only a little afterglow to illuminate the earth. Seeing dusk, the disciples stopped practicing and prepared to go home for dinner. Little Charizard, wait until I learn the fire escape ninjutsu taught by teacher Muyu, and see if you dare to be rampant again. Obito now just wanted to fast forward to the day after tomorrow and learn the blue flame with Muyu. Charizard was really rampant, and Obito felt it necessary to master a ninjutsu that would make Charizard listen to him quietly. Ouch. Ouch. As Shisui and Obito were going together, Charizard stayed with Zoro, and the two discussed the meeting tonight to fight against Obito. Charizard, to deal with an evil Uchiha like Obito, we must use heavy claws. Zoro, that's not right. Shisui is very good. Charizard, that's the evil goggles kid. Obito suddenly felt a chill on his back, and looked suspiciously in the direction of Charizard, but he couldn't quite understand the encrypted communication between the two. Zoro, go home for dinner. Shisui waved to Zoro when they reached the fork in the road. Yeah. Zoro jumped up and wanted to jump onto Shisui's shoulder, but Shisui grabbed him mercilessly and held him in his arms. After practicing for most of the day, Shisui was also very tired now. In this state, his shoulders could not withstand the pressure brought by Zoro. After all, he had no family who would prepare meals for him. If he hurt his shoulders, the result would be that Zoro could only eat dog food from the Inuzuka clan, and Shisui could only eat instant noodles. After a simple dinner, Shisui took Zoro for a walk outside. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar released this novel for the first time. Halfway through the walk, Shisui walked towards Uchiha Fugaku's home. Uchiha Fugaku was very concerned about the youth martial arts tournament, and Shisui felt that Uchiha Fugaku should know the final result of the youth martial arts tournament. Obito plus me, plus Charizard, is already a strong force in the Uchiha clan, Shisui thought in his heart. In Shisui's vision, if he wanted to solve the Uchiha problem, the reform of the police department was a necessary step. So Shisui had a showdown with Uchiha Fugaku before, wanting Uchiha Fugaku to stand on his side. But at that time, Shisui still underestimated the temptation of the police department to the Uchiha, and overestimated Uchiha Fugaku's courage. He thought that his and Obito's performance was enough to make Uchiha Fugaku make up his mind, but he was still rejected by Uchiha Fugaku. Now it is different. Although their own strength has not improved much, Obito's Pokemon evolution, Charizard, has the strength of no less than Obito. In addition, the Martial Arts Association has made their reputation soar. Shisui really wants to know whether their weight in Uchiha Fugaku's heart can change Uchiha Fugaku's attitude. When Shisui arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's house, the Uchiha Fugaku family had just finished their meal and the whole family was sitting in the yard. Brother Shisui, Uchiha saw Shisui and his eyes lit up slightly. Shisui, congratulations. You have achieved a good result of the top 4 in the Martial Arts Association, Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. In fact, his initial expectation for Obito and Shisui was to be in the top 4 and the top 2, because in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Shisui and Obito were the two most outstanding geniuses in the Uchiha family in the past few decades. However, As the performance of various contestants spread, Uchiha Fugaku also knew that the youth martial arts tournament was a real battle of dragons and tigers, which was more difficult than he had imagined, and the ranking was more valuable. In fact, part of the reason for this result was good luck in the draw, and I need to practice more next time, Shisui said modestly. Kakashi and Sasori were stronger than him. If Shisui met them before the semi-finals, he would most likely be eliminated. Ichi, this is also something you need to learn from Shisui. Even though he is so outstanding, Shisui still remains humble and continues to work hard to move forward. Uchiha Fugaku showed an admiring expression and looked at Uchiha Ichi and said, in fact, whether to be humble or not is not particularly important to Uchiha Fugaku, but hard work is a rare specialty. Even in the Uchiha clan, which values strength, not everyone practices diligently every day. Uchiha Ichi nodded. Although there are many things he doesn't understand, he does think Shisui is very good, and he subconsciously yearns for him. Uncle Fugaku, you are too kind. Maybe Ichi will be better than me in the future, Shisui said as he walked to Uchiha Ichi with a smile. Uchiha Ichi will be a genius ninja, Shisui is sure of that. If he is not a genius, how could he have the strength to exterminate the Uchiha clan at a young age? And how could he join the evil Akatsuki organization where strong people gather? It is hard to say whether he can surpass Shisui. After all, he is the unprecedented 8-year-old Jonin in Konoha. Shisui just thinks that praising Ichi like this will make Ichi happy. Sure enough, Ichi smiled. It is indeed a happy thing to be praised by the longed big brother. Not to mention surpassing, I would be very happy if Ichi had the same talent as you, Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku was also very happy about this. Who doesn't want their children to be better? Uncle Fugaku, I have some family matters to discuss with you. After the greetings, Shisui explained his purpose. He came here today not to guide Uchiha Ichi, but mainly to test Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts. Mikoto, take good care of Ichi. After instructing Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku prepared to take Shisui to the study. Ichi, Zoro-orc will be in your care for the time being. Shisui asked Zoro-orc to go to Uchiha Ichi's side. Even Shisui can't look down on me. Shouldn't I be the one taking care of him? Zoro-orc puffed up his cheeks slightly. Fox, speak. Uchiha Ichi's eyes widened, shocked. Although it was not the first time he saw Zoro-orc, it was the first time Zoro-orc showed his telepathic ability in front of Uchiha Ichi. Zoro-orc speaking is essentially a communication at the spiritual level. Zoro-orc only uses it when communicating with his companions or encountering creatures of interest. He does not use telepathy all the time. Sure enough, he is a kid who needs to be taken care of. Make a fuss. Zoro-orc pouted. Uchiha Fugaku also looked at Zoro-orc curiously. He had seen summoned beasts that could talk. They were rare but not too unusual. However, Zoro's way of communicating reminded Uchiha Fugaku of the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Uchiha Fugaku had seen many storms and waves. He suppressed his curiosity and invited Shisui to the study to talk. I hope it's not that thing again. Uchiha Fugaku vaguely guessed Shisui's intention and had a headache. Although he attached great importance to Shisui, the police department involved too many interests. Even if Uchiha Fugaku, the biggest vested interest in the police department, was willing to reform, other Uchiha high-level officials or the Uchiha ninjas below might not agree. Zoraya is very cute. Can I hug you? Looking at the cute Zoraya, Uchiha Mikoto asked gently. Whether it is a girl or a young woman, it is hard to resist cute things. HMPH, Zoro-orc, I'm not someone that anyone can hug, but since you can talk, I'll allow you to hug me for 1 minute. Zoro-orc snorted, and agreed because of that cute voice. Uchiha Mikoto held Zoro-orc in her arms and gently stroked the hair on Zoro-orc's back. Then, she scratched Zoro-orc's chin like she was petting a cat. Zoro-orc squinted his eyes. Damn, it seemed a little comfortable. Let Shisui try it when we get back. Although he was enjoying the service, Zoro-orc didn't forget Shisui. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo fanfic novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Jiraiya notices Nagato. Uncle Fugaku, do you have any new ideas about the reform of the police force? In the study, Shisui brought up the reform of the police force again. Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his brows. Although he had expected it, he still felt tired when Shisui really brought up this topic again. He found that sometimes maturity is not a good thing. The more mature Shisui has his own considerations for the development of Uchiha, while Obito is much more honest. Even when attending the clan meeting, he doesn't say much. Although thinking ability is a good thing, Shisui is a bit too extreme. He is more radical than the radicals and wants to move the police department right away. Uncle Fugaku, I think you may have misunderstood what I meant. We can carry out the reform slowly. At the beginning, we can even not change anything in the existing police force, but just add a few non-Uchiha clan ninja members. Shisui continued. Shisui knew that the internal resistance of the Uchiha clan to the reform of the police force would be great, so he was not prepared to make a big move at the beginning. After all, most Uchiha actually don't have bad intentions. They just lack cognitive ability. This is not something that can be decided easily. We need to report to the third Hokage and get approval before we can proceed. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, as a special department, the police force has the right to appoint and dismiss all positions in the police force, but he does not have the right to add new positions. The police force is a one-person one-job thing. If you want to add a position, you can only apply to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not to mention that Shisui's suggestion broke the rules set by the second Hokage, so the current Hokage must nod his head. So Uncle Fugaku, do you think this idea is feasible? Shisui looked at Uchiha Fugaku calmly and asked. Shisui must promote the reform of the police department anyway. If he can't even take this necessary step, how can he change the entire Uchiha? Even if he adds a non-Uchiha ninja to the police department, Shisui believes that it is of great significance, because this means that Uchiha gives up the exclusive police force. It's not that simple. The elders will most likely disagree. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, most of the ninjas in the Uchiha clan are easy to fool, as long as they can come up with the reason that there will be no change in the current positions. Most of the incumbent Uchiha ninjas will not object, but the Uchiha elders are all shrewd people, and the routine of boiling a frog in warm water may not work. Uncle Fugaku, if I remember correctly, there will be a clan meeting in a week? Shisui thought for a while and asked. Since Uchiha Fugaku thinks this matter is difficult to handle, Shisui will use the clan meeting to try and see what is going on. As a genius of the Uchiha clan who is now famous, Shisui has a high tolerance for mistakes and has many opportunities for trial and error. Yes, do you want to propose this at the clan meeting? Uchiha Fugaku nodded and replied, if it is at the clan meeting, then I will not be able to support you at that time. Uchiha Fugaku reminded. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku has always been the final decision maker at the clan meeting. He will decide whether the plan will be passed based on the support rate of the Uchiha ninjas and whether the proposed plan is beneficial to Uchiha. Uncle Fugaku, it's okay, I will invite Obito to attend the clan meeting with me, Shisui said. Because Obito didn't like to attend the clan meeting, Shisui basically didn't ask Obito to attend the clan meeting except for the first time. Now Shisui needs more support from the clan, even if Obito doesn't like the atmosphere of the clan meeting. Shisui can only say sorry to Obito and ask him to act together. They are brothers, ninjas of the same clan, and friends. If Shisui doesn't take advantage of such a relationship and face everything alone, then he really didn't listen to Muyu's words at all. Obito, I hope everything goes well for you. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Obito, who was the second in the martial arts tournament, and Shisui, who was in the top 4, the combination of two Uchiha super geniuses is indeed worthy of attention. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts have been changed by Shisui. At first, Shisui said that the police force should be reformed to let foreign ninjas replace Uchiha ninjas. The first word that came to Uchiha Fugaku's mind was treason. Now, Uchiha Fugaku's idea has become that if Shisui can really get support at the clan meeting, then he will support the reform of the police department. This is not because Shisui is good at speaking, but because Shisui's persistence has made Uchiha Fugaku know one thing: Shisui is serious, and he didn't suddenly think of doing this because of a hot head. It's no exaggeration to say that the future of Uchiha is not too much based on Shisui and Obito's current performance. When the two of them grow up, they will definitely have a lot of say in the Uchiha clan. At that time, with Shisui's persistence, he will definitely reform the police department. Instead of waiting for Shisui to take power and make drastic changes, Uchiha Fugaku would rather let Shisui show his ability to reform the police department step by step. "Excuse me." Shisui stood up and thanked him. "It's okay, you can talk to me more if you have any questions, and Ichi likes you very much." Uchiha Fugaku stood up and said with a smile. When Shisui walked into the yard, Zoroark was lying on the ground and Uchiha Mikoto touched his belly. Noticing Shisui's gaze, Zoroark turned over at a very fast speed and walked to Shisui's side as if nothing had happened. "Brother Shisui, are you leaving?" Uchiha Ichi asked Shisui. Shisui had not talked to him alone this time. "Well, I still have some training to complete next." Shisui nodded and said goodbye to Uchiha Ichi. "Goodbye then." Uchiha Ichi was a little reluctant, but did not try to keep Shisui. "Shisui can come and play again when you are free." Uchiha Mikoto smiled and waved goodbye. With such excellent talent and such hard work, maybe he can really make Uchiha different. Looking at Shisui's back, Uchiha Fugaku had a complicated expression. He was sure that Shisui could change Uchiha, but he didn't know whether this change would be good or bad for Uchiha. After returning to his home courtyard, Shisui began to practice the nature change of fire attribute chakra and the breathing of flame. Muyu made it clear that the next new ninjutsu to be taught was fire release, so Shisui wanted to review fire-related abilities in the next 2 days, so that he could learn new ninjutsu faster. "Shisui is really excellent." "When I think of Obito and you as Uchiha, I feel that Obito has taken advantage of me." Zoroya, who was watching, praised Shisui like a cheerleader. Bang! Shisui instantly appeared behind Zoroya and gave Zoroya a knife. "Don't step on one," and praised the other. Shisui rubbed the protruding red hair on Zoroya's head and said, "This is the fact, Shisui. If you don't believe it, you can ask Charizard and Guru. Everyone thinks so," Zoroya said without changing his expression. Shisui smiled helplessly. With the relationship between Charizard and Obito, Charizard would definitely agree if it was bad about Obito. Obito often argued with Kakashi, and Guru had a very good relationship with Kakashi. Guru naturally disliked Obito and would probably agree with him. "Hurry up and practice. You often play with Charizard. It has evolved twice, but you haven't evolved once." Shisui carefully pulled Zoroark's face. Although Shisui was not in a hurry for Zoroark to evolve, he felt that Zoroark had to have more motivation to practice. "What's the good of evolution? You won't be able to stand on Shisui's shoulders when you become so big." Zoroark pouted. Shisui smiled and didn't care too much. "You should be more self-aware. You are not light in weight, but you still like to stand on my shoulders." Zoroark is now 15 kilograms. Only Shisui is a ninja, and he also has breathing exercises. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary 9-year-old child, Zoroark would probably fall down if he stood on his shoulders. "Hey, my head was knocked unconscious just now." "I didn't hear what Shisui said." Zoroark was selectively deaf. After rubbing Zoroark's head, Shisui continued to practice. After practicing until 9 o'clock in the evening, Shisui took Zoroark to Obito's house. If it was later, Shisui was worried that he would disturb Obito's grandmother's rest. "Obito, there will be a clan meeting in a week. Do you have time then?" Shisui asked directly. There was no need for them to beat around the bush. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Clan meeting. "Do you need my help?" "I should have time if there is no urgent task," Obito replied. Urgent tasks are uncontrollable factors, so Obito did not guarantee it. "I'll trouble you then." Shisui nodded. If he wanted to carry out his plan smoothly at the clan meeting, Obito was an indispensable member. Have you eaten? Charizard also greeted Zoroark with enthusiasm. No wonder I can't get the attention of Melodic. I really can't talk. Zoroark ruthlessly stabbed his heart. Charizard's eyes widened and his body arched, looking at Zoroark in disbelief. He didn't expect that his trusted partner would be so aggressive today. The Land of Grass. Since the last time the plan to unite with the Grass Ninja to eliminate the Iwagakure was inexplicably exposed, the situation in the Grass Country has inexplicably eased, and no major war has broken out. However, in general, the Konoha ninja still has the advantage. The activity space of the Iwagakure ninja force has been compressed step by step by the Konoha ninja force, and the situation of the Konoha ninja force is very good. In such an environment, Jiraiya, as the commander of the force, is no longer busy and has become idle. Therefore, Jiraiya noticed the information circulating from the martial arts meeting. The Grass Country borders the Rain Country, and various news about the martial arts meeting actually spread to the Grass Country very quickly. But Jiraiya is also the commander, and most of the time he doesn't have the heart to pay attention to those. Nagato, the first in the youth martial arts meeting, the strongest genius in the ninja world. Jiraiya was stunned after seeing the information about the martial arts meeting. He didn't pay much attention to the youth martial arts meeting, and only knew that it was a ninja competition organized by the neighboring Rain Country. But he is too familiar with Nagato. Isn't this the disciple he regards as the son of prophecy? Same name? Impossible. With such strength and in the land of rain, it must be him. Recalling the 3 years when he took care of Nagato, Yahiko and Konan in the land of rain, Jiraiya's face showed a nostalgic look. The strongest genius in the ninja world. If he can control the Samsara now, this title is not a problem. Nagato is the most suitable candidate for the child of prophecy in Jiraiya's mind. There is no other reason. The eyes of the Six Paths Sage are enough to prove everything. Nagato has become so outstanding. I wonder how Yahiko and Konan are doing. In fact, Jiraiya has always wanted to visit Nagato, Yahiko and others, but there are always various things bothering him. Since returning to Konoha at the beginning of the war, Jiraiya has not been able to find time to spare, let alone on the battlefield. Even in Konoha, on the one hand, there are tasks brought by his own position, and on the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen always wants to add burdens to him and pave the way for him to become Hokage. Jiraiya is also convinced. He scolded him in various ways when he was a child, and now he is forcing him to be Hokage. Whoever wants to be the Hokage can be the Hokage. Anyway, Jiraiya doesn't want to be one. He has more important tasks. Because of Nagato, Jiraiya had people collect more complete information about the youth martial arts tournament. Jiraiya then discovered that not only Nagato participated in the martial arts tournament, but Yahiko and Konan also participated, but their performance was average. Yahiko was eliminated in the first round, and Konan was eliminated in the second round. Obito actually got the second place. Could it be that his strength has greatly increased? Jiraiya was a little surprised to see that Obito's ranking was higher than Kakashi and Might Guy. Jiraiya didn't think too much and continued to look at the information. After all, it must be a good thing that Konoha's ninjas are excellent. After reading the information carefully, Jiraiya had the idea of going to the land of rain. Now there is no war in the land of grass, and with the excellent disciple Minato Namikaze in the army, Jiraiya can also leave, because with Minato Namikaze's current prestige and strength, he is enough to replace Jiraiya as the commander. Jiraiya first called Minato Namikaze to the tent to ask for his opinion. If the time is not too long, it should be possible. Minato Namikaze thought for a while and replied, because there are 2 Jinchuriki who are in full force and can be fully transformed into tailed beasts in Iwagakure. Minato Namikaze does not think that he completely replaces Jiraiya. Most of his methods are ineffective against Jinchuriki who are fully transformed into tailed beasts. In the battle with the 2 Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, Minato Namikaze mainly assists Jiraiya. Haha, I won't let you help me for too long, Minato. Jiraiya smiled and patted Minato Namikaze on the shoulder. He knows the importance of things and will not go to the rain country with a wandering mentality like before the war. After understanding Nagato's recent situation, he will return to the ninja team. Finally, Jiraiya sent an application to the Konoha headquarters. As a commander, it would be too irresponsible to run around without reporting, although Jiraiya can really get his wish without becoming a Hokage by doing this. This method is very impolite. P.S. The extra chapter is finally almost written. If there is no accident this time, it will definitely be released tomorrow. The content is mainly about the incident of Nagato carrying rice after Rumei Naruto returned. If you are interested, you can subscribe. If you are not interested, skipping it will not affect the reading of the main text. Chapter 548 Naruto's Extra Yang Breathing. Naruto. At this time, several days had passed since Naruto completed the Dragon Vein mission. In order to gain the power to defeat the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Naruto followed Fukasaku to Maebaku Mountain to practice Sage Mode at the suggestion of Fukasaku. Since Naruto had not learned the ability to perceive nature, Naruto's first stage of training was to use toad oil to feel and absorb natural energy. This was the initial training, but what Fukasaku and Naruto did not expect was that Naruto encountered huge difficulties at this stage. Bang bang! Exclamation mark! After knocking away 3 shadow clones that were about to turn into frogs, and then knocking away the natural energy of Naruto's body, Fukasaku showed a puzzled look. It shouldn't be, although this training is difficult to achieve perfection. But little Naruto, you have created 3 shadow clones, and the training effect should actually be several times. Why is the progress so slow? Fukasaku was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, it said to Naruto, "Little Naruto, don't create a shadow clone. Practice as you did just now. I will carefully sense what's going on." After that, Fukasaku sprinkled the toad oil from the waterfall on Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes and sensed and absorbed the natural energy as he did just now. Fukasaku stared at Naruto with full perception. In Fukasaku's perception, a lot of natural energy entered Naruto's body, and a small part of natural energy entered Naruto's body under the traction of Naruto's breathing with a strange rhythm. "I see." Fukasaku showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Naruto accidentally used 2 different methods of traction of natural energy, which caused the natural energy to conflict in his body, making the natural energy that was already difficult to control even more difficult to control. So what's going on? Could it be that I don't have the talent to practice fairy arts? Naruto couldn't help asking. This is the practice that Jiraiya has completed before, and Naruto doesn't want to lose to the lustful sage. The most important thing is that now is a critical moment that requires strength. If Naruto doesn't have enough strength, he can't help Jiraiya get revenge. "No, it's your breathing that's wrong. Little Naruto, don't you think your breathing is a little strange?" Fukasaku explained. "Breathing? My breathing is normal and healthy." Naruto scratched his head and replied. He learned Muyu's yang breathing, and with the help of his efforts and the shadow clone's practice, he had reached the level of Qingzong before going to Maebaku Mountain to practice the immortal technique. If Kakashi and the others knew about Naruto's training speed, they would probably be scared to death, because the time it took Naruto to practice Qingzong was even less than the time it took them to get started with the breathing method. It's not a matter of health or unhealthiness, but your breathing automatically guides the natural energy to perform certain operations, causing conflicts with other natural energies. Fukasaku explained. "There is such a thing, but I don't usually feel natural energy." Naruto was puzzled. When Muyu taught him yang breathing, she didn't mention the natural energy sage mode. "Grandpa, are you sure?" "My breathing has changed because of practicing yang breathing. Yang breathing can strengthen my body. There will be a stronger yang breathing chakra mode later." If possible, Naruto does not want to give up yang breathing. On the one hand, this is the ability taught by Muyu, and on the other hand, yang breathing is indeed a practical secret technique. After mastering Qingzong, Naruto can clearly feel that his body has become much stronger, and the effect of daily exercise has become better. Fukasaku sage observed Naruto for a while and said, "It should be because of the toad oil. Toad oil allows you to sense natural energy and absorb it. Your yang breathing cannot absorb enough natural energy to affect the body without being able to sense natural energy. Toad oil has changed this result. Little Naruto, you should return to normal breathing, Otherwise your success rate in practicing the Sage Mode will become extremely low. Naruto looked tangled and kept thinking in his mind. The power of Sage Mode is far beyond your imagination. If you use too much of ordinary ninjutsu that only consumes internal chakra, you will soon get tired. However, Sage Chakra is different. Since it can absorb energy from the outside, it will not only not get tired, but also recover quickly. Sage Fukasaku introduced. Little Naruto, you already have powerful chakra. With the 9 tails, your recovery ability will be stronger than that of ordinary sages. Successfully practicing Sage Mode will definitely bring you a greater improvement than that yang breathing. From Sage Fukasaku's perspective, Naruto should give up yang breathing without hesitation. After all, no secret technique can be stronger than Sage technique. Grandpa Sage, wait a moment. I will adjust it immediately. Naruto took a deep breath and made a decision. He didn't have much time to hesitate, and Naruto was not ready to give up the breathing method completely. Since yang breathing would increase the difficulty of controlling natural energy, he would wait until he had stronger control ability in the future before using it at the same time. When the control ability is not strong, he would practice at different times and no longer maintain yang breathing. Sage Fukasaku nodded with a smile. Naruto is an obedient and good child. As expected by the immortal Fukasaku, after not maintaining the yang breathing, Naruto's progress suddenly became faster. After practicing until the evening, the immortal Fukasaku took Naruto home for dinner, and the first day of practice was over. Hey, I really want to eat the ramen made by Brother Muyu. Looking at the insect feast on the table, Naruto sighed slightly. The time spent practicing with Muyu was really too happy, and Naruto felt that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Little Naruto, eat quickly. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the energy to practice tomorrow? The immortal Fukasaku stuffed a fat green insect into his mouth and chewed it, then said to Naruto. Naruto nodded and quickly started eating. Maybe he had already gotten used to the diet of Myabaku Mountain, or maybe it was because of practicing the Sage Mode. This time Naruto actually felt that it was not bad after eating. At night, when the immortal Fukasaku fell asleep, Naruto, who was in the same room with him, quietly slipped out of the room. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto came to a large open space, used the multiple shadow clone technique to create more than 20 clones, and began to practice yang breathing. Although he had just started when he parted with Muyu, Muyu had already explained the path of breathing to him. Naruto remembered all the characteristics and effects of yang breathing method, chakra mode and transparent world that Muyu said. Originally, Naruto was not good at memorizing theory, but for some reason, he could easily remember and not forget what Muyu said. According to Brother Muyu's lecture, transparent world is the most difficult, so the goal is to set the yang breathing chakra mode, and master the yang breathing chakra mode while practicing the Sage Mode. Naruto set a practice goal. At this moment, he was too eager to become stronger. The threat of the Akatsuki organization, the hatred of the teacher, and the recovery of Sasuke, everything he wanted to do required stronger strength. Time passed in practice. Under the shadow clone technique, Naruto endured fatigue that ordinary people could not imagine. In exchange for extremely fast progress in the Sage Mode, on the high rock spike, Naruto sat motionless on a wooden board. Is it finally going to succeed? Feeling the natural energy gathered around Naruto entering Naruto's body very smoothly, Sage Fukasaku looked a little nervous. The next second, Sage Fukasaku saw a scene that surprised him. After Naruto condensed the natural energy, he suddenly opened his eyes. Orange eye shadow appeared in the corners of his eyes, and there was no sign of toad transformation on his body. Little Naruto has become a sage who surpasses Jiraiya. Sage Fukasaku was very surprised. The fewer toad-like parts of the body, the more perfect the Sage Mode is. Naruto's Sage Mode is undoubtedly the most ideal state. This is the feeling of being integrated with nature. Naruto scratched his hair and experienced the special features of the Sage Mode. Although he did not see those familiar toads, Naruto determined the location of those toads through the powerful perception of the Sage Mode. At this time, a bird landed on Naruto's shoulder, causing Naruto, who maintained a delicate balance, to lose his balance and fall down. Naruto thought it would hurt a lot. After all, he fell from such a high rock spike, but he found that he was fine. This is the Sage mode. Your body is activated by the Sage Chakra, and it becomes very strong in every sense. Sage Fukasaku, who jumped down from the rock spike, explained with a smile. Awesome. Naruto's eyes lit up. The sun-breathing chakra mode can also greatly enhance the body. If the sun-breathing chakra mode can be used together with the Sage mode, wouldn't his physical skills and combat abilities be greatly enhanced? Then next, I will teach you the combat methods of the Sage mode. Sage Fukasaku began a new round of teaching to Naruto. Because he had to teach the frog might of Myabaku Mountain, there were still many practical contents in this stage of training. Naruto was madly slapped away by Sage Fukasaku. During the battle, Naruto subconsciously used the breathing method. In fact, for every person who has reached the normal level of breathing method, the breathing method is almost integrated into instinct. Naruto just deliberately restrained himself when practicing the Sage mode. Now in actual combat and in a disadvantageous position, Naruto instinctively restored the yang breathing without paying attention. Unlike before, Naruto has now successfully cultivated the perfect Sage mode, and his control over the absorption of natural energy is far superior to before. Under Naruto's special control, the natural energy drawn by the breathing method was filtered out again, and only the subtle natural energy that would not affect his Sage mode was absorbed into his body. As Naruto's breathing became more concentrated, his body became stronger. After successfully using the yang breathing and the Sage mode at the same time, Naruto couldn't help but flash a look of excitement on his face. Since the yang breathing can be used in the Sage mode state, the yang breathing chakra mode is likely to be used at the same time as the Sage mode. Why does the yang breathing guide natural energy? Not absorbing it doesn't seem to have any effect on the yang breathing. Naruto had a question in his mind. He was originally worried that deliberately not absorbing the natural energy guided by the yang breathing would weaken or even disappear the effect of the yang breathing. In the end, he found that there was no effect at all, and it was still the same as before. Naruto simply stopped thinking about it because he couldn't figure it out. Anyway, it was a good thing to be able to use them together. Naruto used the breathing of the sun to the extreme and started the frog group hand sparring with the Sage Fukasaku again. The sudden strength of Naruto made the Sage Fukasaku a little uncomfortable, and was caught off guard and was beaten by Naruto. Hey, little Naruto has suddenly become stronger. The Sage Fukasaku was a little surprised. Hee, Grandpa Sage, you didn't expect it. This is a powerful secret technique from another world. Naruto gave a thumbs up to Miyu. He has been practicing with shadow clones for a long time since he obtained the breathing of the sun, and he has made considerable progress almost every day. If Miyu uses the appraisal technique to see Naruto's current proficiency in breathing, he will find that Naruto's current proficiency in the breathing of the sun has surpassed Nohara-Rin's proficiency in the breathing of water. At night, Naruto went to the remote place of Myabaku Mountain to train alone as usual. I hope it's the same as I imagined. Naruto began to absorb natural energy and condense the chakra of the Sage technique with a solemn expression. While practicing the Sage mode and breathing of the sun, Naruto was also perfecting the wind-style Rasen Shuriken, because the use of the Rasen Shuriken previously damaged Naruto's chakra meridians. The Rasen Shuriken was listed as a forbidden technique by Tsunade and Naruto was forbidden to use it. In order to prevent others from knowing and worrying about stopping him, Naruto could only practice the Rasen Shuriken at night. Naruto is not pursuing strength without taking care of his body. He is not that stupid. If there is a problem with the chakra meridian system, he can't even be a ninja, let alone protect Konoha and retrieve Sasuke. The reason why Naruto started practicing the Rasen Shuriken again is that now with the blessing of yang breathing and Sage mode, his body has become stronger and his recovery ability has increased. And as long as it is thrown out successfully, it will not be disturbed by the impact of the Rasen Shuriken. In Naruto's imagination, the real complete Rasen Shuriken should be able to be thrown out, which will not only not cause damage to the body, but also be more flexible in battle. Orange eye shadow appeared in the corner of Naruto's eyes. After entering the Sage mode, Naruto immediately formed a seal to separate the shadow clone for assistance. A large amount of Senjutsu chakra gathered in Naruto's palm. One shadow clone helped Naruto roll the balls and change the shape of the Shuriken, while the other shadow clone changed the wind attributed chakra of the Rasengan. Soon, a high-speed rotating spiral shuriken appeared in Naruto's hand. The harsh rotating sound was particularly noticeable in this open area. Fortunately, there were no toads who stayed up late in Maibaku Mountain, and the place Naruto chose was remote enough that no toads found it. Naruto did not succeed directly the first time, although he did throw the ninjutsu. The internal ability of the thrown ninjutsu lost balance and conflicted with each other before hitting the target and then dissipated. Naruto didn't care and continued to perfect the spiral shuriken. When the day was slightly bright, many pits appeared near Naruto's practice. Let's continue at night. Naruto took a long breath and quietly returned to his bedroom. There are still many problems with the spiral shuriken. Either the power is lacking or it explodes prematurely. When Fukasaku Sage got up, he looked at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly and was originally going to wake him up, but after calling him once and not waking him up, Fukasaku gave up and got up alone. When eating breakfast, Shima Sage didn't see Naruto, so he asked, "Where is little Naruto? How can you practice without breakfast?" "He hasn't gotten up yet," Fukasaku explained. "Then I'll go call him." Shima Sage was about to wake Naruto up. Fukasaku shook his head and stretched out his hand to stop Shima Sage. The death of little Jiraiya is still a big blow to him. He is under a lot of pressure now. I guess he didn't sleep well last night. Let him sleep a little longer. When it was time to practice, Fukasaku woke Naruto up, and Shima Sage heated up the breakfast. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Well, Grandpa Sage, good morning. Naruto rubbed his sore eyes. Although Fukasaku Sage had let Naruto sleep a little longer, Naruto went to bed too late, so he still didn't get enough sleep. Naruto forced himself to cheer up and smiled at Fukasaku. How could staying up late defeat Naruto? He was going to be the Hokage. Let's eat first. Fukasaku took Naruto to the dining table. Breakfast was still the specialty of Maibaku Mountain. Naruto closed his eyes and ate all at once, trying to eat as quickly as possible to get the nutrients his body needed. After dinner, it was another day of actual combat in Sage Mode. Naruto's frog glummite and senjutsu became more proficient and fluent, but for Naruto, the evening training was the highlight. Although the frog glummite senjutsu Rasengan and other senjutsu were very good, they were still inferior to the Rasen Shuriken. I must succeed today. Naruto started his training alone again that night. Today was his 6th day at Maibaku Mountain. Before leaving Konoha, Tsunade told Naruto that if the progress was fast, more information about pain could be obtained from interrogation and autopsy in a week. If everything went well, maybe tomorrow Konoha would be able to combine all the information to get the secret of pain, and then gather forces to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Naruto wanted to become stronger as soon as possible to participate in it and personally avenge Jiraiya. I hope everything goes well for little Kakashi-sensei and the others. Naruto thought of the young Jiraiya he saw when he traveled through time and space. According to Kakashi's speculation, they are similar but different worlds. Even if Naruto is likely to never be able to go to that world again, he sincerely hopes that Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya in that world can live well. With determination in his heart, Naruto continued to condense the spiral shuriken again and again. After failing countless times, a huge explosion sounded, and a hilltop of Maibaku Mountain was directly destroyed. It succeeded. The huge consumption made Naruto automatically exit the Sage Mode. He gasped and looked forward with joy. Immediately, Naruto showed a guilty expression again. It was indeed a bit immoral to make such a big noise in the middle of the night. In order to prevent being discovered by others, Naruto quickly changed places to continue practicing yang breathing. The Sage Mode was successfully practiced and the spiral shuriken was perfected. If he could master the yang breathing chakra mode, his strength would reach a peak. Naruto created a large number of shadow clones to speed up his training. Every hour, he would cancel the shadow clones to sort out his experience and then create new ones to continue training. Unconsciously, the darkness was gradually dispelled by the sun, and the sun slowly rose. The last time he cancelled the shadow clones, a large amount of training memories flowed back to Naruto's body. Under the huge impact of fatigue, Naruto fell directly to the ground. Naruto lay on the ground to rest for a minute, then quickly stood up and concentrated on breathing to get the Yang breathing chakra mode. Yang breathing, full concentration. Naruto focused all his attention on Yang breathing and operated his own breathing to the extreme. But no matter how much Naruto operated his breathing, he could not enter the Yang breathing chakra mode described by Miyu. Is it still a little short? Naruto looked at the sky that had already lit up, and could only give up training and quietly return to the bedroom to sleep. Although it is already as late as it can be, it is also very different from not sleeping. Just like yesterday, Fukasaku Sage waited for the training to start before waking Naruto up for breakfast. I'll go get some fresh ingredients. Shima Sage watched Naruto finish his breakfast and walk out the door with a small basket. I don't know when I can eat Brother Muyu's ramen again. Naruto sighed slightly when he saw some bugs left on the table. Although he was very grateful to Shima Sage for cooking, the recipes of Mayabaku Mountain were really not suitable for normal humans. Even if he was a little used to the taste, it was still uncomfortable to look at those bugs. Continue to practice. Fukasaku Sage continued to train Naruto. After practicing for about half an hour, Fukasaku Sage sighed. Little Naruto, you are already a qualified sage. Although Naruto has only practiced for 7 days, he has mastered more perfect sage techniques than Jiraiya, and he is also proficient in using frog glimite and other techniques. Then Fukasaku Sage told Naruto some of the shortcomings of the Sage mode. Under normal circumstances, the Sage mode of Mayabaku Mountain can only last for 5 minutes, and it will be even shorter if the battle is intense. One Sage mode is basically only enough for Naruto to use 2 Rasen Shurikens. After using 2 Rasen Shurikens, there is no more Sage Chakra. There are 2 ways to continue Sage mode. One is the Fusion Sage method of Mayabaku Mountain, and the other is to absorb natural energy and condense Sage Chakra without moving. In fact, the 2 methods are essentially the same. The former is just to let the Sage of Mayabaku Mountain perform fusion and replace Naruto to condense Sage Chakra without moving, so as to extend Sage mode. However, something embarrassing happened to Sage Fukasaku. Because the native Nine Tails in Naruto's body was not happy, it could not perform fusion with Naruto. Now the man and the toad are in trouble. If they can't refill, the strength of Sage mode will drop a lot at once. Yang breathing can also guide natural energy into the body. If I use Yang breathing to absorb natural energy during exercise, it will solve the problem of not being able to move. Naruto had a flash of inspiration. It sounds like that, but your Yang breathing has its own system. It is highly unlikely that forcing it together will work. Sage Fukasaku shook his head. Naruto's breath of the sun gave Fukasaku the feeling that it was the prototype of some kind of Sage mode. It was actually very dangerous to force the breath of the sun into the Sage mode of Mayabaku Mountain. If Naruto left Mayabaku Mountain, Fukasaku would definitely tell Naruto not to try it recklessly, so as to avoid the natural energy getting out of control. How can you know the result if you don't try it? Naruto was a man of action, and he immediately started a new attempt. In the past, in order to make the breath of the sun and the Sage mode coexist, Naruto had always deliberately blocked the natural energy guided by the breath of the sun from his body. This time, Naruto not only absorbed the natural energy, but also tried his best to absorb it, and wanted to use the skills of Mayabaku Mountain to continue the Sage mode. Bang! Fukasaku looked at Naruto, whose body had grown bigger and turned into a frog, and decisively swung his stick to disperse the natural energy in Naruto's body. I said it wouldn't work. Fukasaku showed an expression of as expected. As a sage who had lived for more than 800 years, could he still lose to Naruto in understanding the Sage mode? However, Naruto was not convinced. Since the two couldn't be used together, he would try them separately first. This time, Naruto did not enter the Sage mode. He simply used the Yang breathing, and then absorbed the natural energy guided by the Yang breathing with all his strength to join the maintenance of the breathing method. In an instant, Naruto felt a different feeling. The power and speed were obviously much stronger than the Yang breathing without inhaling natural energy. When Naruto felt that he was familiar with this state, he tried the previous idea again, but still failed. The natural energy in his body ran wild and was hit hard by the Sage Fukasaku. In the end, Naruto came to the conclusion that the breathing method that absorbed natural energy could not be used at the same time as the Sage mode, at least not for him now. Naruto had to temporarily give up the idea of using the breathing method to charge the Myaboku Mountain Sage mode. It's a pity that Grandpa Sage has limited energy. Even if he stays still, he can only take care of 4 units at most. Otherwise, he can use the shadow clone training method to try and make mistakes for 2 days. Naruto secretly said it was a pity. The practice of Sage mode was too dangerous, which resulted in restrictions on his shadow clone training method. Oh right, shadow clone. Naruto suddenly had an idea and thought of a great way. Master Fukasaku, something bad has happened. Just as Naruto was testing his new idea, a pink toad came up to him. Brother Kasuke, who was in charge of the liaison, has been killed, and his name has disappeared from the list, the pink toad said with a sad face. Both Fukasaku and Naruto looked unhappy. There was no doubt that something must have happened in Konoha. Fukasaku asked Naruto to be ready to fight at any time and quickly arranged everything. On the other side, Konoha village became a huge ruin after being hit by a Super Shinro Tensei from Tendo Pain. Miraculously, the gate was not damaged. Hiss! Sakura broke away from the slug that protected her and stared at the ruins in front of her. Familiar companions died one by one in front of her, and the village where she had lived since childhood was destroyed. At this moment, the tight string in Sakura's heart was completely broken. Tears rolled in her eyes uncontrollably, and Sakura could no longer control her emotions. Naruto, please come back. Sakura knelt on the ground helplessly and cried. With the death of Kakashi and the defection of Sasuke, the former Team 7 was left with only her and Naruto. Please, Naruto. At this time, Sakura's rationality had disappeared, and she felt no sense of security. As if hearing Sakura's cry, changes occurred in the pit made by Super Shinro Tensei. Bang! Psychic white smoke appeared. Chapter 549, Naruto's Extra, Pure Power, Sage Mode superimposed on Sun Breathing Chakra Mode. Naruto appeared on the big pit standing on the toad of Mount Myaboku. Because the Heavenly Path Pain had just used the actual combat Super Shinra Tensei to destroy Konoha, there was a lot of rising dust and fog around Konoha at this moment. In addition, Naruto, who had just been summoned from Mount Myaboku, was in the big pit and did not realize that this was Konoha for a while. When the dust and fog dissipated and some of the Hokage rocks on the cliff were exposed, and when he sensed those familiar chakras, Naruto knew that this was Konoha, the destroyed Konoha. Naruto was speechless, but his eyes gradually became angry. After discovering Naruto appeared in Konoha, Nagato, who was about to leave, controlled the Heavenly Path Pain to land near Naruto. At the same time, the Hell Path repaired the damaged Pain and threw the Animal Path Pain to Konoha again. The Animal Path formed a seal in the air and performed the summoning technique. 5 pains landed next to the Heavenly Path Pain, and the 6 paths of pain gathered again. 6. Fukasaku's sage looked serious. He had fought with the pains and knew how powerful they were when they joined forces. It's unforgivable that Konoha was destroyed like this. Tsunade walked out of the ruins and walked towards Pain with gritted teeth. The hatred in her heart and the sense of responsibility as the 5th Hokage made Tsunade forget that she had no chakra to fight, and she wanted to attack Pain. Although Nagato's target was Naruto, Tsunade's previous words really angered Nagato, so Nagato didn't mind sending Tsunade to death. Under Nagato's control, Shirato Pain attacked Tsunade who was walking towards her. Whoosh! Bang! Exclamation mark! Naruto burst out the Senjutsu chakra and concentrated the Yang breath to the extreme. He instantly appeared above Shirato Pain and smashed Shirato Pain to pieces with a Rasengan. Grandma, you go and rest. Leave this to me. The Akatsuki organization doesn't need the Hokage and other Konoha ninjas to take action, Naruto said with his back to Tsunade. Of course, this was a face-saving statement for Tsunade, but in fact, in Naruto's perception, Tsunade's chakra was running out. Gamaji, take Grandma to a safe place. Naruto thought about it, worried that Tsunade might get into trouble, and decided to let Gamaji protect Tsunade. Anyway, with Gamaji's strength, he couldn't affect the battle situation. Tsunade took out a slug and asked the slug to tell Naruto the information it had collected. Finally, Naruto couldn't help but ask, did Teacher Kakashi go out to perform a mission? With the blessing of the Sage Mode, the entire Konoha was within Naruto's perception range. He sensed a lot of chakra, including Sakura, Shikamaru, and Hinata, most of whom were in a very bad state. Tsunade lowered her eyes and remained silent without answering Naruto's question. Sometimes, silence is also an answer. Is that so? I see. Naruto lowered his head slightly. At the beginning, Naruto had already guessed the result, but he didn't dare to think about it, nor did he want to think about it. Naruto looked at Pains with a cold face. From childhood to adulthood, he had never had such a murderous intention towards someone. Having killed the lecherous sage, Nagato has now destroyed Konoha and killed Kakashi. Nagato is no longer just touching Naruto's bottom line, but is stepping on the accelerator in front of Naruto's bottom line. Summoning technique, the animal path slammed the ground and summoned a huge rhino to rush towards Naruto, but Naruto did not dodge, and he gathered chakra in his right hand and gathered breathing power to wait quietly. The moment the huge rhino approached, Naruto swung his hand knife. The size difference between the two made Naruto look like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but the next moment, no one would have such an idea. Konoha hand knife, bang! Exclamation mark! Naruto's huge palm suddenly hit the rhino. The rhino flew backwards like a cannonball, and in the air it turned into white smoke and dissipated because it could not withstand Naruto's power. Naruto and Muyu studied for a month. Yang breathing was Naruto's greatest learning achievement, but not the only learning achievement. Chakra control ability, various physical skills, wind attribute chakra property change, Yang attribute chakra property change. Teaching skills plus Muyu's deep knowledge, plus Naruto's unique shadow clone training method. These superpositions have produced a wonderful chemical reaction, allowing Naruto to gain beyond imagination within a month. Although it is a bit unfair to Jiraiya and Kakashi to say this, Naruto has to admit that Muyu can beat all his teachers in terms of teaching ability. With such strength, if the ability of the heavenly path has not recovered, it will not be a match. Nagato made a judgment and silently controlled the heavenly path pain to retreat behind the other pains. The heavenly path pain is the strongest pain, and his strength far exceeds that of the other pains. The strength displayed by Naruto not only surprised Nagato, but also shocked the Konoha ninjas who were watching the battlefield. Naruto is so strong. Sakura opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect that Naruto would kill a pain with one blow and then kill a powerful summoned beast with a knife. Hinata Hyuga, who was watching the battle with her white eyes, was slightly relieved when she saw that Naruto was so fierce. Naruto-kun, keep up the good work. Hinata Hyuga cheered Naruto in her heart, and then looked around for a good position to support Naruto in time. Bang, bang! The animal path used the summoning technique again to quickly summon 3 summoned beasts. This time, the toads of Myabaku Mountain took action. Naruto was not fighting alone. In addition to the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima, powerful toads such as Gamabunda, Gomaken, and Gamahiro also came to Konoha. The 5 big toads attacked together and easily captured the summoned beasts of the animal path. The pain in the front can absorb all ninjutsu, and the pain who is protected and the second to last can use ninjutsu that bounces everything, but there is a 5-second interval between each use. In addition, the vision of all pains is connected. The slug told Naruto all the information he knew in one breath. In this case, we must first solve the pain who can revive other pains. Naruto determined the first target to be solved. Although pain, who can deflect everything, sounds very strong, if Jigakudo is not dealt with, the result may be that the pain that Naruto dealt with earlier will be pulled up by Jigakudo to continue fighting. Bang! Naruto first threw a special smoke bomb, and then performed the shadow clone technique. Swish, swish, swish. The last shuriken stabbed at the pains. However, for the pains who can share vision, it is really easy to dodge Naruto's straightforward shuriken. The next moment, 3 Naruto holding Rasengan rushed out of the smoke and rushed towards the pains. Hungry Ghost Road stood in front with a look of disdain and activated the absorption shield. The Rasengan of the Narutos hit Hungry Ghost Road and had no effect at all. Then the other pains took the opportunity to attack Naruto. But something unexpected happened to Nagato. All 3 Naruto turned into white mist and dissipated. All 3 Naruto were shadow clones. The real attack is here. Sage technique Rasengan. A kunai beside Jigakudo suddenly turned into Naruto, and the Rasengan condensed by Sage Chakra slammed into Jigakudo's body. Bang! Jigakudo's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground helplessly. Naruto stood beside Jigakudo's body and looked coldly at the remaining 4 pains. "Naruto Uzumaki, you have become much stronger after becoming a sage like Jiraiya," Tendo Pain said with emotion. At the same time, Nagato in the distance tried his best to use chakra to adjust his state to ensure that Tendo could recover his ability as soon as possible. "How about retreating? You have consumed too much chakra," Konan next to Nagato couldn't help but say. Nagato not only controlled Pain's 6 paths to fight against many ninjas of Konoha, but also launched a Super Shinra Tensei to destroy the entire Konoha. Nagato is actually in a very bad state now. "No, if we leave this time, it will be difficult to find Uzumaki Naruto next time." Nagato rejected Konan's proposal. Now Akatsuki has gathered the first 8 tails, and only the last 9 tails are needed to realize Nagato's ideal. How could he retreat at this step? For peace, even if it is a short peace, it is worth sacrificing some lifespan. Nagato put all his energy into the remaining 4 pains, controlling the pains to attack Naruto. The Hungry Ghost Path and the Human Path burst out chakra at the same time and rushed towards Naruto. "Teacher Jiraiya." Naruto frowned, not knowing what tricks the leader of Akatsuki in front of him was playing. "I was just about to deal with you, but you actually delivered yourself to my door." Since it was a battle, Naruto didn't think too much and immediately devoted himself to the battle again. He ignored the Human Path and prepared to deal with the Hungry Ghost Path first. Although the Human Path has the terrifying ability to extract souls, Naruto, who is in the Sage mode and blessed by the Yang Breath, is confident that the Human Path will not get close to him. Although the Heaven Path Pain and the Animal Path Pain did not rush forward together, they also used the characteristics of shared vision to assist. When the Hungry Ghost Path was about to approach Naruto, it opened the absorption shield. Nagato's idea was that the Hungry Ghost Path would destroy Naruto's ninjutsu, and then he would use the Human Path's ability to kill him instantly. However, Naruto had been in Lulin for a month, and then in Mayabaku Mountain for a week. His abilities in all aspects were far from what was described in the Akatsuki organization's information. Frogmite. Naruto gathered natural energy around him, concentrated his Yang breath to the limit, and suddenly swung his palm at the approaching Hungry Ghost Path. Something unexpected happened to the pains. The Hungry Ghost Path was about to catch Naruto, but Naruto's palm hadn't touched the Hungry Ghost Path yet. Bang! Exclamation mark. The Hungry Ghost Path flew backwards at a high speed. Whoosh! Konoha hand blade. Naruto immediately dodged the Human Path's grabbing hand and swung a transparent chi force at the Hungry Ghost Path that was knocked out. The chi force slashed by the Konoha hand blade was similar to that of the Date Tiger, and did not contain chakra, so the Hungry Ghost Path could not absorb it. Naruto has really grown a lot. Tsunade was relieved and annoyed when she saw Naruto destroy the 3 pains with overwhelming force. Not only were these seniors unable to shield Naruto from the wind and rain, they also needed Naruto to protect him. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto immediately created a shadow clone after he had a certain distance from the Human Path. However, this time Naruto's shadow clone was not used for combat, but to assist him in using the Rasen Shuriken. Buzz. When the high-speed rotating chakra shuriken appeared in Naruto's hand, its extremely powerful chakra made everyone on the battlefield look at it. Senjutsu Wind Style Rasen Shuriken. Naruto did not choose the Human Path who was closer, but threw it towards the Tendo Pain who was far away. Although it was unknown why Tendo Pain did not use repulsion and gravity to interfere, according to the existing information, Tendo Pain's ability was very difficult to deal with, and he should be dealt with as much as possible first. Since Tendo Pain was about to recover, Nagato did not hesitate to control the Human Path Pain to rush towards the Senjutsu Rasen Shuriken and use his body to block the Senjutsu Rasen Shuriken from advancing. Boom! Exclamation mark. The dazzling white light of the explosion enveloped the Human Path, tearing the Human Path and the ground around it into pieces. Huh! There are 2 left. Naruto panted slightly and observed the situation on the field. Because Gamabunta didn't know the characteristics of the split dog, he accidentally caused the split dog to split, and the Animal Path was summoning new summoning beasts. The toads of Mayabaku Mountain were basically dealing with the summoning beasts of the Animal Path. Summoning Technique. The animal path summoned a giant bird to attack Naruto. At this time, Naruto had very little senjutsu chakra left in his body because of the previous battle. To be safe, Naruto burst out chakra and dodged instantly. The other Konoha ninjas who were observing may not have noticed anything, but Nagato, who kept a close eye on Naruto, found that Naruto's movements slowed down. Is the senjutsu chakra going to be exhausted? Although this is destined to be a battle without suspense, it looks like it will become easier. After feeling the power gradually recovering in his body, Tendo Pain slowly moved towards Naruto. Under Nagato's Krypton life, his power recovered faster. With the power of Tendo, Naruto without the Sage mode would definitely not be able to fight him. Although there is still a little left, this is not the time to save. Naruto immediately took out the large scroll behind him and prepared to use the summoning technique to summon the shadow clone that was absorbing natural energy at Miyabaka Mountain. As long as he released the Sage mode and actively canceled the shadow clone, so that the natural energy in the shadow clone's body returned to the main body, he could regain the full state of Sage mode again. Naruto has 2 such shadow clones in total, and judging from the current battle, they are enough to deal with the next battle. 10,000 things. The moment he fully recovered his strength, Tendo Pain attacked. However, his target was not Naruto, but the sage Fukasaku, who was gathering sage chakra next to him and preparing to use the toad singing. The toad singing is an extremely terrifying sage illusion, so even if the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima joined forces, it would take some time to gather strength. Seeing that Naruto had dealt with 4 pains so fiercely, the sage Fukasaku wanted to gather strength with the sage Shima to send the remaining 2 pains away in one wave. Unexpectedly, Pain actually set his target on this marginal toad. The body of Fukasaku sage flew at a high speed, and it seemed that he would hit Tendo Pain, who was holding the black stick, the child's father. Shima sage was extremely anxious, but he had no means to stop it from happening. Boss Game Bunda, who was entangled with the split dog, was furious and wanted to rush to Tendo Pain and cut him in 2 with his sword. Whoosh! At this moment, Naruto gave up the summoning shadow clone, and used all the remaining sage chakra to perform the instant body technique, and the multiple bursts of shaving were exerted to the extreme, and the power of yang breathing was also exerted to the extreme. Stay away from Grandpa Sage. Naruto appeared in front of Tendo Pain almost instantly and swung his fist. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain had to give up killing Fukasaku Sage and instead used Shinra Tensei to send Naruto and Fukasaku Sage flying out together. Bang bang! Naruto and Fukasaku Sage flew backwards and fell to the ground. As the chakra of the senjutsu was exhausted, Naruto automatically exited the Sage mode and turned back into an ordinary person. Fukasaku ignored the injuries on his body and frantically gave Shima a hint with his eyes, asking him to use the summoning scroll to summon Naruto's shadow clone. Now the strongest force on the field is Naruto. If Naruto cannot enter the Sage mode, they can't defeat Pain. Since Naruto's shadow clone refill method was thought up by Shima when she was looking for ingredients, she didn't know about it. Even so, Shima still understood some of his partner's ideas and acted quickly. When the animal path and the heavenly path were chasing Naruto and Fukasaku, Shima quietly walked towards the summoning scroll. But just when Shima wanted to spread out the summoning scroll to use it, a huge lizard suddenly appeared behind Shima, swung out its huge tail, and threw Shima away. Damn, it's that invisible lizard. Shima looked annoyed. After successfully stopping Shima Sage from using the summoning scroll, the lizard held a scroll and placed it not far from Tendo Pain, then continued to join the battle of the toads. After exiting Sage mode, Naruto quickly adjusted the yang breathing, using it to guide the natural energy to strengthen his body. Although it was not as good as Sage mode, it was enough to withstand Tendo Pain's physical attack. But the fatal thing was that there was an injured Fukasaku Sage next to Naruto. Naruto in non-Sage mode and Fukasaku Sage dealing with Tendo Pain with the assistance of the animal path soon revealed a flaw. 10,000 things. 10. Tendo Pain grabbed Naruto's neck and slammed him to the ground. He then thrust the black stick through Naruto's palm and into the ground, increasing the interference with Naruto's chakra while fixing Naruto to the ground. In this way, you should be more obedient, right? Tendo Pain said lightly. Damn it. Naruto, who couldn't gather chakra and couldn't move his arms, still didn't give in, but kicked Pain with his legs. Puff. 2 black sticks pierced Naruto's thighs. For Nagato, as long as Naruto didn't die, it didn't matter if he was disabled. After all, what he needed was the 9 tails in Naruto's body, not Naruto himself. Asshole, let that kid go. The toads of Myabaku Mountain ignored the bite of the split dog and rushed towards Tendo Pain. Shinro Tensei. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. Because of their large size, Gamabunta and other toads were directly ejected from Konoha under the impact of Shinro Tensei. Some of them fell under the mountain, and some flew into the lake. All of them were seriously injured. This is bad. I have become little Naruto's weakness. Cold sweat flowed down Fukasaku's forehead. Naruto had really tried his best in this battle, but it was these sages who were holding him back. Why did you call Jiraiya-sensei? What on earth do you want to do? After being completely unable to move, Naruto looked at Tendo Pain and asked. Even if he died, Naruto didn't want to be a fool. It's very simple, because I also learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya-sensei, and if we count by time, I am still your senior brother. Nagato replied indifferently. As for what to do, in short, it is to create peace and achieve justice. Make reality what Jiraiya-sensei has not completed. Naruto stared at Tendo Pain, thinking that he was talking nonsense. Killing the lecherous sage, destroying Konoha, and killing Kakashi teacher, can this be called creating peace and achieving justice? Naruto's reaction was within Nagato's expectations. After all, this ninja world is always like this. Hatred can never be eliminated, and people can never understand each other. So, what do you want to do, Uzumaki Naruto? Nagato controlled Tendo Pain and asked. Defeat you? Defeat the Akatsuki organization, and return true peace to the world. Naruto answered without hesitation. Tendo Pain laughed, as if he heard something particularly funny. What he should have done was to take Naruto away immediately, then pull out the 9 tails and stuff it into the Outer Path demon statue. But because of their status as a fellow disciple, because of Naruto's ridiculous justice, and because he was now sure to win, Tendo Pain decided to refute Naruto before taking him away. Nagato talked about the war in Konoha, and the war that turned countless children from the Rain Village into orphans. Naruto remained silent. Born in a peaceful era, he never thought that the village he was supposed to protect had such a past. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. In fact, the justice you want to impose on me is the same as the justice I impose on Konoha. We are not just people driven by hatred. The ninja world is essentially dominated by hatred, and people can never understand each other. Naruto felt that Nagato was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute Nagato. Jiraiya said that there is a world where people understand each other, but Jiraiya himself said that he didn't know how to make such a world a reality. When Nagato talked about using the tailed beast to create the ultimate weapon to destroy the country and create terror to achieve peace, Naruto couldn't help but refute it. Although he didn't know how to make people understand each other, he absolutely did not recognize the peace that Nagato said, a peace created with death, injury and fear. In the end, neither side could convince the other. During the time when Naruto and Nagato were fighting, Shima and Fukasaku wanted to attack Tendo Pain, but were entangled by the animal path and its summoned beast. Hinata, although weaker, had a Byakugan that could see through every angle, and sneaked near Tendo Pain. Hinata did not attack Tendo immediately, but picked up the summoning scroll near Tendo Pain and threw it towards the 2 sages. She didn't know what it was for, but based on previous observations, it should be a prop that could help Naruto. Then, in order to prevent Tendo Pain from using ninjutsu to interfere with the summoning scroll, Hinata instantly condensed her chakra and rushed towards Tendo Pain. Hinata, what are you doing here? Go away. You are not his opponent, Naruto said anxiously. Not to mention Hinata, even if Sasuke came, he couldn't beat Tendo Pain alone. Shinro Tensei. Nagato ignored the scroll and released Shinro Tensei against Hinata. Now that Naruto's chakra had been blocked by the black stick, it didn't matter what the scroll was for. Bang! Hinata, who rushed towards Tendo Pain, fell to the ground under the strong repulsive force, and a hole was created. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Damn it, Why did you come to such a dangerous place? Naruto tried his best to mobilize his body strength to get rid of the black stick, but failed. It seems that you have a good relationship. Experience the death of someone you care about in front of your eyes. Maybe you will have a deeper feeling about what I said. Nagato noticed the expressions of the two people and controlled Tendo Pain to walk towards Hinata with the black stick in his hand. He became what he is now because he witnessed the death of his loved ones in front of him twice. The first time was when his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. The second time was when Yahiko was killed. Although he had no blood relationship with him, they had become a family without blood relationship because they depended on each other for a long time. So Nagato felt that killing Hinata in front of Naruto would make Naruto understand more. In the last moment of her life, Hinata did not cry, but smiled. Because I like Naruto, I used to cry and give up easily. It was Naruto's smile that changed me. Hinata had never seen such a strong person. They were children of the same age, and Naruto's life was so difficult, but Naruto's face was always full of smiles, and he would lend a hand to the weak like her. It's a pity that I didn't get to take a walk with Naruto in the end. This was the only regret in Hinata's heart. Naruto was the dazzling sun in the sky for her. Although she wanted to get close to Naruto countless times, she was eventually burned away by the fiery light because of her personality. I like you the most, Naruto. Looking at the black stick inserted, Hinata closed her eyes and said the last confession, which was also a farewell. It hurts. At this time, Naruto deeply felt what pain was. It was not because his palms, thighs and other parts of his body were pierced, but because of the heartache of Kakashi's death, Konoha's destruction, Gamabunta and other toads seriously injured, and many Konoha ninjas seriously injured. Now the girl who confessed to him was going to die tragically. At this moment, Naruto's pain reached a peak that he had never reached before. His breathing also exceeded the limit and climbed over the wall that Naruto had not climbed in the training center of Miyabako Mountain. The Nine Tails wanted to send Chakra to lure Naruto to run away, but found that Naruto was very sober, so he quickly stopped sending Chakra to avoid being taken advantage of by Naruto. Nagato, who was about to kill Hyuga Hinata, suddenly heard a sound of breaking through the air and immediately controlled Tendo Pain to retreat. Whoosh! A black stick with blood shot past the position where he had just stood. Naruto, whose chakra was blocked by the black stick, actually stood up, and his breath became very powerful. I said, the secret technique that Brother Muyu taught me must be very powerful. Naruto pulled out the black sticks from his body one by one. The pierced body recovered almost instantly, as if it had never been injured. At this moment, Naruto has entered the Yang breathing chakra mode, and can freely control the chakra in his body to transform into Yang attribute chakra to exert various Yang escape ninjutsu effects. Little Naruto, quickly cancel the shadow clone. At this time, Fukasaku Sage also broke through the obstruction of the animal path and the summoning beast, got the summoning scroll and summoned the shadow clone of Naruto. Naruto made a seal to cancel the shadow clone, and a large amount of natural energy poured into his body, and then was synthesized into Sage Chakra. When Naruto blinked, he re-entered the Sage mode. Sure enough, as long as I don't use the breathing method to absorb natural energy, the Yang breathing chakra mode can be superimposed on the Sage mode. Feeling the terrifying power in his body, Naruto silently said thank you to Muyu in his heart. Next, the attack and defense change. Since Hinata is still on the battlefield, in order to prevent Hinata from being injured again, Naruto first split a shadow clone to take Hinata away from the battlefield. Nagato ignored Naruto's shadow clone and launched an attack on Naruto's body. Now Nagato felt a little bad about Naruto's aura, and he had to get rid of Naruto as soon as possible. Tenchiang Danian. Tendo Pain raised his hand and prepared to suck Naruto in like just now and then attack with a black stick. However, Naruto was different this time. Naruto was indeed sucked in by Tendo Pain. However, when Naruto was sucked near Tendo Pain, his body expanded rapidly, and instantly became 10 times larger. The huge body that came at high speed directly knocked Nagato away. The jutsu of multiplication? When did Naruto learn this? Sakura was puzzled. Naruto went to Miyabako Mountain to practice, not to the Akimiki clan to practice, so how could he learn the same secret technique as Akimiki Choji? Shinro Tensei. Tendo Pain was just a puppet and had no sense of pain. Tendo Pain quickly climbed up and wanted to use Shinro Tensei to attack the enlarged Naruto. In fact, Shinro Tensei itself does not cause any damage. The damage caused by Shinro Tensei is the damage caused by the repulsive force to repel collisions with various objects. So the larger the body, the higher the damage caused by Shinro Tensei. But Naruto saw the end of the three big toads of Gamabunta with his own eyes, so how could he not know that it was successful? And he shrunk his body at a very fast speed, but was pushed out a distance by the repulsive force, and was not injured. Although the sun-breathing chakra mode is very powerful in healing, it also requires chakra to recover from injuries. Naruto will not resist head-on if he can avoid getting hurt. Senjutsu? Wind release sand. Sensing that Naruto's position after being repelled was closer to the animal path, Shima Sage suddenly jumped up to create a sandstorm to cover his vision. For Naruto in Sage mode, vision is not important at all, as he has super strong perception. Since his vision was blocked, Nagato did not know the situation on the battlefield, and could only control the animal path to let the summoned beasts gather around. But several summoned beasts could not stop Naruto in Sage mode and sun-breathing chakra mode, except for the splitting dog. Naruto did not need any ninjutsu, and almost punched a giant summoned beast. As for the splitting dog, there were two sages interfering, so Naruto did not need to worry. Bang! When the skill cool-down time was reached and Tendo Pain forcibly used Shinro Tensei to disperse the sandstorm, the animal path had been knocked down by Naruto. You are the only one left. Naruto clenched his fist and looked at Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain took a deep look at Naruto, then turned and ran towards the main body. Naruto was difficult to deal with, and this was the Konoha base camp, where there might be Konoha ninjas who could fight. If he stayed here, his mission might fail. If he was closer to the main body, Tendo Pain could not only receive stronger chakra, but also release Chibaku Tensei to seal Naruto. Don't even think about running. Naruto chased after him without hesitation. How could he let the other party go after killing the people he cared about and destroying the village he cared about? Tensho Tenin, Shinro Tense. Tendo Pain used his ability to attract the broken iron and stone in the ruins to attack indiscriminately. In order to prevent the injured ninjas of Konoha from being frustrated again, Naruto had to stop and help block them. As a result, although he was faster than Tendo Pain, he was unable to catch up with Tendo Pain immediately. Little Naruto, take this. The panting Fukasaku Sage threw the summoning scroll to Naruto. It was already injured and could no longer fight at a high intensity. In order not to become a burden to Naruto, it did not follow. Naruto learned his lesson this time and created a shadow clone, which carried the summoning scroll. When the distance was enough, Nagato did not hesitate at all. He ignored Conan's dissuasion and directly overdrew his vitality to use the Samsara to perform a Samsara forbidden technique on Naruto. Chibaku Tensei. A small black ball was thrown into the sky by Nagato's body. At this moment, Tendo Pain put his hands together and cooperated with the body to perform Chibaku Tensei. Boom boom boom. The small black ball thrown by Nagato's body exploded with huge gravity. The big trees rose from the ground and floated towards the black ball. The ground broke into pieces of soil and rocks and floated towards the black ball. Under the pull of the strong gravity, Naruto also stumbled and kept floating towards the black ball. What is that? Looking at the black ball of Chibaku Tensei, Naruto instinctively felt the threat. Just when Naruto was thinking about countermeasures, he suddenly entered the consciousness space for some reason and saw the familiar golden figure. Brother Muyu. Naruto greeted Muyu with a happy face. Although he didn't know why he could see Muyu, it was undoubtedly a very happy thing. Sorry, Naruto. I left chakra in you without your consent, Muyu said apologetically. Muyu was worried that his intervention would cause bad changes in Naruto's world, so he sealed his chakra in Naruto before he left. As long as Naruto's yang breathing can activate the yang breathing chakra mode, Muyu's chakra will awaken. If Naruto has a problem, Muyu will use the advantage of reading the script to find a way to help him solve it. If there is no problem, everyone will be happy. It turned out to be chakra. I thought you, Brother Muyu, came to our world. Naruto scratched his head. I don't have that much ability. Muyu smiled and shook his head, then looked somewhere. Facing your own son? There should be no need to hide. When Muyu's chakra was triggered, Muyu also stimulated Namikaze Minato's chakra. "Who are you?" Namikaze Minato's body appeared, and he looked at this man who looked very similar to himself and was called Big Brother by his children with curiosity. There's no need to discuss this topic. This is a rare parent-child time. Looking at the confused Minato, Muyu acted as a riddle man. "Brother Minato." "Oh no, Dad." Naruto was so excited that he was a little incoherent when he saw his father again. Naruto's words almost made Minato's brain crash. How could his eldest son call him Big Brother? Even if the third generation didn't tell the truth, there was no reason to call him brother. Fortunately, the family affection between the two played a role, and the scene soon became warm. "Naruto, use your most powerful Rasengan to aim at the black ball that releases suction, and this ninjutsu will be lifted." Seeing that the two had almost finished talking, Muyu said the solution to the current dilemma: as long as the black ball is broken, the gravity will disappear, and the Chibaku Tensei will naturally be broken. Of course, it's easy to say, but in fact most ninjas can't do it, because the black ball of the Chibaku Tensei is not made of mud, so it's not that easy to break. Although he wanted to talk more with his father and elder brother Muyu, Naruto did not forget that he was in a battle. Senjutsu Yangtsuku Rasen. This time, Naruto not only added the power of Senjutsu, but also integrated the Yang attribute chakra of Yang breathing, because he was worried that the ordinary Senjutsu Rasen was not powerful enough. If it was normal, Naruto would not try it rashly in the battle, but now he has the dual blessing of Sage Mode and Yang breathing chakra mode. Not only does he have super strong defense and recovery capabilities, his own Yang attribute property change and control capabilities have been greatly enhanced, and he is not afraid of mistakes being affected. The addition of Yang attribute dyed the originally colorless Senjutsu Shuriken with a touch of light orange. Naruto followed Muyu's instructions and threw his strongest Rasengan at the center black ball of Chibaku Tensei. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded, and the dazzling white light of the explosion enveloped the area of Naruto and Tendo Pain. And even Sakura and Hinata, who were still in Konoha, could see and hear it. Hinata showed a worried look. Sakura used the Palm Immortal technique to heal Hinata, and looked into the distance with great worry. How is it possible? Even this technique was destroyed. Nagato's samsara shook violently, revealing an expression of disbelief. That was the Chibaku Tensei that he used with his life. Nagato thought of something, and immediately controlled Tendo Pain to use Shinro Tensei. Bang! Naruto, who was rushing over, was repelled. But at this time, Tendo Pain's power was no longer as strong as before, and he did not repel Naruto too far. This time, Naruto burst out the immortal technique chakra, and the power of the Yang breathing chakra mode was all poured into his legs, and the short distance movement speed reached a new peak. Not only did it not take 5 seconds, but it only took 3 seconds to appear on the side of Tendo Pain. Pain's palm extended a black stick and stabbed towards Naruto. Snap! Naruto's palm broke the black stick and hit Tendo Pain hard. The huge force directly cut off the connection between Tendo Pain and Nagato. In order to prevent Nagato from controlling Tendo Pain again, Naruto quickly pulled out the black sticks from Tendo Pain. According to Konoha's intelligence, these black sticks are signal receivers, recalling the communication with Nagato. Naruto took the initiative to pierce the black stick into his palm and locked the position of Nagato's body using the perception ability of the Sage Mode. After calm thinking, Naruto found that what Nagato said to him was not a lie, and Nagato was really looking for peace. In fact, during the battle, Nagato had many opportunities to kill Naruto, but Nagato did not do it. Brother Muyu, Dad, what do you think I should do? Naruto was a little confused. If he went to kill Nagato now, it would be equivalent to Naruto admitting what Nagato said, that people cannot understand each other, and hatred is eternal. But Naruto was also unwilling to let Nagato go. This was the enemy who killed his two masters, and now he has destroyed Konoha, and I don't know how many Konoha ninjas have been killed. Naruto has never had such a murderous intention towards someone. Go and do what you want to do, Muyu replied. At this point, Muyu felt that Naruto did not need his guidance, Believe in yourself. Namikaze Minato also said so. Naruto's eyes became firm, and he walked towards the location of Nagato's body resolutely. Except for Nagato, Naruto and Konan, no one knew what kind of conversation they had that time, but for Konoha, the result was very good. All the ninjas who died in this battle were resurrected, and the only thing left was economic losses. Would release middle. Renzu family. Yamato quickly formed a seal, and a row of houses quickly appeared, and the onlookers cheered and praised. He was outside when pain invaded, so he couldn't help Naruto. Naruto looked at this thriving scene and felt a lot more relaxed. But at this moment, a message came that made it difficult for Naruto to calm down. Shimura Danzo became the 6th Hokage and ordered the execution of Sasuke. Naruto's extra Nagato attacks Konoha. End. Chapter 550 Reunion. Six Paths Castle. Looking at the big stone standing beside the avenue in front of him, Jiraiya showed an interested expression. Because Nagato is now a ninja of the Shinobi sect, Jiraiya learned about the Shinobi sect in detail, and then he became very interested in the Shinobi sect and Sasuke. In this era of frequent wars, there are actually top ninjas who can put aside their prejudices and give lectures to all ninjas, and have established a ninja organization with the mission of maintaining peace. How can Jiraiya not be curious? It's a good emerging town. After entering the Six Paths Castle, Jiraiya subconsciously wandered around the Six Paths Castle. After the youth martial arts tournament, the Six Paths Castle is no longer as lively as before, but it has not become deserted, just returning to normal. Due to the strength shown by the Shinobi sect and the diversion of public opinion, many people have purchased properties in the Six Paths Castle. In addition, the Six Paths Castle has also accepted many refugees and displaced persons caused by the war, so the Six Paths Castle is actually expanding. There is not so much time to waste now. After walking 1/3 of the way, Jiraiya calmed down and began to inquire about Nagato's news. Although his time was not so tight that he could not finish visiting a small town, Jiraiya still wanted to spend time communicating with Nagato and the other two, and to learn about the ninja clan. Jiraiya's method of getting information was very simple: just ask a rain ninja directly. After all, he came openly and there was no need to hide it. But the rain ninja did not answer Jiraiya directly. How could he answer a random passerby asking a question to a person related to the ninja clan? Then the ninja clan ninja looked at Jiraiya and felt a little familiar. The three ninjas of Konoha? The ninja clan ninja remembered something. That's right, I am one of the legendary three ninjas, the handsome man Jiraiya who can even make a crying child shut up. Jiraiya introduced himself politely. So it's Jiraiya-sama, please wait a moment, I don't know this either, I have to ask first. The ninja clan ninja said with respect. The strong are respected in the ninja world. As the well-known strong men in the ninja world today, the three ninjas must be respected even if they are from different forces. Jiraiya nodded to indicate that it was no problem. He was somewhat aware of this. As a well-known strong man in Konoha, he suddenly came to the Shinobi clan's territory without making any noise, so it was understandable that the other party had to report it. After a while, the Shinobi clan ninja came back and took Jiraiya to the internal training ground of the Shinobi clan's residence. Hey, why is it Master Jiraiya? Am I dreaming now? Yahiko, who was in training, noticed Jiraiya's arrival and was a little bit unbelievable. He hadn't seen Jiraiya for a long time, or to say, except for the 3 years when Jiraiya took care of them. Yahiko had never seen Jiraiya at other times. It was not only Nagato who missed the time with Jiraiya, but also Yahiko. After all, they were all lonely war orphans at the time. Compared with the life of wandering around and relying on stealing to survive, the 3 years with Jiraiya were too happy. Ha ha ha. It turns out that being too good is also a troublesome thing. Do you miss me so much? Jiraiya laughed triumphantly and walked forward to pat Yahiko's shoulder, carefully looking at Yahiko and the other two who were practicing. Although Jiraiya did not have the identification technique, it had been too long since he left the three people. The height and appearance of Yahiko and the other two were quite different from what he remembered. It turned out that it was not a dream. Feeling the strength on her shoulder and Jiraiya's thick and broad palm, Yahiko's expression became excited. Teacher Jiraiya, I really miss you, Yahiko said frankly. Actually, I do, Jiraiya laughed. Teacher Jiraiya, here. Konan quickly made a paper flower with the secret technique and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at Konan with a smile on his face and handed him the paper flower, and couldn't help but recall the scene of their first meeting. At that time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had just finished fighting with Hanzo, and happened to meet Yahiko and the other two during the break. Jiraiya remembered very clearly that at that time, both Konan and Nagato were afraid of them and were in the dark. Only Yahiko, who was braver, walked up to them and asked for food. As a return gift for food, Konan folded the paper wrapped in biscuits into flowers and gave them to them as a return gift. Konan, not only has she become more beautiful, but her origami skills have also improved a lot. Jiraiya praised her generously. It was Konan's actions that moved Jiraiya to sympathize with her. He did not return to Konoha with his teammates, but stayed in the Land of Rain to take care of the 3 war orphans, including Yahiko. At that time, Jiraiya did not know that Nagato had the Samsara Eye, and just regarded Nagato as an ordinary war orphan. Teacher Jiraiya is as handsome as before. Konan smiled and praised. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Jiraiya did not seem to have changed much. He was almost the same as the Jiraiya in Konan's memory, but he looked more mature. Haha, of course. Jiraiya put his hands on his waist and smiled proudly, accepting Konan's praise. Teacher Jiraiya, Nagato did not show the blazing enthusiasm of Yahiko, nor did he give a gift like Konan. He just walked to Jiraiya silently and called him teacher as before. Jiraiya looked at Nagato's eyes that were exactly the same as the legendary Six Paths sage. Nagato, you are very good and have already embarked on the path of surpassing me. Jiraiya put his hand on Nagato's shoulder and smiled with relief. Although Nagato was not as enthusiastic as Yahiko, and did not pay attention to details like Konan, Jiraiya knew that it was not that Nagato had no feelings for him, but that Nagato's personality was like that. If Nagato was as enthusiastic and cheerful as Yahiko, Jiraiya would have to wonder if he had met a fake Nagato. I'm not as good as you say, I'm just following behind you. Nagato shook his head and said modestly, now you are recognized by many people as the #1 genius in the ninja world. It's not a good thing to be overly modest. Jiraiya asked Nagato to be more confident. If Jiraiya had the momentum of Nagato, not to mention other things, he would have to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen 3 times a day. It's just a little bit of fame. There is still a lot to work on. Nagato didn't expect that Jiraiya was talking about the recent rumors circulating in the ninja world. Nagato thought that the road Jiraiya was talking about was the road to world peace. On this road, Nagato has indeed just started, and is still trying to absorb the knowledge that Miyu taught him. It's good to get first place, and be praised. Yahiko deliberately sighed. Unlike you and me, Konan, I guess Jiraiya teacher may not know that we are participating in the competition. Konan saw the hint in Yahiko's eyes, but she was not good at lying and could only nod in a serious manner. Yeah. Jiraiya showed an embarrassed expression. Although he collected intelligence and knew the rankings of Konan and Yahiko, his initial decision to return to the Land of Rain was indeed because of Nagato. Actually I still know. Yahiko, you were eliminated in the first round of the elimination round, and Konan was eliminated in the second round of the elimination round. Jiraiya explained a little. After all, this is a youth martial arts tournament full of geniuses. It's normal to be eliminated early due to bad luck. However, you all made it to the knockout round, which is still a good result worth celebrating. Today I will treat you to a meal. In order to compensate the 3 disciples who had not seen each other for a long time, Jiraiya decided to treat them to a good meal for a day. Jiraiya, I'm kidding. Of course I know you are not that kind of person. You don't need to treat us. Now we can make money independently. Let us treat you. Yahiko said with a smile. Jiraiya was the guide on his ninja road. Without Jiraiya, Yahiko might have died in a corner of the chaotic rain country. Even if he was alive, he would probably be an ordinary person who did nothing and could not realize his ambitions. So Yahiko was very grateful to Jiraiya, and of course he was reluctant to let the teacher who had been reunited after a long time treat him. Let's treat Jiraiya once." Konan agreed with Yahiko's proposal. Jiraiya had taken care of them for 3 years, and this time it was their turn to take care of Jiraiya. "How about we do it ourselves?" Nagato thought for a while and suggested. Although treating is a good choice, Nagato thinks it would be better to cook together. It's not that Nagato is too thrifty, but Nagato thinks this is more in line with the atmosphere of the past. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 + book bar first published this novel. "Nagato, you are such a genius. Let's go fishing together, like we used to." Yahiko hugged Nagato's neck and said excitedly. After entering the ninja sect, Yahiko was busy studying and practicing, and busy with various affairs of the ninja sect. Yahiko thought carefully and realized that he hadn't fished with Nagato and had a barbecue for a long time. Jiraiya arrived, and it happened that there were not many things in the ninja sect recently, so Yahiko found that today was a perfect time for fishing. Nagato had no objection and nodded. "Let me check if you have forgotten the fishing skills I taught you." Jiraiya thought Yahiko's idea was good. Konan looked at Jiraiya, who was laughing, and looked at Yahiko, who quickly found all the fishing equipment, and felt that everything was back. "Teacher Jiraiya, don't underestimate me. Now my fishing skills are perfect," Yahiko said proudly. Yahiko was not bragging. During the Akatsuki period, the fish caught by Yahiko helped Akatsuki save a lot of food money. He really has experience in fishing. "Let's compete and see who catches more fish." Jiraiya had an inexplicable desire to compete. So, the four of them found a small river nearby and started fishing. "I don't know if it was because I haven't fished for too long and my level has dropped, or if I was not as lucky as Yahiko today." Jiraiya could only watch Yahiko catch one fish after another, and finally his bucket exploded. A good teacher is one who can teach a disciple who is worse than himself. Looking at the few small fish in his bucket, Jiraiya comforted himself. But when Jiraiya saw what Nagato and Konan caught, he was immediately happy. At least he still had fish on his hook, while Konan and Nagato only had some strange items, even shoes. "It's okay. It's better than not catching anything." Jiraiya forced his mouth to suppress the corner of his mouth and comforted him. "Tanyan." Nagato focused his eyes on a fish in the river, released the suction of his left hand to attract the fish, and then held the fishing rod with his right hand and threw the hook into the mouth of the controlled fish accurately. Finally, Nagato let the fish rush into the water, and he raised the rod to collect the fish, and said lightly, "I also caught one." "Not bad." Jiraiya gave Nagato a thumbs up. Of course, he didn't praise Nagato's fishing skills, but praised Nagato's control. "In this case, then I also caught one." Konan folded a paper fish and held it in her hand, and then used chakra to disguise it, making it look like a real fish. "Konan, you can do it too." Jiraiya also praised. Although they are not as good as Nagato, Konan and Yahiko are actually excellent among their peers. Nagato and the others have changed a lot. Jiraiya sighed in his heart after walking around. Although he still doesn't talk much, Nagato is actually much more cheerful than before. If it was the previous Nagato, even if he couldn't catch any fish, he wouldn't use his ninja ability to force a fish and joke that he caught one. Although Konan wasn't as obvious as Nagato, she gave Jiraiya a feeling of being more generous and optimistic than before. "I really want to know their experiences along the way." Jiraiya felt a little regretful. The disciple became so outstanding, but he, as a teacher, didn't even know why the disciple changed. In the end, Yahiko won the fishing competition with an overwhelming advantage. Nagato was just joking with the Wanxiamtanian, and he didn't really use the Wanxiamtanian to catch fish as fishing. "I can only say that it's barely okay, but there are no big fish. I guess there are no big fish in this river." Yahiko made a regretful expression, as if he regretted not being able to eat the big fish at this reunion moment. Hearing Yahiko's words, Nagato glanced at the river, and then stretched out his hand to a certain place. Wanxiamtanian, a fat fish that was enough to fill a large bucket, was sucked to the shore by Nagato. Yahiko stared at this scene with wide eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. "This damn fat fish. Why is it so fat? The fish you get this way has no soul," Yahiko declared. After the fish feast began, sure enough, the fish has to be big enough to be eaten. "Teacher Jiraiya, Your cooking skills are still so good. Yahiko picked up one chopstick after another, looking like he couldn't stop. Jiraiya smiled. He often travels around, and often has money but nowhere to spend it, so his cooking skills are not bad. Of course, he is nothing compared to Miyu. After eating the food made by Miyu, as long as Miyu is within the perceptible range, Jiraiya can't even think of cooking, and just wants to find Miyu for a meal. Can you tell me about your experiences after I left? Maybe it will be written into a best-selling novel. Jiraiya said with a smile. He was really curious about what Yahiko and the others did after he left, how they spent their daily lives, and why they joined the ninja clan. Of course, you don't need to say everything, just say what you want to say, Jiraiya added. In life, there are inevitably some things that are difficult to talk about. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.